Day 6 of the war is over. We're at day 7, and yeah, it is looking continuing to look good as far as we can tell. We're gonna do some updates very quickly, but welcome to our stream, the seventh day of our stream of the war. Throughout the day, for as long as we can go, and we will be here as mentioned every day. We're gonna be as always, joined by a bunch of guests throughout the show. We're going to be talking about the news. We're going to be talking about some of the reactions. We're going to be showing some of what's happening in the war and some of the good stuff that good and bad stuff that the world is providing in its various reactions to this war. Daniel, any initial thoughts before we go to a quick news update?
Uh, well, before we went live, somebody tried to say that it's axis of evil, Iran's axis of evil, rather than axis of resistance. I think informally, the Iranian title is axis of resistance, and that's what I wanted to take because to like take their name. By the way, funny enough, I looked up axis of resistance on Wikipedia. Would you like to guess what political position axis of resistance stands for on Wikipedia? Meaning like what unites the countries of the axis of resistance.
The Jews?
No. Like if it was like a political party, right? If you have a political party, it might be like right wing, left wing. What would you say axis of resistance would be?
I don't know.
It's a big tent. Axis of resistance is a big tent party because it apparently, I
Can you
don't know
consider
where
it a
this.
party? What does that mean,
No,
even?
more like a political position.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I think resistance is usually a word that people, I don't see it used in any context except support for terrorism. I mean, there have been legitimate contexts in the past, but like every legitimate context, I mean, people who are against rights or claiming to be something rights protesters and so on. By the way, we're gonna talk at some point about this big protest that's happening tomorrow in London. The title is "Hands Off Iran." The actual meaning is "Hands Off the People," slaughtering the people of Iran, and also firing at everybody they can. But that's not the title they chose because honesty is not a part of what they do. Okay, we'll get to that when we get to that. Let's uh, Ooh, okay. So let's go to some news updates. There's a headline here from Trump. We should find this in English if we can, but the translation would be there's not going to be a deal with Iran except total surrender. That is the way to go. The problem is, like, I only remember hearing total surrender once from a president, maybe ever in my lifetime. And that was from Trump in June before he said the time for peace is now, and changed his mind. So,
I'm seeing a separate news from Trump. I don't care if religious leader is elected in Iran, but he must treat us well. Um, it will work easily. It will go like Venezuela. We have a great leader there. This is an interview he gave to CNN.
the great leader did he say great leader about Venezuela?
Yes.
Yeah, that's oh yeah, now I see it as well. Yeah, that's concerning. But yeah, again, we know that kind of stuff, and we're enjoying the right things being done as we see them, and hopefully it will continue for as long as possible. And again, if he is if he's going to do mainly what he's been talking about, he can't stop now and let the regime stay in power. And I don't think he will. It doesn't look like he will. Uh, of course, Israel is also the Israeli Air Force is continuing to bomb in Iran. There was a we'll probably show the video or images of this, but they bombed the bunker of Khamenei was not there anymore, but the bunker was still there, and it no longer is. That was pretty spectacular. Eight Israeli soldiers were injured from a rocket attack from Hezbollah in Lebanon. That front, of course, the very close to home front, and especially with uh, you know, especially with Iran being so surprisingly weak and surprisingly weak in its bombings of Israel. Um, Hezbollah is very much a front on which Israel needs to fight, especially because again they're on the border with Israel, and yeah. So these 8 soldiers, 5 of them are seriously injured. The son of the Israeli finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, was injured lightly in that as well.
Yeah, I did want to bring that up. Again, I don't think an argument like would you send your son to the war is like a proper argument. But here we see that yeah, the son of Bezalel Smotrich, as any person, serves in the in Israel, serves in the IDF, and everybody has a stake in this war. I think even like people say like Netanyahu's son, but I believe Netanyahu's brother was a long-time soldier, like even after he has sort of served his
Well,
his
Netanyahu's
base.
brother is a war hero of the Entebbe operation. Yeah, Netanyahu himself was, pretty uh, in a pretty elite unit in the army, but Netanyahu's brother was, yeah, one of Israel's great war heroes. And yeah, I agree it doesn't matter, but people like going after politicians they don't like on whatever they can. And yeah, the attacks on again Netanyahu. There's enough to criticize him on. I don't think now is the time, but the criticism of his son being in Miami while Israel is at war is idiotic and not not off brand for most of his critics. Yeah,
Also,
there.
not true, as I understand it. I saw a posting of Netanyahu's son, and this is Jonathan Honig, with Melissa Francis, who I happen to know personally from Israel, answering that charge that he was in Miami. So, as I understand it, he is not in Miami.
Well, there's 2 sons, and one of them was in Miami for I don't know, at least a year, I think maybe more. I'm not keeping that close tabs on him. And recently came back, and I don't know like if he's come back permanently or so on. But who cares? How is this an argument against Netanyahu that his son is in Miami? Anyways,
I mean, in some ways, you could say it's like argument against the son himself, right? That while so if he depending again on his values, if he finds this war important and the fact that he isn't going back, maybe you can
Right.
make that
Like,
argument.
what
But
a monster that Netanyahu isn't forcing,
yeah,
um,
yeah, his son is a grown
yeah,
man.
unlike Khomeini, who forced his children to stay and suffer the consequences of the war.
Okay, in Israel, the assumption is that the Hezbollah uh, rockets and missiles will just get worse. Yeah, while Iran is surprisingly weak, Hezbollah is not done because they were almost done and Biden saved them. So this really needs to be the last war with Hezbollah as well. We've talked about this. We are hearing things or at least reading, but this is reports and this is how people choose to report on it that there is stuff going on in the Dahia quarter in Beirut that we talked about yesterday for neighborhoods evacuated, unprecedented, and yeah, we are hearing that there's bombing there like never before. Yeah, I see a headline: Lebanon has never seen anything this scary, and the Dahia quarter is apparently uh, emptying out. So
I
yeah,
have to excuse myself for just a few minutes, but I want to thank our contributors who are providing for our ability to be on with this live stream, or super chats of £5, £10, £20. They really go a long way. We're on here 7 days a week with a moral, credible voice for Ayn Rand's objectivism and for Israel writ large. So thanks for all your support, and I'll see you all soon.
thanks, Jonathan.
Yeah, and just quickly, because somebody say Khomeini's granddaughter is in Canada, though. Now I don't know. Are we talking about Khomeini or Khamenei? But either way, if uh, if it means they are like separating themselves from regime, like I don't want to everybody in his family to die, unless again they are taking ideological stands in the war. In a sense, I'm more happy than some people are breaking away from the trauma of the family. But again, I don't know anything about her granddaughter and if she like benefited from the regime or she was like a supporter of the regime. But if she's not, then I don't want her to like get any consequences.
Yeah, I agree, especially if she's spoken out against it. But even if not, it could be very, difficult for her to do that. Okay, explosions in Tehran. Good.
I would just say if it's easy for somebody to speak out, it would be some Iranians that are not actually in Iran. So if she isn't speaking out, I would hold it against her at least a little bit, a little bit.
A little bit, I agree. Um, Fly Dubai is helping evacuate Israelis out of the UAE. Yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, there's concern not just about the bombings of Dubai, but just that the locals will turn on Israelis and decide to target them, and that's a reminder, people, that if a dictatorship, even if it's, dressed up in all sorts of pretty skyscrapers and, people keep telling me Dubai is like Vegas, and I love Vegas. I have zero desire to go to Dubai. People think
Can
about,
you gamble in Dubai?
I don't know, but Vegas is not just gambling.
I
Um,
think it's a decent
what?
part of it.
It's not that big a part of it. I mean, it's what it's known for, but no, Vegas has shows and like. Anyway, we'll talk about
Well,
Vegas.
still, you probably won't get Penn and Teller in Dubai, I would assume.
I would not assume. I mean, look at what Saudi Arabia is doing and like who
Yeah,
they're.
but they have a decent ideology. That's Penn and Teller.
Oh, they specifically might do it, might not do it. Yeah, that's a different thing. But I mean, shows of that sort, I absolutely expect there are in Dubai. Anyway, back to the news. Okay, there's some um non-war news that we might get to. But yeah, Israelis, get out of Dubai, get out of the UAE, don't go back. Just because they signed the Ibrahim Accords doesn't mean they're your friends, okay? Uh, there's a report that Russia is giving Iran information about US troops. That of course does not surprise me. I hope it's true for an obvious reason. Trump uh, sounds and looks like he has a very clear understanding, or as clear of any president that I've seen, an understanding of why Iran needs to be dealt with. He has no understanding of the Russia-Ukraine situation. I mean, it's really terrible and tragic, his lack of understanding. And this Russia helping Iran, of course, Trump knows that it's a thing, but if he sees it during war, and American soldiers are dying because of Russia, maybe this will help Trump and help Trump, internally in his mind understand. And that also makes me think, Daniel, maybe the first video we should watch is the video of the Ukrainian. I don't remember his name. And thank you, Bonnie, for the super chat. And we should uh, state his name because he's doing very, very good stuff. Actually, how is it a Ukrainian? And that's what it said, right?
In what video?
I sent you a video of a Ukrainian, of somebody speaking. It can't be Ukrainian. The mistake, I think, was in either the video or what I read, because Ukraine does not have um, is not in the European Parliament unless they have somebody who can, speak there as a.
They might have observers.
Yeah, they might. Yeah.
We do have a super chat from Bonnie. Thank you so much. I should say, okay, Penn and Teller did a bunch of shows in Dubai, so I take that back, unfortunately.
Wait, I didn't send you this video? Oh man. Damn it. All right, I don't know how I'm gonna find it now, but
And we should say, when it comes to Russia, apparently Russia has been giving information to Iran about the positions of US ships. So Russia is getting involved, at least on the intel grounds, already.
Okay. Do you want to play the I'm gonna try to find that later. But do you want to play this Spanish politician? Uh, yeah, we talk a lot about Spain's leadership, specifically Pedro Sanchez, the one of the most abhorrent, evil leaders in the world. But Spain is not, Gaza. It does have decent people in the country, even in parliament. Let's hear one of them. This is with subtitles. It's in Spanish, so if you don't speak Spanish, you will need to read. Yeah, Daniel, can you put it as big a screen as possible for people?
No, that's I think that's the best we can do.
All right.
Okay, what? Facebook is always bugging.
A irse ánimo, a irse solas y borrachas por Teherán. O, por ejemplo, con minifalda a Kabul. Ánimo, vayan allá. Y llévense a sus amigos gays a ver cuándo les van a colgar de las grúas. Porque es así como tratan a la homosexualidad y a las mujeres en esos países tan ensoñados de los que tanto ustedes... Si fuera por ustedes, el régimen ayatolá seguiría armándose nuclearmente toda la vida. Un régimen que en muy pocas semanas mató a 30.000 personas. 30.000 personas asesinadas por ese régimen. Castigando a los homosexuales, condenándolos a la cárcel, a latigazos, colgándolos de grúas, asesinando a mujeres por negarse a llevar el velo, siendo vejadas y violadas en sus propias casas a manos de un régimen que ustedes han amparado todo este tiempo. Les animo.
Oh, did we lose Razi in the meantime? Okay, so just for those people who missed it, this was a Spanish politician. I did have her name. Maybe I can quickly. Isabel Diaz Ayuso. She's from the main opposition party in Spain, the People's Party, and I think she's also, what was it, the president of the Madrid autonomy. Looks or like a province. Let me just quickly. President of the community. That's what they call it. The community of Madrid. And then she rightfully spoke out against all the abuses that the Iranian regime has been doing, and calling out the government of Spain for not properly calling that out. For instead of being behind Israel, being behind America, or at the very least being behind some of the Iranian people that are willing to stand up, instead it's spending its time criticizing Israel, spending its time criticizing USA and criticizing any action that would actually prevent more deaths at the hands of the Iranian state, at the hands of the NRGC. And we have Razi back.
Yeah, well done. And this is a reminder that, unfortunately, the culture is far from, even the better people in the culture are far from having sort of a proper understanding of why even they themselves are better. But we should make the most of this opportunity, even within the context of people's unfortunate premises, to point out to the extent that we can the evil that is the morality of, I'm going to say, the left on this, but of course anybody who is siding with or apologetic for Iran, but specifically the parts of the left that have been taking the moral high ground on this, pretending like they're against war while they're siding with the people who start wars, pretending like they're defenders of rights while siding with the regimes that slaughter their own opposition in the tens of thousands. So really, and of course, siding with so-called resistance fighters whose resistance is expressed in mass murder, and who the thing they're resisting is freedom, and the thing they want to replace it, if the resistance is successful, the things they want to replace it with is tyranny. So use this opportunity, call them out. The hands off Iran thing, I don't like writing the same thing repeatedly, but I've been like replying to all these organizations that are posting, we're part of the hands off Iran protests. No, You are part of the hands off the Iranian regime that slaughtered Iranians protest. That's what you're protesting for. You're not protesting for freedom. You're not protesting against nuclear weapons. I'm going to talk later about the CND. You're protesting in favor of nuclear weapons, just in the hands of savages and not the civilized people. So call them out. Stop giving them the moral high ground. Stop letting them frame every conversation the way they want to, and then you're there defending what Israel is doing in Gaza by saying, no, really, it's not a genocide. Look at the definition and look at all the different. No, that's not the way. It's not. It's the evil of the Palestinians that is what matters in the war that they started on October 7th, and the evil of the people behind them that is now being dealt with broadly and hopefully once and for all.
Do you want to just show the image?
What image?
The oh wait, is this a different image? The
Oh
hands
no,
of
no,
Iran.
no! I'm gonna do my CND spiel later, and I want that as a separate clip, so I'll probably do it when I'm solo.
Well, I can leave. Yeah, I mean, again, when it comes to I mean, there's just so much of Western countries or Western organizations that are straight up allies of like any enemy of the West. I mean, just a reminder, folks, like Sweden supported like Viet Cong during the Vietnam War, which even if you have opposition to the Vietnam War, which we would have for various reasons, the way to do it is not support the Viet. And I think I might be wrong, but wasn't there a libertarian intellectual that was also like more supportive of the Viet Cong specifically because it went against America? If James is here, I think he would know. I feel like it was what's his name, who studied under Rand and then stole all her ideas basically and developed his own anarchism, libertarianism.
Rothbard?
Rothbard. I think it was Rothbard who was supporting of Viet Cong. Oh yeah, James is in the chat. It is Rothbard. So yeah, like you have people who are so anti-American, who are so anti-Western, that they will join the other side. So you have people, and they might argue it behind something different, right? Or they might hide their support for Iran behind, they just oppose this particular or the way it's being done. But no, at the end of the day, this is at the end of the day, they are supporting the enemy, and there is no excuse for it.
Alejandro says, not a fan of the Spanish politician you shared. Say it to her face. Join the call, Alejandro. But no, he might join later. But if you want to elaborate, yeah, do so, and I will read it. Thank you, Chazbot, for the super chat. Chazbot says the passkey to the moral elite is lack of value. Atlas shrugged. Daniel, I found that video.
By the way,
it's a member of the Ukrainian parliament speaking in the European Parliament, which makes more sense than a Ukrainian member of the European Parliament.
Yeah, just quickly, Rothbard didn't join Viet Cong. I believe he just intellectually supported Viet Cong, just to keep that in.
And Bonnie, I may have missed this when I was looking for the video, but Bonnie says, I wouldn't call Jane Fonda an intellectual. I don't know who did that, but I'm with you, Bonnie. But she's as wrong on things as they are. Maybe almost as wrong.
It's against audio is so bad.
I want to thank Israel. Let us thank Israel for what they are doing. Because we are here only talking, and we are talking, and we are talking again. We are making resolutions. But can you stop Iran from having nuclear weapons with 1,000 resolutions? Maybe with 1 million resolutions. Can we stop Iran from having nuclear weapons? Oh, let us imagine if this mullah's regime, which killed so many Iranians, yes, they're killing Iranians every day, this awful regime. So what do we want? To have them nuclear weapons? Maybe to attack by nuclear strike Strasbourg. Why not? Imagine that Mr. Khamenei will see now this assembly. I want to tell you, dear ladies, he will not like the way you look like. He will not like the way we speak here. He will not like us at all. So maybe he will just send a nuclear missile on us. Why not? So Israel is protecting the basic values we all here have. We're speaking here about women's rights. Who is protecting women's rights in the Middle East? Israel. We're speaking about democracy. What is democracy in the Middle East? Israel. We're speaking about human rights. We're speaking about rule of law. Israel, Israel, Israel. So instead of criticize Israel, instead of attacking Israel, we need to support Israel. If we can't do nothing, at least let us not intervene and let us not attack Israel when Israel is doing its job, protecting Israel itself, definitely, but also all of us. All of us. I'm Israel High. Thank you to Israel for what they're doing. Let's support them, not making any steps to stop them, because what they're doing is important for everybody of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei.
So again, right, like absolutely, when it comes to targeting evil, when it comes to fighting evil, I don't know what happened with like European states. It seems like, you know, when it comes to Ukraine, it seems like you have to be invaded by Russia, apparently, to like recognize evil. Because European states are not doing anything. They are like just now, or just yesterday, right? Emmanuel Macron is gonna ask Israel to stop interfering in Lebanon, while Hezbollah is shooting at Israel, while Hezbollah is threatening the lives of all Israelis. Especially in some ways, Hezbollah is even more dangerous than Iran because of how much closer they are. So they are a threat, and our reaction is going to be, let's ask Israel to not, you know, don't escalate, don't go crazy, don't go crazy when you try to defend yourself. I mean, this is ridiculous, and this is how it goes, like everywhere. Any European states, I mean, are so slow to do anything. Keir Starmer was supposed to send, was it HMS Dragon? I might have the acronym wrong, but was supposed to send one of the destroyers to protect Cyprus. Apparently, the destroyer still hasn't left the dock, because either it's broken down or it's not ready or anything. Greece had to send their fleet to protect Cyprus, which, you know, great for them for joining in when UK that has a base in Cyprus isn't able to do anything about it. Like we said, right? Like France is more keen to help Lebanon. That is shielding Hezbollah. That is not doing anything about Hezbollah, rather than doing something about Iran. Again, many European states are fighting Russia right now, right? Like by helping Ukraine, you're fighting Russia. They are trying very inconsistently, but they are trying to step away from some of their trade, especially when it comes to natural like gas and oil, trying to step away from Russian sources, to some extent successfully, to some extent unsuccessfully, but they're trying to do so. But somehow they cannot recognize Iran is the same threat. The fact that Russia is also helping Iran, the fact that the reason why many Ukrainians have died are because of Iranian Fahid drones. Do we just not care about that? It's so compartmentalized. It's so like just focusing. Okay, we are only focusing on Russia and nothing else, and ignoring the fact that Iran is supported by Russia, and we are joined back by Razi.
No, that was just my laptop shutting down for some reason twice. Both times Daniel shared a video, which makes me think we should share a video again and see if that has any impact somehow, which it's very weird. But anyway, mentioned Cyprus and Greece, and we talked, was it a few weeks ago or a month or two ago, about Israel and Cyprus and Greece and their sort of joint kind of security, their security cooperation, and they're now realizing the importance of it. And again, I mentioned this in the context of what the U.S. should do with Gulf states that are now that are now under fire and say, look, you have a role you have to do something here. Like you don't have to be in charge fully of your defense. We're doing that, but you have to take part in your defense. Like that would be a nice thing. And he's not gonna say that to Europeans because right now they are currently not being bombed. So their leaders are like, this is the wrong war because right now we're not being bombed. Only Jews were targeted before up to a week ago. So but yeah, there should be some sort of realignment in international relations after this, like a very clear realignment, and and part of that is this opportunity that we have with Cyprus and Greece, and what Israel has been doing with India and Gulf states. People know, and I have already in 30 minutes of broadcast gone on a rant about how we shouldn't pretend that these are not dictatorships and that these are somehow our friends, but there can be kind of a very specific alliance of just we have if at a time when we have a common enemy, we're fighting, we expect you to fight if you ever expect anything from us. And Yeah, and then we need to start treating European countries as individual kind of entities as opposed to the European Union as a whole. Okay, because um, there are some countries in sort of Eastern Europe that have maybe problematic policies at home, but have a understanding of some of the problems that there are in international relations at the moment. And then you have all these Western European countries, like France, like Britain, that kind of are wishy-washy at best, and then side with terrorists a lot of the time. And then you have the full-on Spain, Norway, Ireland. There is no need, for any military alliance that includes Spain, Norway, and Ireland for the U.S. Okay, the need for an alliance is, well, what? Because of where Norway is? Is that what you were gonna say?
Ireland is not in NATO. Just
Oh, okay, but they are in the European Union, and they should be treated. And Norway is Norway in the European Union?
not technically. They are in the like a separate, like I don't know what it's called, economics zone or something like that.
Yeah, the part that made sense. The part, by the way, that Britain voted for in that first referendum in 75 and that then became the EU. What they joined was a free trade. So yeah, Norway is wise in that sense, but they are on the wrong side of history in such a clear way when it comes to Israel. Remember, Norway is the first country when the UNRWA scandal first came out, and countries mostly temporarily paused their financial support, realizing that financial support went towards making October 7th happen. Norway's reaction was, wait, our money helped make October 7th happen? Let's double it. That was Norway's reaction. So yeah, let's not pretend that these are allies. They might be in the future, they might change course, and we can talk then. But let's remember that when there are wars, and this was true in World War II again as well with these three countries. These are not the countries that you want on your side. Apparently, when bad things happen, Daniel.
Well, we have a super chat from Shosbo. Thank you so much. He says, "The passkey to the moral elite is a lack of value." It's a quote from Atlas Shrugged.
I did read it, but it was a generous super chat, so good to read it again.
So yeah, I mean, again, I would generally say, and I said this, I don't know if this was yesterday or 2 days ago, but me and Michael talked about the European states, and it's like I wanna see American and European cooperation. I wanna see the allies do to the Axis what we did during World War II. I want the Western states to unite against the axis of evil, be it the Berlin-Rome axis or be it the Tehran-Moscow axis. That has to be evil has to be confronted. We already did it to some extent in Ukraine. Iran is no different. I do not understand how European states can stand behind Ukraine and not stand behind Israel. It is the same war. Russia and Iran are the same enemy that have to be confronted. And China is as well, which again, we are not doing anything about it. European states refuse to do anything unless a country straight up invades somebody else. And specifically like ground invades. Like Iran can bomb Israel all it wants. That's not enough. It has to actually send ground troops for the European states to actually care. Although even that, then, right? Like I'm wondering if Ukraine managed to push out all of Russians from its land, but Russia would still continue the war. Would they like push Ukraine into some settlement while they're still getting bombed just because they are not on land? Because that's what they did with Israel, right? Like yeah, everybody's supporting after October 7 Israel for like 2 or 3 days while Hamas is still in Israel. Once Hamas is gone, then we gotta have a ceasefire. We gotta stop this. We gotta ignore the threat. So that's why I want to see European alliance. I want to because a lot of bases are very important. Spain has one of the most important naval bases for Europe, where a lot of American what you call them, the big ships, aircraft carriers, where they can only refuel in Spain, or there is some specific ammunition they can only get in Spain or in Spanish ports. So there's like NATO cooperation goes back like 70 years. We worked for like 70 years to unify the NATO countries, to make sure everybody uses the same bullets, to make sure a lot of things are standardized to make cooperation much easier. I don't want to throw that away, but European states are throwing that away because they refuse to. Again, and again, right? It's not like NATO is like an offensive thing that all of them have to join America in the war with Iran. But this amount of this cooperation, this amount of criticism for any action that Israel or America does are not sustainable, cannot survive into the middle of 21st century.
Yeah. And look, again, it's also there's the question of the internal where it's going to go, and this is true of the U.S. Unfortunately, more importantly so than Europe. If Europe falls, that's terrible. If the U.S. falls, that's the end of the world. So, yeah, remember, and we'll keep repeating this. The Iran war may be won easily. The longer war is the war with the enemy within. Okay, the enemy within is winning. We are in a very, very tough spot, and it's not looking good for the future because there's no alternative. It's not like the rational people in politics are like they're only getting 30% of the vote or something. No, they're not they're not running. There's no such thing. There's levels of irrationality, and like the best we can hope for is the less irrational, but they are completely non-existent in as competitors for actual like office. I mean, I go back to this Nikki Haley losing states where Trump wasn't running. So yeah, and again, Nikki Haley is far from perfect, but she was better by far than anybody and couldn't win. Because people wanted to go with Trump.
Should we do some clips?
And again, like just to mention, just to remind, if you look at what's going on in the Republican Party, if you look at what's going on in the Democratic Party, we might get to a point where we miss Trump. And Trump, I think again what he's doing in the U.S. at the moment is bad. So thinking about missing this, things would have to get really bad. Yeah, sure. Let's watch clips.
What do you want to see? I have the evolution of Tucker Carlson. I have Randy Fine. I have
Oh, nice.
California.
Wait.
Yeah.
Tell me the rest later. We did some good stuff, so let's do Tucker. Also, since I've been, thanks to Daniel's help, started using Instagram in recent days. Yes, I'm that much of a boomer. Then yeah, anything I posted on Instagram as a story, we can also share that stuff. I think that's all relevant, and sharing it as Instagram stories is kind of part of the way I keep it around so I remember it. But yeah, let's start with Tucker.
You know those stories disappear after 24 hours.
Yeah, but they're not going to be relevant. They're war stories anyway. So wait, am I not able to find my old stories?
Technically, yes.
Okay, I think I'll need some technical help with that if and when it comes to it. But let's watch Tucker.
So this is 3 minutes, and I haven't watched it, so I don't know how much we will do.
Who is it from?
Milk Bar TV. I think they do decent stuff. I've seen their watermark here and there, so. But it's about the evolution or transformation of Tucker Carlson.
It's a large number of Muslims around the world who are sympathetic to these acts of craziness. Pew Research poll findings that 1 of every 4 Muslim Americans younger than 30 believe suicide bombing in the defense of Islam is justifiable. For instance, do you believe that Arabs carried out the 9/11 attacks? Only 40% believe Arabs carried them out. Do they think the Jews did it? I get that decent Muslim Americans feel under attack. They feel like they're being unfairly portrayed as terrorists. I understand all that. But at some point, you have to say, this really is a real problem, and it's discrediting all of us, and until we take it seriously, it's going to continue, no? We can debate the details here, but I think it's important to acknowledge a baseline, and that is that there have been an awful lot of attacks where actual people died in the United States and in Europe, committed by people saying really clearly we're acting in the name of Islam. Hasidic Jews, I mean, they're a set-apart community, speak a different language, not assimilated, but I don't see a lot of terror attacks committed by those groups. Often hear Americans say, I have said, including last night, is that assimilation is the problem, is people are not assimilated. And yet you look around, and there are actually a number of groups in our society and yours who aren't assimilated. Hasidic Jews live apart, the Amish live apart. They pose no threat at all to the country they live in. They love the country. Why is this group different? Well, the Muslim population of the West is rising very quickly, and that has implications for social cohesion or national security. So if I say, as Islamic countries do, you don't have a choice. You have to wear the hijab. You need to be modest, and if you're not, you could get raped, and if you do, it's your fault. And you have to avert your gaze from men. For example, women are asked to walk behind their husbands, or in some countries, they're not allowed to drive or vote. Under certain circumstances, can that be empowering? Can female genital mutilation be empowering? That's common in Islamic countries. An Austrian woman was convicted of, quote, disparaging religion. She was fined more than $500. Her crime was suggesting that Muhammad's marriage to a 6-year-old constituted a form of pedophilia. She claimed her comments were protected by the freedom of speech because she is a European, and traditionally they would have been, but things have changed now. So in other words, a standard that has long prevailed in the Islamic world, which is that you can be punished for criticizing Muhammad, is now the law in Europe. Exactly right. The bomber was born in Britain, not some far-off land, but he still grew up to embrace Islamic radicalism and declare war on the country that raised him and kill his neighbors, in effect. There are many more like him. So when you watch the American response, even the cultural response to an event like what happened in your country on Monday, are you surprised by how few of the lessons Americans are learning from this?
But Sharia law is bad, Seth. I don't know if you've heard that. It's bad. It's worse than what's happening in New York and Detroit. It's just bad.
It's Tucker Carlson at the Real Estate Future Forum 2025.
Never been to Saudi Arabia, and I can't wait to go for a glimpse of what the future holds, because that's what you see when you go to the Gulf.
Because of its scale, its significance in Islam.
He's like, you know what Islam means? Submission. And like, let it hang in the air. Like that was self-evidently disgusting. And I was like, I kind of think submission to God is like the whole point of life, but I didn't say anything. I was like, I don't think I'm against that, actually.
This is an existential threat to the Western way of life. I really believe that.
Anyone who submits to God, like, I'm just for that.
Very well done. Very disturbing. Man, always has been. Nate says, this shows you that saying the right things for the wrong reasons eventually falls apart. Exactly. Which is why we still need to have that conversation about drug legalization. And, well, you were saying maybe the wrong things for the right reasons, maybe, but we'll talk about it when yeah. Anyway, did we mention that Trump fired Tucker from MAGA?
I mean, I've seen it. I don't know what that means. Was there any official thing? I know, like,
if there is any official thing, it is Trump's whims. So yes.
well, by official thing, I mean Truth Social post, of course. Let me look up, because I know there was something about it, like early into this war, like maybe day 1 or day 2, or where, and I think it was just a report that apparently from some insider that Trump said that he doesn't care what Tucker says or something among that regard. I've seen people posting that yeah, that he like fired Tucker. What does that mean? Now, I mean, now on his Truth Social, I just see Bill Maher for some reason.
Wait, do you have the post by Trump where he fires Tucker?
No, I don't know if it's an actual post. I can try to look for it.
I don't know if that's that interesting, but yeah, I mean, generally speaking, the Tucker stuff, unfortunately, is significant enough that, Chabad houses around the world have to increase security. I can't imagine what they're increasing security from, but because Tucker decided that the reason for the war, the reason Donald Trump decided to go to war claiming that it is to stop the Iranian nuclear weapons program, stop them from sponsoring terrorism, stop missiles and rockets from being launched around, to every country available, is because Chabad wants to build the Temple Mount, the temple, rebuild the temple.
Yeah, so Nate says in the chat it was a recorded conversation, and yeah, that's what I'm saying as well. I think I have a specific quote from Trump, or at least as reported by by Carl, Jonathan Carl, Washington, ABC News. Okay, ABC News reports. Quote from Trump: "I knew that a long time ago, and he's not MAGA. MAGA is saving our country. MAGA is making our country great again." Isn't that a redundancy? It's like people saying ATM machine. It's like, well, you already said it twice. MAGA is America first, and Tucker is none of those things. And Tucker is really not smart enough to understand it. Oh.
Okay, well, let's watch something that will make us temporarily forget that Tucker exists. What
Well, I think it's just interesting to go back to Tucker Carlson, how many times he brought up like Hasidic Jews. It's like, well, Hasidic Jews are also, separate, are not assimilated, but they do not pose a threat. So I think there were signs all along that he would eventually go this way, because he seems to, which also suggests that he will go after the Amish very soon, because they are also not assimilated.
looking forward to that. What was the next clip you said you had? Something positive.
Randy Fine.
Oh yeah. Let's hear Randy.
Funnily enough, it is also about Tucker.
It is easy to criticize anti-Semitism when it happens on the other side. It is more difficult to address it when it happens on your own. It was not enough for Tucker Carlson to a few days ago say every Jew should have to do a DNA test to prove that they were Jewish. It was not enough for him to say that a terrorist should be able to kill us if they are under 18 years old. But yesterday, Tucker Carlson attacked perhaps the best, the most good group of Jews that are out there, a group of people who see their job to evangelize not other Jews, but Jews themselves, Chabad, a group that no one ever has anything bad to say about because they care about everyone. I wear a kippah from UF Chabad today in honor of them. We have a cancer in this country. It is anti-Semitism, and Tucker Carlson represents it. He is many things, but one thing President Trump and I agree on is he is certainly not MAGA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I mean, Randy Fine on a lot of things. You know, the more I see of his positions on different things, the less I'm excited about him. But yeah, he is, as far as Israel is concerned, as far as the problem of anti-Semitism is concerned, as far as I can tell, the best person in Congress. Really standing up and understanding and explaining. Like I'm not sure he's never said this, but I don't. It's difficult almost to imagine him saying, "Oh, look, no, it's not a genocide because we're feeding them or we're giving them fuel." This guy like understands that the conversation should be about, Israel is obviously the only good country in the Middle East, obviously the only real ally that America has, and it's good to see that some people in the administration know that. Pete Hegseth made a comment a few days ago about Israel is a real ally, not like some of those European countries. Um, and yeah, so but Randy Fine, well done, continuing to fight a good fight.
Yeah, and just a reminder, if if you're an American, this might be, for all the faults, might be a good time to donate to AIPAC, because as a PAC, the Anti-Zionist America Political Action Committee is actually running a candidate against Randy Fine in the Florida. I'm not sure which district it is, but maybe we even have some. Yeah. Sorry.
It's the 6th district. And yeah, you can donate. Well, why APAC? You can donate directly to Randy Fine, or even better, you can donate to the. Well, you can't donate because we're not a charity. We're a for-profit organization. We're a for-profit company. But you can contribute to the Ayn Rand Center UK by becoming a member, by super chatting, supporting our work. That is with Randy Fine on the things that he's right, but not with him and not with even the best leaders in the world on the things that they're wrong. So yeah, why are you encouraging people to give money to yeah.
Hey, it's a tax write-off, I think. Is it? I don't know, maybe. I mean, it's more of a right. When it comes to, the best, what is it, something for buck, the best punch for buck or whatever, of course, supporting ARCUK is the best way to actually promote these ideas. But I'm just saying,
Yeah, and it's not either or. And look, somebody living in the 6th congressional district of Florida, I would probably contribute to the campaign in some way, financially or otherwise, or both. So yeah, half joking, but not joking about supporting ARCUK is the best way to fight the good fight permanently and constantly until we win that fight as well, which is again a much longer fight, I suspect, than in Iran. I think it's much longer even than Jim Brown and Nikos would say the fight in Iran is, and said yesterday. In case you missed it, we had a debate. Michael Kaufman and I debated Nikos and Jim Brown on the question of is victory coming? And is it coming soonish? And yeah, that video that was on yesterday's live stream, the separate video of it is available on our channel if you would like to watch it and share it. Thank you, VR 1977 AD for the super chat. Thank you, Bull Moose, for the super chat. Bull Moose says, I wouldn't be surprised if most of the anti-Israel, anti-Semitic right-wing politicians and media personalities are actually left-wing plants. No, I mean, again, like, what is left and right in this context? Like, Tucker on Fox News said, if you look at the video we just showed, some things that sounded reasonable when he's talking about Islam, but he also said things like Amazon is exploiting their workers, which is Marxist language, talking about a company that signed contracts with people who chose to work there for whatever they were getting paid and under whatever conditions, and could have left. And he's using, again, he's using full-on Marxist language back then. Not to mention, he had some weird shit from time to time on his show. Like, there was something about the metric system is socialism. No, talking about exploiting, talking about companies exploiting the workers is socialism, and not the metric system. But yeah, maybe we can go through that video if we can find Tucker talking about the metric system. That'll be interesting because yeah, this guy has never ever been a rational person, and this just is a natural continuation of where he came from, and all the
It's a
more natural right
four-minute
now.
segment. Metric? No thanks. Well, just maybe to wrap up on Randifine, again, just to not give like people false hopes. The guy is a total like Trump sycophant on pretty much any issue. But when it comes to again, not simply like his support for Israel, but also the way he does it. Like somebody on X once tried to confront him, like, look at this picture of like Palestinian babies or something like that. And he's like, "Hey, thanks for the photo," because he doesn't take the BS, right? Like it's not an argument to like send somebody a picture of like whoever, of whichever children, be it like Jewish children or be it Palestinian children. When you have to look at the core of the issue and I think he understands the core of the issue, and it is the Palestinian culture that is trying to wipe out Israel.
Lee says, I thought you were joking about the metric Tucker video. No, we're going to show it in a bit, but remember, this is when Tucker was on Fox News, so he needed to sound, compared to now, reasonable. This is the Tucker that, Trump, so one of the quotes I saw is he lost his way or something like that. This is the way that he lost. We'll see it in a moment, but Bulmu says, the left started in recent years and the right jumped on. So yes, look, there have been elements on the right that hated Jews and count as the right by their own accord and by how others see them. That this is not a new thing. The spread of it as a cancer within the movement is relatively new, and it's also, look at how different it is. And I'll go back to the recommendation I made yesterday, Yaron Brooks talk, anti-capitalism and anti-Semitism, that shows how left-wing ideas really followed properly require you to be, to judge people as groups, of course, and therefore to see the Jews as evil, because if you judge people as groups, the Jews are successful, they're disproportionately successful, which is, of course, completely unacceptable and a reason to hate them, even more than white people, apparently, but I don't understand left-wing oppression math. So if we have anybody who's an expert on that, maybe I'm using the metric system, so I guess I don't know what system they're using to measure oppression, but yeah, let's not pretend that there's a political spectrum where you have rational people on one side that are, pro-freedom and like pro-capitalism, and that is the right, and then you have people who are pro-socialism and all that, and that is the left. That would be a wonderful world in which I hope to live someday, and we can call ourselves right-wing if that's what people prefer. If, of course, all the Nazis and people like that call themselves
I mean,
left-wing.
if we get there, we can flip the spectrum and I can call myself left for all I care.
I don't care. Yeah, again, I don't care. But yeah, that spectrum doesn't exist. There are, people with almost identical ideologies that have different wording for their brand of evil, and they are controlling the spectrum throughout. So that's where we are. Where was I going to go next? Was it a video?
Well, just quickly, because Nate points out in the chat, the opposite of the far right is not the far left, it's the center. And I think that still is a bit that's why it's confusing to use it, because if you actually put the words to it, the opposite of fascism is not communism. It is liberal democracy. It is capitalism. Communists and fascists have the same enemies. It's liberals, it's capitalism, it's Western values, and they have the same allies. That's why the KPD in Weimar Germany was very keen to work with the Nazis to overthrow the Weimar regime. And that was their goal, right? Because neither of them want to preserve a parliamentary system. Neither of them want to preserve democracy. Neither of them want to preserve private property, right? All of them are statists, and all of them want to take control over individuals' life. And that way, they are only superficial enemies, but in reality, they are allies when it comes to fighting. Well, if we want to call it the center, if by center you mean people who like American Constitution, people who like the American system of governance, people who like capitalism, or even mixed economy capitalism, because fascists and communists want to destroy the whole thing.
Let's hear Tucker on the metric system.
Sure.
I watched this at the time, and I don't really remember. And like when there are shows that I really like, I'll rewatch them again and again. This is not in that category. This is also not in the we watch it so you don't have to category, because we're gonna watch the whole thing, people. That's not a promise.
It's only like 7 years ago.
Yeah, Tucker, is he was mainstream very recently, and he's mainstream in a sense now. But this looks like somebody recorded this. Yeah, somebody recorded their television, so I don't know what the audio is gonna be like. But let's start.
Fallen under the yoke of tyranny, the metric system. From Beijing to Buenos Aires, from Lusaka to London, the people of the world have been forced to measure their environment in millimeters and kilograms. The United States is the only major country that's resisted, but we have no reason to be ashamed for using feet and pounds. So says new Criterion editor James Panaro, who spoke with him recently.
I'm joining you tonight as an anti-metrite. I'm taking a stand against the metric system, the original system of global revolution and new world orders.
God bless you. That's exactly what it is. Esperanto died, but the metric system continues. This weird utopian.
Let's pause. Hey, let's pause. Look, because I really
joke. This is not real. This is like a joke segment.
I wonder, is it a joke segment? Do you think it's a joke segment? Because you could say that
no
about
way
anything.
this is real.
You could say that about everything Tucker says. The first thing I'm thinking is, okay, Tucker at this point had already lost the bow tie, and this guy comes in with the bow tie. And for me, look, the crap that comes out of their mouth is should be the focus. But I'm wondering if the bow tie is there to kind of take the focus off of it. And yeah, look, I think it's a joke person. It could be this is who he is. I'm an anti-metrite. Okay, we know what that really means, apparently. Okay. Actually, you know what? Let's play some more. What was this guy's name? I want to Google him and see what he's doing now. It's always fun to see what somebody is doing after 6-7 years after the video came out. All right.
God bless you. That's exactly what it is.
Wait, was that his name? No.
World orders system. I'm joining you tonight as an anti-metrite. I'm taking a stand against the metric system, the original metrite.
Say his name before?
To be ashamed for using feet and pounds. So says new Criterion editor James Panaro, who spoke with him recently.
Oh yeah, James Panaro.
I'm joining you tonight.
Yeah, wait, no, you don't have to fast forward. First of all, you can even, go back to when he said kilograms, but you know what? Let's just play from wherever you are.
Weird, utopian, inelegant, creepy system that we alone have resisted. How long can we hold out against it, would you say?
Well, today, as you mentioned, the United States stands nearly alone in the world in maintaining customary measures. The inch, the pound, the foot, the mile. And we should stand tall on our own 2 feet, I say, because it was customary measures that measured out the Industrial Revolution and customary measures that took us to the moon. The metric system, meanwhile, is the product of the French Revolution. It was imposed at the business end of the guillotine.
So why are our leaders so anxious that we join the rest of the world in using, Robespierre's favorite standard of measurement. I don't understand.
Pause. That pause after he spoke, I'm like, what do I do? What do I do now? Do I have some sort of generic question to ask him? Yeah, even
No,
Tucker.
okay, I know what happened. They had some guest that was supposed to come and he canceled last minute. And they're like, what can we like fill in the time? Hey, there's this guy, Roman whatever, who's like wait, did you Google him?
James Panero.
That's not a real name also.
Really? Did you?
I don't know. That sounds like a joke. Did you Google it yet?
Not yet, no. I can't stop watching, so.
Okay, either the guy is fake or this whole segment is fake. Or something's happening. Like or like I'm saying, they just had to cancel something, or this is okay. I'm trying to look up the guy, and James Monroe is coming up.
Maybe look him up while we're watching the video. But Daniel, I wanna remind you the kind of people Tucker has on today. And I would rather the guy who tells me that the metric system is tyranny than the guy who tells me that Churchill was the villain in World War II. I would
Yeah,
rather
so this guy is
neither,
real.
but this is at least has some funny elements to it, whereas what Tucker does today, there's nothing funny about it.
Okay, so this guy is for real.
Great. Let's watch the video, Daniel, and then you can.
Okay, it works for National Review. That starts to make more sense.
All right, you can give us some info on him after we watch this video. And by the way, can you turn the volume up? Or I don't know if it's low for others as well.
Lower?
Higher.
No.
Oh, all right. I will come closer then. All right, go ahead.
Because it's assumed to be progressive. It's assumed that everyone has gotten behind it. Let me take you back to a bit of history. 1793, the height of the French Revolution, the height of the French Terror. The Jacobins deposed the pied de roi, that's the foot of the king, the measurement of France, and replaced it with the meter. Now, all customary measures use man and his labor as the basis of its measurement. What's an acre? It's the amount of land that a yoke of oxen can till in one day. A mile comes from mille passes, or 5,000 paces, 1,000 paces at 5 feet each. A meter is what? It's an abstract division of the globe that isn't even accurate.
So it's completely made up out of nothing.
It's totally made up. And here's something else, even worse than overturning custom, has been.
Daniel, you know what I'm thinking? Is James joining us? Do you know when he might be joining us?
Not sure.
This is we need somebody to talk about epistemology here. I mean, Rand literally used this kind of stuff to. It's made up. Well, no, there are things in reality, and then there is your mind, and then you use your mind to kind of put things together in a way that you can retain it and then use the knowledge. That is Razi's bad rewording of objectivist epistemology applied to this question. But yeah, no, it's and in that sense, in the made up sense, it's all made up. It's not made up as in non-existent. It's made up as in we invented it as a way to make it easier for us to understand reality and to deal with it.
Yeah, and also I was wondering because I thought like meter has a definition, and it does. I mean, there is a question if this is even like barely based in reality. But meter is defined as the length of the path traveled by light in a vacuum during a time interval of 1 divided by 299,792,458 of a second, where the second is defined by the hyperfane transition frequency of Kcm. So there is like a basis in reality.
Well, see, if this was Pierce Morgan, he would have this guy on, and then he would have somebody in the
Imperial.
Yeah. that I would actually watch and probably not get as pissed off.
Prometrite. Or what was it, the anti-metrite or anti-metric?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not like here like a defender of like the metric system or whatever. By the way, imperial system NASA uses metric system. Unless in the 60s they did use imperial system. But like my understanding is that NASA and drug dealers already are on metric system in the US because it's more convenient. And again, I'm not here like big technically if you are if you're trying to build muscle, it's much easier to say you need 1 gram of protein for 1 pound of lean weight rather than 2.2
Yeah, don't be tribal. Don't be measurement system tribalist, people. There's value in all and in both, and it's yeah, you're in a country that uses one. That's what you should use there because otherwise you will get in car crashes. I want to hear more of this guy. This is the best Tucker guest we've ever shown.
Yeah, and like you said, like don't be a tribalist. But I gotta say, always 16 centimeters sounds much better than 6 inches. Just saying.
That's the first thing I saw, and I'm like, why are they showing the thingy that way? But anyway, okay, this is a family show, people. Let's go back to the video.
It's a 10-size-fits-all mentality. Now, here's how it gets crazy. The French Revolution went all in for 10. They tried to impose a 10-day week. 100 hours, yes. 100 minutes, 100 seconds. They had a whole revolutionary calendar. Now, the metric system with its tens is what remains of their radicalism. Now, that sounds reasonable. Actually, counting by 10 is pretty good. We have 10 fingers. You can count your money in 10. It's good for abstract calculations. It's not great for measuring things in the real world. There's a reason why our measurement system has 12s, 8s, and 60s. It comes from ancient knowledge, ancient wisdom, from the Romans 12, from the Babylonians 60. Why? Because those numbers divide up evenly into thirds, fourths, halves, and enables common people to make calculations and to measure their lives without complex arithmetic. What's a third of a foot? It's 4 inches. What's a third of a meter? 33.3 something centimeters. It doesn't even add up. You see the problem right there.
I do see the problem, and I've never heard it as eloquently expressed as you just
Wait,
did.
wait. I don't see the problem. Why are you picking third? Why you Daniel?
I mean, I think that to some extent is like a fair point. It has been argued that like a 12-based number system is much better and more convenient to wrap yourself around. Again, specifically like the time system we have, which is based on the sort of like 12 number because it's much easier. Like 60 is much easier to divide than 100. But again, the fact that they're making such a big deal out of it, like this is. Like this doesn't matter. It like literally doesn't matter. Like this is for me like the argument like should you drive on the left or the right side of the road? It like doesn't matter. It's simply the only thing that matters when it comes to measurement system is communication. I think communicate. So as long as you can get across what you're trying to say, I think it's pretty much all the same. Like I don't think there's like inherently because people do the same thing about like Fahrenheit versus Celsius, right? It's like, well, it's much easier for like human mind to understand in Fahrenheit the amount of like temperature. And it's like maybe, I don't know, like how often do you like find yourself, you need to precisely tell. I mean people who live under Celsius can like if I tell you there's 35 degrees, you know what I mean. If I tell you it's 20 degrees, you know what I mean. If I tell you it's 0 degrees, you know what I mean. And same in Fahrenheit, right? Like if I tell you it's 100 or 70 or 40, you know what I'm trying to get across to you. So again, I think it's just funny the amount of like everything is a conspiracy, right? Like straight up, like this is where conspiratorial thinking is thinking. Again, assuming this is like a real segment, this is where conspiratorial thinking will get you. Because how did Tucker start it? They are forcing us to do it. Like there's this cabal, probably Jews, who's like forcing every single nation to adopt the metric system for some reason.
This was the French. This is back when, anti-Semitism was not the
Yeah, Robespierre.
Oh. Was he one of member of the tribe, as people say? Anyway, before we get back to this video, I know you might want to clip this, but we do have a war going on, so let's get some news and
Really? Can
then
we finish
come.
it?
Yes, but I want
We
to
have
go to
half
the
a
news.
minute.
I want to prioritize the news over the
I can
nonsense.
cut this part out, so
Okay,
it
great.
just gives me a little bit more work.
So the attack this morning on the underground bunker of Khamenei in Tehran happened after Israel got intelligence that at least one very senior figure in the Iranian regime was in that bunker. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the images, and we'll look at them, Daniel, if you can find them, let's show them, and if not, we'll show them later. But yeah, that they blew up a lot of stuff there, and it's kind of reminiscent of the Nasrallah killing. So, what is very senior official? Again, for me, my personal test is: have I heard this name before? Here's a name of somebody who. Oh, okay. This was a separate. So earlier, hours earlier, the Air Force tried to take out the senior advisor of Khamenei, Ali Hijazi. I don't know that name, but oh, and they are checking the regarding the results of that attack on the bunker. So let's hope whoever was there is with his 72 virgins already. Yeah, and again in Lebanon, people are saying things are bad, but I don't see. Yeah, I don't see anything really extraordinary yet. Okay. Oh, okay. This is just about Ali Hijazi, so that's not interesting. All right, let's go back to the. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super sticker.
Okay, let's check it out.
A lot of us heart to keep fighting against the global tyranny of the metric system. And bless you for that.
Well, thank you. You know, our system is quaint, but it's ours. It connects us to our ancestors through cups, through teaspoons and tablespoons. I can still cook the recipes of my grandparents. And it's that connection to the past that the French Revolution and the revolutionaries have always tried to destroy.
Yeah, I'll accept the kilometer when we accept the euro. Never. Thanks very much. Good to see you.
All right, thank you, Tucker.
Isn't this pronounced kilometer, or was that? Anyway, Tucker. Yeah, people who think Tucker was this super rational person who suddenly went crazy because Qatar is paying him. Qatar is very likely paying him. He's not crazy. He is evil, and he's finally found a way to make a footprint of his brand of evil in the world. Thank you, Jonathan, for the super sticker I mentioned before, which was actually, I'm not going to try to figure out what all of these are, but they are various foods. And we have another super sticker, another one, and another one. Jonathan is setting a trend here that is the only type of spam I support, the super chat spam. And it is 99-cent super chats, people. So yeah, it is affordable. I would think for everybody, even for trolls in the chat. Daniel, do you know if there are super stickers that are like offensive, like a middle finger super sticker or something like that that the trolls can get behind?
I don't
In which
know.
case,
I can
do it.
check. I know there are different hand gestures and hand movements. I don't know if it's. You can do a like. You can do this.
Send us a hot dog and we'll take offense. So
There's
yeah.
a poop emoji.
Yeah, all right, good. Yeah, trolls. Jonathan is the only one spamming in a good way. The trolls aren't even spamming in a bad way. That I mean, when they do that, I ban them. But yeah, okay. Let's. Oh, we're done with the Tucker video. Damn it.
We can
And
do
I
it
just
again.
no, thank you. But yeah. Thank you, Roland, for the Swiss francs. Roland says more super spam. By the way, Roland, I was thinking today, this is so off topic, but you know, our dinner last year when did you hear the spider story, Daniel, from my dinner
I
with
don't think
Roland?
so.
What? You did? Oh, you haven't. Okay. So we're sitting at an Italian restaurant in Zurich having a nice dinner, and the waitress, uh, don't get me started on food in Switzerland, but that was actually good.
How much did
Um,
it cost? 500 euro?
I don't remember, but these super stickers are more helpful now than they were before that dinner. So anyway, so the waitress is super chatty and she's talking about this spider that she once had, and it's like a huge spider in her apartment. And so she goes, gets a hotel room, calls her boyfriend, who's working late, and tells him to go kill the spider in her flat. So he says, sure, and then he goes at like 2 a.m. and then he calls her. And I'm like, I'm not killing that. And he goes to the hotel. So I'm like, I'm trying to join in on the conversation. I tell the story of when I saw a massive spider in my apartment like a decade ago, and I put a bowl over it and left it there for like a week or something like that. And Roland, correct me if I'm misrepresenting this, but her whole demeanor changed from like I have a boyfriend, but to you murderer, like you tortured an animal to death or something like that. And really showed me that, yes, I want to change the culture, but I'm not sure I fully understand how way off the current culture is. There is uh, another stream of super chats from Jonathan. Thank you for, I'm going to say the ones that I know. Birthday cake, uh, or cake. I don't know if that's birthday cake. Trees, popcorn, ice cream, and a bunch of other things. Burgers. Yeah. All right, Jonathan. The people who are not joining in on the trend uh, probably use the metric system. Daniel.
Wait, he sent a hot dog, peach, and a banana peel. I thought this is family friendly show.
Well, he's encouraging he's showing that the trolls can also use super chats because there are some that are and also the trolls must feel bad because usually there are a much higher percentage of the comments in the chat than they currently are because Jonathan is spamming with super chats. So, yeah, trolls, if you want to be noticed, you got to super chat.
Oh yeah, now I'm seeing from Trump that there's not gonna be any deal, just unconditional surrender.
I did mention that, but the thing about I don't mind a religious leader came after that. So
Okay, do you wanna play more stuff? Oh my God, Mandy Hassan. Oh no, this is before the war.
is that what you're about? What are you playing? I'm afraid of saying yes.
What?
Okay, I'm afraid of saying yes to the video, but I
No,
will.
it's before the war, so we're not playing
Before
stuff.
that, but I do want another video, but I'm going to address Linda's comment. Linda Cordair says in the chat, fundraising idea for ARCUK. Razi shaves his beard on air. First of all, I'm not going to shave this beard. At some point, it will have to be trimmed just because it's difficult to, eat and stuff with so much hair on your face. But no, it's not going to be it's not going to be shaven. It's not going to be on air.
Instagram story.
No. Well, I don't want to bring up that offensive joke that was once made, but so let's name the price and then discuss it.
I mean, I got a haircut.
Are you gonna shave that off for super chat?
No.
See?
Do you know how long this takes to grow? and still I cut it like almost. I cut a good 20 centimeters, no, like 15 centimeters, or 5.6 inches out of it.
Moody says you could do a sponsored shave. Well, that's what's being suggested. And again, like this, I trim my beard, from time to time, but I don't know that that's been, that's going to be a good content. I don't know it's going to be worth it. That's the thing. I want, I appreciate everybody's support. I want to create the kind of content that people want to keep supporting, not, okay, I gave a lot of money and this was such a disappointment. He just has hair clippers and he trimmed his hair. But um Deeper with Diego asks how much would it cost to shave Razi's beard and glue it on Daniel's face. Look, we mentioned we'd love to do 24/7 content someday, but we don't have the budget. I guesstimate it at about $1 million a year. If you want to sponsor that for the next decade, I think we can talk. Thank you, Jonathan, for another super chat. This is an even bigger super chat. So people, the stakes have been raised. Daniel, can you bring us back to some sort of semblance of war coverage?
Well, just quickly, Linda said that Daniel's been hitting the gym, and yeah, I posted a story on Instagram where I said I'll be going to gym until Iran's regime falls, and I put in Haga Navila, what is it? Haga Navila song in the background.
Have a Nagila.
Have a Nagila song in the background.
Oh, all right. I gotta check that out. Thank you, Nate, for the super chat. Nate says, watching Al Jazeera now is delightful, recommended. Yeah, I saw somebody post on Facebook saying it's fun to see them kind of struggle between their support for anybody who wants to kill Israel and the fact that the people who are now trying to kill Israel are also bombing the country that Al Jazeera is a propaganda tool of. Yeah, this is the problem of Muslims in the Middle East, who do you kill first, the Jews or the other Muslims that you don't like? It's a struggle, but the ultimate goal of theirs will be achieved, as in death. Did you say you had another video, or was the Mehdi Hassan one what you were considering?
I have
Yeah, I sent you
many.
some videos. Oh, didn't I send you what's her name? Rania what's her name? You know who I'm
Something like
talking
that.
about.
Yeah. Khalik.
Yeah. So I haven't watched it, but we have talked about her on this channel.
Really? Who is she?
Somebody who hates Jews. We've
Uh,
done episodes on her at least once.
you,
That's where I
do you
know her
know
from.
how little that narrows it down?
That is true. Yeah, there are many people who hate Jews, and one of our banned and back in a very similar username trolls said that she is awesome. Well, if you say so, then we will have to take a word for it. Thank you, Deeper with Diego, for the super chats. I like that the super chats are coming in. Thank you, Jonathan, also for inspiring this. But Deeper with Diego has been super chatting in recent days as well. Deeper with Diego says, Siri, I want to order a 12 pack of hamburgers, 14 hamburger buns, 1 pound bag of lemon sweets, 1 liter Coke Zero, cherry flavored, a Bic razor replacement for the one I broke in the shower last night. Thank you for the shopping list. Daniel. I need to tune into your late night streams with Deeper with Diego, I think, at some point.
You shouldn't. A lot of non-safe for work stuff is happening there, especially
Oh.
with Diego. He's like off the chains.
From what I see in the chat, I'm not surprised, but yeah, it sounds like it's good off the chain. So
this woman, Rania Khalik, she wrote for The Nation, The Gray Zone, The Intercept, Electronic Intifada, RT. I mean, what a journalist. Oh, she's Druze, apparently. Well, looks like not all of them are that good.
Yeah, that's a resume for well, it'll get you places in all the wrong places.
Oh, and she was on Piers Morgan with Alan Dershowitz.
I'm trying to
And Gideon Levy. Oh, is that what we watched?
maybe I'm trying to remember where we saw her. It could I my first thought was it was on Owen Jones. It could have been a different Arab woman in an English speaking country who might also look similar. Uh, I think you remember the Owen Jones video where he talks about how there were no rapes and all of that on October 7th, but there are a bunch of rapes going on in Gaza because that's what Jews do. And either her or whoever it was that I'm confusing her with, yeah, was the person explaining that.
Well, I'd say if we do that, let's do that as like a full video because the clip is a bit long, and I have a few things before that.
All right. Yeah, well, maybe. Look, that's the thing. If I haven't watched it. And I don't want to guarantee going through a whole thing because what happened with Owen Jones a couple of days ago when we started
just
playing.
won't.
What?
But then we just won't. I mean,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you said you had a couple things before.
so this is Hassan Piker with California governor candidate Tom Steyer on Israel.
What I think is this. I think that this Israeli government has been trying to take over the entire country and expel the Palestinians and take over the whole thing, kit and caboodle. And that's what they've been doing for a long time. It's absolutely wrong. There's no question there. And they're willing to commit war crimes to do it. That's what I think. And that's been going on for a long time.
So you don't want to make it.
Can I just, before he continues,
You're not.
Can I just point out that the most offensive word these people misuse isn't genocide or famine or, Zionist when they mean Jews. It's think. Because no, you don't think any of these things. You don't think, period. What you do is you regurgitate propaganda of the most evil tyrants on the planet and present it in a sort of way that you think will appeal to really the lowest elements of people within Western countries. And yeah, it might work. It does, unfortunately.
Not committing to the term genocide.
I don't actually, do I think, you tell me if this is what it means, because it's sort of like socialism, if you excuse my saying so.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think they're trying to kill all the Palestinians? No.
No,
I think I don't. I think they're trying to expel the Palestinians from the country, that they're trying to have one state.
That would be genocidal intent.
I don't know what that is, but that's what they're trying to do.
That is a genocidal intent.
They're clearly trying to take over the West Bank. They're clearly trying to take over Gaza. They're willing to, go to extreme, merciless lengths in order to do that. Hassan, that's what there's a history that's 10 years of doing that.
Well, it's longer than 10 years.
Well, whatever. Yes.
Started off with ethnic cleansing in 1948, but
there's
okay. Do you notice this guy? Has like his spiel on what he thinks Israel is doing, and it's all things that for these people, is considered really bad and so on. But he doesn't really tick all the boxes of Palestinian propaganda. So he doesn't say genocide enough, and the guy, Hassan Piker, keeps interrupting him. Well, it's genocide. You got to say genocide. Even if they kick him out, it's genocide. It's genocidal intent. Yeah, I'm an international lawyer. And then the what was it that he said afterwards? My brain isn't working. I'm wondering if the steak in the morning is not a good idea. But we'll.
You have the lard or whatever, the broth.
I didn't have the broth because there was a whole story behind it. I will explain to you off the air, but I made it wrong, I think. But I had a steak with.
I thought you scorched your tongue. That was it.
That was yesterday.
Oh. Managed to do something
anyway, whatever I had in the morning is made my brain forget my second point there. But there was one, and it was good. So tomorrow I will not start the day with a ribeye and 4 eggs.
Yeah, I mean, again, when it comes to, what Hassan is saying, like, it reminds me, when it comes to Six-Day War, when did Six-Day War happen? Maybe somebody can remind me in the chat.
1967.
67. I wasn't able to hold my
Like,
laugh.
how does Daniel not remember the year? And then I remembered, yeah, Daniel may be wise beyond his years, but he is still one of the youth.
I almost wasn't able to hold my laugh even long enough for somebody to jump in. But yeah, again, like, yeah, what you said, like, it can't just be Israel is bad, right? It has to be Israel is the worst in history. Like, that is the line that Hassan is pushing, and that is the line that they want to enforce. Like, just a reminder, when it comes to nicknames for the presidential candidates, it was Genocide Joe and Genocide Harris because of their support for Israel. That was the nickname given to them by the left. So if you think, again, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were too pro-Israeli, what does that say about your position? What does that say about your stance when it comes to Israel? When it can, and even generally, like, you have like, what were the third party candidates? I mean, we covered them, right? We covered Jill Stein, and who was the libertarian candidate? I always forget his name. Somebody can remind me. But both of them were the anti-genocide candidates, even the libertarian one, right? Like, we are going to stop Israel from doing a genocide. And again, there is no adherence to reality. Well, like you said, or general, like it's all like broad, like Israel wants to kick out Palestinians. Well, in what specific way? And also, why is that a bad thing? Like, you're not even covering that. You're not even saying why it's necessarily bad. There is no. I mean, again, we have to look at the conflict. When they try to say that Israel has been doing that for decades, and it's like, no, it's been going on from 47. It's been going on this whole time. But again, there's no adherence to reality. Palestinians were the ones who have been fighting against Israel from the day it has been founded. It's the Arab states that have been relentlessly attacking Israel and have been failing. I mean, that's what at the end of the day it is. You have failed to wipe out Israel several times, and now you're, I mean, straight up crying that you're feeling the consequences of some of your actions. Again, Israel is lenient. Like, when nations in the past tried to wipe out the other nation, you didn't get to go under military occupation and then become a citizen of that country. You didn't get to stay in the region, have Israel, allow you to work in Israel, allow you to travel, give you after 67, give you even the full rights outside of or full recognition as a permanent resident outside of straight up citizen, which would come eventually if they stayed in. Like, that doesn't happen. When a nation tried to wipe out somebody else, you just got genocided. That's always what happened. Like, you straight up, either all of your people were killed or they were forced out of the region. That is what always happened. Like, go ask Circassians how they feel about, how well Russia treated them when they lost the war. And that's not the war. Technically, they even started. But again, Palestinians try to wipe out Israel and somehow are still around to tell us about it.
Okay, let's go back to the clip, and if my mind gives up again, I'm gonna go get a coffee, because that's actually something else I didn't drink today, and maybe that's it.
There's no more clip. There's like 7 seconds.
Oh, can you rewind a little bit so I can maybe remember what it was
Sure.
that I was gonna say something about? Unfortunately, it might not be that interesting, but just in case.
Willing to, go to extreme merciless lengths in order to do that. Hassan, that's what there's a history that's 10 years of doing that.
And that was it.
Yeah.
No, you forgot to say it didn't start on October 7th. It started in 1948. Like that, he's like, he's obsessively afraid that somebody might. Also, the timeline, in their minds, kind of, I guess, plays towards Israel's favor. Like, this is why they can tell you on the one hand, in the same breath, like Israel killed 70,000 Palestinians, and of course they're referring to Hamas numbers since October 7th, and then, oh, it didn't start on October 7th. It's been a genocide since 1948. And as I always say, remember, the real Nakba, the real disaster for these people who are anti-Israel was not 1948, the establishment of the State of Israel. It was 1945, the end of Nazi Germany, before the job that Hitler started had been completed. That, for them, is the real disaster. That's why they desecrate a Churchill monument with Zionist Zionist war criminal. What is his Zionist war crime? He allowed the Jews to survive. He allowed the Jews to live, to get to the point where they have their own state. One state. That is his horrible, horrible crime.
Maybe we can just finish it just so there's like few more.
Started off with ethnic cleansing in 1948, but
that's what's going on. I don't know I honestly don't know what genocide means, but what I do know is they are trying to end up controlling the whole state, period.
Okay, so he's just trying to again, like, this is disgusting. Like, this is a candidate for I don't know if Tom Steyer, I mean, maybe I can just quickly look it up. I don't know if he's independent or if he's candidating for member of the Democratic Party, so presumably he would be running as a Democrat. But this is why Democrats are losing. They're trying to appease this, like, I mean, I'm sorry, but like dipshit leftist progressives who won't even vote for them. Like, I'm somebody who's like following Hassan and generally the sort of what's happening in the Democratic more, and these people hate the Democrats. Like, they don't like them. They don't vote for them. I think, and I'm not like this big savior of Democratic Party. It can get annihilated for all I care. But I don't want to lose it to a bunch of like progressives. If I can keep the Democratic Party more reasonable, I want both parties to be more reasonable in that stance. So it's absolutely, I mean, Democrats have like faulted themselves for trying to appease a bunch of anti-American people. Oh, by the way, Tom Steyer is half Jewish, it looks like, from his father's side. So I'm sure Hassan Piker didn't mind that.
Well, if anybody wants to look him up on Twitter and see how many times he mentions that before he says things like this. But yeah, he said I don't know what genocide means. You really don't know what genocide means? Genocide is the word you're now supposed to use about Israel. The idea of somebody on that side of the left not immediately parroting the Israel is committing genocide thing, that is gonna be bad for him. And yeah, this clip, I don't know what the whole thing looked like.
I mean,
this clip did not look like Hassan was too happy with this guy.
I mean, to some extent, I think this is better from, like, even I don't think even the Democratic Party, because again, like, Democratic Party is not just all the crazies on the left. It's everybody from, well, it's barely even the people on the left, but it's everybody from like nearly independent to people who might have even voted for Trump in the last election. Then, right? So it is also people who are pro-Israelis. So I don't think this strategy is going to help. I don't think Israel or even Democrats are benefiting from being so anti-Israel, especially as the full-on progressives are. Like, I don't think Democratic Party would benefit from going more into like Ilhan Omar type of a stance on Israel rather than even somebody like Joe Biden, which again is still like bad from our perspective, but I think it's still much better from the
Roman asks, why does he not know what genocide means? I would suspect that he knows exactly what genocide means, which is why he's uncomfortable with the misuse of it, but his views are still so anti-Israel, and the people he's appealing to are so anti-Israel that he's not going to say it. Kind of like Corbyn when he ran in was it 2017, whenever 2015, 2015, I think it was. He ran twice as leader, but yeah, he's an ideologue. He was more of an ideologue than any party leader, maybe since Thatcher, but of the two main parties. But the thing he wouldn't talk about is Brexit. Brexit, it was impossible to get anything out of him. It was the biggest issue in the country. And he wouldn't talk about it because he was for it, and too much of the left was against it. Like most of the left, except the unions, was against it. Corbyn was for it because protect British jobs and all that crap. I'm guessing that's his reasoning. That's the union reasoning, and yeah, that's Corbyn's people. So yeah, even the most ideological. I mean, look at I don't know if it's only my timelines that are filled with still with all these people of the European left saying, yeah, Pedro Sanchez, stand up to America and all that. Still, well, he stood up to America for a few hours and then capitulated. So yeah,
Yeah, and some people in the chat says this guy, I think he's pandering, right? Because what did he say? He basically said Israel is doing a genocide, right? It's trying to wipe out every single person from the region, every single Palestinian from the region. Well, that's genocide. That's kind of what it is. So he doesn't want the baggage. He doesn't want he's somebody running for a political office, right? He doesn't want an article saying this guy said Israel is committing a genocide. So, but he wants the credit from the people who are listening to him right now as like, but I am on your side, right? I am saying that that they are committing genocide, but I just don't want to say it. So you just have to read between the lines. I mean, in a way, it reminds me of, you remember the debate we did, or we covered on Lex Friedman, the Israeli-Palestinian debate with Benny Moritz, Destiny, Finkelstein, and Rabbani. And there was a question about did IDF kill people on October 7th? Did IDF kill civilians? And Destiny was trying to pin Rabbani on, okay, how many people do you think they killed? And I think what Rabbani was basically trying to balance, because I think for Rabbani, he wanted to say that all the people on October 7th were killed by the IDF, and he wanted to preserve that. He wanted to go to the people with that, but obviously he couldn't say that because it's a ridiculous statement to say. But his people are so crazy that they do believe it. So he had to balance the thing where he cannot say that all people on October 7th were killed by the IDF, but he needed to say something like that, so then he can say, well, I did kind of say that. So I think that's what we're saying, is like people who are not honest with themselves, and like straight up, like that's why like nobody is going to come out as like anti-Semite, like ever. But like with the things they say, like, okay, you are anti-Semitic, you're just refusing to say that for some reason. No, not for some reason. It's because anti-Semitism, obviously, as any bigotry, has baggage with it, because it's ridiculous. Like even racists are not gonna go out of their way to like say they're racist. They will hide behind, well, they have lower IQ average or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, the Owen Jones style views are much easier to push when it's just an Owen Jones fast talking and saying things like Israel deliberately targeted a girls' school, which of course we now apparently heard it's likely not Israel that dropped the bomb on the school, which was next door to a munitions factory or depot. So yeah, deliberately targeted. Do you expect Owen Jones to pull that video off his channel? Do you expect Owen Jones to issue a correction? No, Owen Jones isn't going to do that, because there was a video of him out there saying that Israel deliberately targeted a girls' school and killed 180 girls. And people will hear it. People will hear it tomorrow. It'll get views a week from now. It'll get views a year from now. And it's out there. And the people Owen Jones wants listening to this aren't the people who are gonna Google it and see if it is true or if it is complete blood libel. It's gonna be people who are gonna hear that and say, "What? Again? because I've heard so many other stories about the Jews targeting hospitals and schools, and now they're targeting, and they did it in Gaza, and now they're doing it in Iran. The Jews are even more evil than I ever imagined, and some of these people, again, their next course of action isn't going to be isn't going to be uh, uh, you know, Googling, isn't going to be researching, isn't going to be talking to people and asking. It's going to be action. For some of them, it's going to be action of just, marching in the street and blocking the roads on a Saturday in London, hanging out with their buddies and cheering and singing. For others, it's going to be attacking synagogues or attacking, Israeli restaurants or just random Jews. And any of those is a success for Owen Jones. We are joined by Jonathan again, who came in mid rant. But yeah, yeah. So, Jonathan, do you want to, if Daniel has a video for us to discuss, and we can discuss that. Thanks again, Jonathan, by the way, for the super chat spam, the only kind of good spam. And yeah, super chat spam is even better than non-spam. Uh, we appreciate it. We thank the people who joined in. It wasn't many, but every little helps, as Tesco says.
I do have a few more clips, but I do have to run away for a second. Can you guys keep the fort?
Yes. Jonathan,
I'll be right back.
let me look at some news updates and see if anything. I mean, the recent updates are okay. There's an alert about a drone flying in to the north of Israel. That's going to happen. There's drones, there's rockets, there's um yeah, I don't see any updates since then. Oh, there's footage that I'll try to send. Oh, I did send Daniel. Hang on a second. Yeah, we will see this maybe when Daniel returns, of what is happening in Dahia in Ooh. Oh, wow. I want to share this. That makes me a bit more optimistic that things are going well. The IDF are planning weeks more of bombings. It's not going to take years, but it's not going to end tomorrow morning, is the quote. Another quote: "This is an important move against the military industries of Iran." Okay, so far 6,500 munitions dropped compared to 4,000 in the 12 days of the 12-day war. And again, they are saying that 60% of all of Iran's launchers have been destroyed. And they say we are, flying around and hunting down more. There are hundreds. So it's not ending anytime soon. But again, it's not just Israel that's under fire, which is some really, unless we are going to see some brilliant 4D chess, it's not, I think, beneficial to Iran, and it's very beneficial to the good guys. So, yeah, Jonathan.
Just a thought that, what two thoughts. One is that, what you want to see and what we'll hopefully want to see in the coming days is brigades of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard themselves surrendering, waving the white flag. I mean, that would be a great sign to see. And number two, just a thought that as we cheer on the IDF and American servicemen, I have to say that I also think, and my thoughts really are with their families as well. They've got kids who are out there fighting for the security of the West, of America and of Israel, but of the West writ large, and definitely thinking about their families as well as them right now.
Daniel, I know you're about to play something, but I want to read this really great sort of summary that one of the trolls in the chat puts. He says BBC reports genocide scholars conclude Israel committing genocide. International Association of Genocide Scholars, Omar Bartov, Israeli genocide scholar, B'Tselem, and Physicians for Human Rights say same. You can use a period or a comma here and there, but whatever. Yeah. So the just quickly, Daniel, I am correct that the International Association of Genocide Scholars is the one where you to become a genocide scholar you need to pay $30 membership. That's it. Um, and that as demonstration of that, somebody went on and became a scholar under the name Adolf Hitler, and he is one of those scholars that this person is now mentioning as a resource. But B'Tselem, we have done plenty of work on them. Yes, there are many people who claim that they are experts in something that for the likes of you, troll in the chat, and others who are with you on this, is all you need. You don't need to explain the meaning of the word genocide. You don't need to explain, how the Palestinians who started this war choose to continue it at every second are torturing, you know, uh, torturing hostages, committed the worst atrocities in the world, suddenly became victims in a war that they could stop at any second. All you need to do is say other people said so, and here are their credentials that they gave themselves. Yeah, that is not just an insight on your view on this. It's everything we need to know about your mind and how you choose to use it. Daniel, yeah, you've been wanting to say something for a while.
Even Israeli human rights organization B'Tselem says Israel is committing a genocide. That's all you need to know.
Yep. True. Okay, do you have a video?
Sure, I have something. Do you wanna watch some propaganda?
Sure.
Oh, this one is a short one from the IDF.
Ain't nothing like me. About to catch another fight. Apple bottom make 'em wanna bite. Ain't nothing like me.
I think I had something ER actually sent me. I watched a little bit of it. It's pretty fun.
Wait. It's not the video from Iran, is it?
What video from Iran?
The one that says people are escaping but shows dead bodies.
No.
Okay.
This was a response to Trump says there will be no deal with Iran but unconditional surrender.
This is Last Horseman. Who is this?
This is Flaming Dragon!
Oh, okay. Flaming Dragon. Fuckface. First, take a big step back and literally fuck your own face! Now, I don't know what kind of pan-Pacific bullshit power play you're trying to pull here, but Asia, Jack, is my territory. So whatever you're thinking, you better think again. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to head down there, and I will rain down on a godly fucking firestorm upon you.
All right, Daniel. I'm sure there's a point to it, but please have me verify EL videos in the future. But what we can show is if you want the stuff that I posted on Instagram, and then we'll give another news update, and then let's watch one of the longer videos that we were gonna go through today. Maybe Rania Kalik.
I do have one more video from Piers Morgan.
With whom?
Emily Schrader and Omar Badar.
From when?
They are talking about school in Iran, so I assume. And I haven't seen this. Gotta be from yesterday.
Fine. Let's check it out.
We don't have to do it.
I mean, look, let's check it out. Yeah, I always wonder how the Israelis or people on the Israel side can talk to such people, but it's a skill. Let's enjoy it to the extent we can.
And sorry, one more thing I want to mention about Omar is that he seems completely outraged about schoolgirls dying, yet he said nothing about the fact that IRGC poisoned schoolgirls in 2022, or the more than 30,000 protesters, including children, who have already been executed or shot in the streets during the protests in January.
You know what happened? There were peaceful protests against the Iranian government over the economy, an economy, by the way, that Scott Bessent, the U.S. official,
nonsense, and you're repeating IRGC propaganda. I'm sorry, it's nonsense. It is not just economics. Listen to what the Iranians are saying.
Emily,
Why do you think you know better?
Tell the truth. Emily, you need to let me finish my sentence. You can't just jump down my throat every time I say something that you don't want the audience to hear.
Then
so let me finish my
lying.
sentence. There were largely peaceful protesters who are against their own government. And you know what Israel did? It's Mossad armed people within Iran to set fire to schools,
There
to
is
set
zero
fire to mosques,
evidence
and turn
of
this into
Zero.
riots for the sake of making this violent.
Zero.
And you know what
For 47 years,
that
these people have been
Iranians
rising
who
in
are
the streets to
protesting the
protest
government
against their
withdrew from
regime, and
that.
you
It
take
would be
all
interesting. You know
away
what? You know what? It would be interesting to actually kind of keep pushing on that zero evidence. And if you're going to have a conversation with a person like this, which again you shouldn't, because ew. Keep pushing. You made a factual statement. Give us the evidence for your facts. This reminds me of we had a troll in the chat yesterday telling people they should read Marx and insulting people who haven't, and so on. And the troll said you should start with Das Kapital. And I asked, why not start with On the Jewish Question? The guy denied that seemed to not even address whether or not there was such an essay, but of course said Marx was a Jew, couldn't have been an anti-Semite. I kept pushing back, say something on the essay on the Jewish question. Was it not written? Was it not written by Marx? Did he not mean it? Couldn't get an answer, and I promise you, she wouldn't get an answer from this guy if she kept pushing. I banned the troll. You can't ban this guy, which is why the conversation itself, I don't see why it makes sense. And if it does, all you have to do, I don't know what she does, by the way. Maybe she does this in the coming minutes, but double down on demand that he provide evidence for the claim that the regime that has death to Israel and America in its slogan, that has been slaughtering its people, not for 2 months, for 47 years. They just really stepped it up for a couple of days in January, and are still doing it, just not in those numbers. Why it is not them, who are responsible for it, but it's actually the Jewish state that just wants Jews to live.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know how you have conversation with dishonest people. She said, Iran or the IRGC killed tens of thousands of civilians in Iran, and what he goes to say, well, it was just peaceful protests for the economic situation that, by the way, Israel America is responsible for. Which again, why is there an obligation for the West to trade with Iran? Especially Iran that is actively trying to destroy the West. I think sanctions were absolutely appropriate. Iran is not only suffering the consequences of the sanctions, they are mismanaging their own economy. Their own rial is completely flattened. It's not even traded anymore. So they are responsible for their own situation. And yeah, of course. And why is what is this implication, right? That what was it? Mossad armed Iranian protesters to stand up against the regime. So there's no good justification that you cannot explain why people would stand up against an oppressive regime, like people did in Budapest. When was it? 56. That was brutally suppressed. What was that? Also CIA? During the Prague Spring, was that also CIA? Anytime, Tiananmen Square, was that also a CIA operation? Anytime people stand up to an oppressive government, it's Mossad or CIA. It's never actually people not wanting to live under an oppressive regime.
Yeah. Again, what he's accusing Israel of is doing a good thing, but he has zero evidence that they did it. Arming these protesters would have been a great thing. then maybe they wouldn't have been slaughtered in those numbers, and they could have fought back, and maybe the people tasked with oppressing them would rethink whether they want to put their life on the line. It's much easier when you have a gun and the other person doesn't. When there are guns on both sides, you might reconsider your choice there. And again, if you're the one starting the fight against somebody who's completely innocent. So yeah, it's but I go back to, with the Palestinians, the way it's being portrayed, the way it was being framed, the way Netanyahu chose to take part in the conversation in The Hague about genocide, like weeks after October 7th, a conversation not about whether the Palestinians are genocidal, which is not even a conversation that needs to be had. You just need to listen to them and you get your answer as a resounding yes. But a conversation about whether Israel's half-assed first responses also already constitute its own genocide with no mention whatsoever for the fact that it's a war that was started by the side that is supposedly a victim and continues the war. Here it is not easy to frame Iran as some sort of victim country when it's so obvious, and it's also difficult to get the framing from within for anybody who is supporting them, like we get from Palestinians who are on the side of Hamas and tell us how they're victims, because you don't get that stuff from Iran. I mean, there's I saw something about, Western social media influencers that Iran paid to come there and sort of whitewash how they are. But I don't know to what extent that is a thing, and I don't think any of these people are doing that. These people are just propagandists for any totalitarian regime fighting against a Western country, but specifically any totalitarian regime trying to kill Jews in the Jewish state. Should we watch more of this? Or do you have any comment before we watch more of this?
More of what? Sorry, I was watching clips.
The Piers Morgan stuff.
I think there's only like few seconds left.
Oh, I want more. Well, first of all, I want to see those few seconds because I want to see how much she doubles down on it, on like this specific despicable point that he's making a factual statement he has zero evidence for, and it's a lie. Whether it's a lie he invented or it's a lie he heard somewhere else, because I've heard that lie before. It is an absolute lie, and to what extent is he being called out on it?
Zero evidence
and turned
of
this into riots for the sake of making this violent. And you
Zero.
know
For 47 years,
that
these people have been rising in the streets to protest against their regime, and you take all agency away from them. You take all agency away from them and say, oh, it's not them, it's Mossad. This is
let me finish my
disgusting.
sentence, but everybody knows that you don't.
We could look up the original.
Yeah, we can do that. We should do that. And I go back to, this is a moment where, you can, without completely transforming people's, or moving people in the direction of having completely transformed their own thinking on a fundamental basis, pointing out at the very least with their own sense of decency, the evil of these people. Now, the fact that he's talking about decency in an argument where he's advocating for a regime that slaughters its own people and wants to slaughter apparently everybody everywhere, because they're just firing on Muslims as well. They want to just slaughter. And this is what he's defending.
Do you want to watch more?
Before that, I did post on Instagram some stuff from Iran. If you can get that stuff, and it's an answer to this guy, and it's good context if we're then going to watch the whole segment on Piers Morgan.
Post where?
Instagram stories.
You have a lot of them.
I think one or two. I think maybe the Marco Rubio one was, which I lost followers for, by the way, for sharing a Marco Rubio video. I think the next one or the next ones, I think, are all Iran. and I'm happy to play all of them. Maybe one by one.
Okay, I think I have it.
ایران دارم میرم بیرون، نه برای خودم، برای پسرامون، برای آیندگان، بدونن شاید هیچ کاری نکردیم براشون، شاید زودتر از اینا به قدم برمی‌داشتیم، ولی برای آزادی و جان داد. دیر و زود داره، سوخت و سوز نداره. بابا مادر خیلی دوستتون دارم. نمیدونم چه اتفاقی میفته، نمیدونم چی میشه. داداش آبجی خیلی دوستتون دارم، خیلی. جاوید شاه.
Okay, so this guy was this is from Iran International. He was killed in those protests, and according to the person you just heard, he deserved to be killed because he was sent and armed by Mossad, something that the scum who said it provided zero evidence for, and then took the moral high ground and asked for decency for anybody questioning whether his celebration of the murder of this person and tens of thousands of others for protesting is wrong. Have you no decency that you criticize this murder? That is the bottom line of what these people are saying. Nobody on Piers Morgan is going to call them out on it, except maybe Goldie and Elika, but they're not on. Well, they are on from time to time. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the sort of like the paradox of it, right? Because you cannot engage with this. And I've seen Omar Badar in multiple discussions. He's a completely dishonest person who doesn't take, who's not interested in like an actual discussion. He is a propagandist. So, yeah, I mean, when it comes to Iran, the only thing he focuses, like, he's a defender of Iranian regime. Like, again, it's not insane the idea that Iranian people would want to or not even Iranian people, any, like, we had the whole Arab Spring, which again was not necessarily in every single country even a good thing or anything, but like it was people standing up in masses. It's not uncommon to see. I mean, even in America, right, a free country, you have big or even giant protests. It's like I don't know why it's what was BLM like funded by like IRGC or something? Like, is that the only way, or the rioters specifically? But the rioters just funded by IRGC. Like, is that the only way why something would happen? Like, there's no good, and I'm repeating myself, but like no good justification why Iranians, many of them who have fled in the past, but why they would want to go into streets. I mean, even just go back, right? Like, people stood up to Shah's regime, right? There was a whole revolution against that. So, again, give me a break. This idea that, the only reason, one, that the only reason people would stand up, and two, that the only reason why IRGC would kill people is that, they just cared about the property rights of the people whose property was being vandalized. Like, come on, give me a break about this. It's not honest.
Okay, I don't remember the stories specifically that I shared, but I do remember that this wasn't the first one that was on my mind. So I think there's at least one or two more there. Let's check them out. And remember them in the context of what we're about to watch. I encourage viewers to remember them. I don't know if I can with the brain fog of morning ribeye, but I will be making a cup of coffee. I think, Daniel, I might join from my phone when we start watching Piers Morgan, just so I can go make a cup of coffee and then I'll be back. But yeah, let's watch this.
شما چیه؟ در مکه
استادم بگی
بابا اینقدر جلو نباش
Yeah, Roman, thank you for reminding me that water is also an option. I think that's the context of that comment, but in any case, yeah. You know, we have, I'm not going to give the details, but we have our own Ayatollah is Dead party coming up here in London. And if the Mossad is paying for all these parties, why aren't we getting that kind of funding? But yeah, I'm assuming this guy would tell you, no, they're not really happy, or the Mossad, they were Mossad agents, they were Mossad funded. I don't know what exactly they would say, but let's look at, if I remember correctly, what the next video is. Some more people that the scum on Piers Morgan's show would tell you are Mossad funded.
Maybe.
What? It's the one, I think it's, well.
Yeah, I know. It's just Instagram is being stupid.
Oh, all right. Well,
there we go.
Something with you. It looked terrifying, didn't it? But for us, every missile means something different. For us, each one is revenge for the brothers and sisters this regime killed, for decades of executions, for the dreams this regime crushed, for the girls this regime abused for years, for the political prisoners kept in the darkest cells, for the young people who are no longer beside us, for the mothers who buried their children, for the fathers who held their tears until no one was watching, for the students beaten in their own universities, for the kisses given in fear, for the last messages sent before the internet went dark. For years, millions had to say goodbye to home and build a life far from everything they loved. But do you know what is truly terrifying? A regime that can kill at least 32,000 people in a short time, and the world barely covers it. Terrifying is watching so-called human rights representatives shake hands with those who killed our people. Terrifying is the silence when thousands were massacred, and now suddenly voices rise to say no to war and blame America and Israel. But the truth is, we welcome their military support. What is truly terrifying is this regime staying in power. Our demand is clear: the complete end of this regime and a political transition shaped by the voices now rising in Iran's streets.
by the way, sometimes things get lost in the sort of enormous amounts of lies that the advocates of this regime and the mass murder it commits throw out there. And one of them is the whole Mossad armed them. Is there any reason to believe that many of these protesters were armed? Or, like, did I miss something? He did say armed them, right?
Yeah, again, just a reminder, Molotov cocktails are pretty easy to make. You don't need advanced knowledge of
That's
this.
not what he meant. Who says armed about Molotov cocktails?
No, I'm saying like the opposite. Like even and again, we don't know like full scale of the violence that happened, but my understanding there were like things set on fire, right? But I don't remember any like gunshots. I mean, there were guns and shots from the IRGC rifles and the police force. There were also gunshots into the police officers who refused to shoot at protesters. I remember that, but I don't remember the protesters shooting at anybody. I think at most, again, I remember things being set on fire. That's the largest amount of destruction that I know. So again, I think this would look much different if the protesters had weapons.
Yeah, Roman says also they took weapons from killed IRGC, etc. And Bonnie says it seems like all major news sources are saying in the last several minutes about Trump saying unconditional surrender. Has he said anything to contradict that since? Yes, at least in terms of when I saw the reports coming, I saw this report before we saw the report that he is okay with a religious leader as long as what did he say? He's good to us or something like that. Something uh something.
Don't remember.
There's a scenario in which he's good with a religious leader, which of course does not mean unconditional surrender unless look, I don't know. It could mean a sort of unconditional surrender where actually the US controls everything. I think uh I think the Trump version of an Iran that is still with the current regime would only happen after like the whatever weapons they still have to be destroyed. It's still absolutely terrible and a betrayal of the people that you promised you were going to help out and then were slaughtered by the tens of thousands and then you still didn't help them out for nearly 2 months afterwards. So but yeah, I can't imagine it stopping today because the right person said the right thing. So within within the range of bad things that could happen, I don't think the absolute worst of stopping now and letting them survive is coming, but unfortunately it might be coming soon. And unfortunately, like we said in yesterday's debate, the one thing we all agreed on is we're not doubting Israel's resolve, but we are doubting Trump's resolve. And he's giving us reasons, but he's giving us reasons in some of his rhetoric, and then some of the rest of his rhetoric is unconditional surrender, uh, and the actions fit the unconditional surrender rhetoric more than the rest of the stuff. But Daniel, I think I had one more, and I remind people the context. But no, that's the last story I had on my. Oh, okay, all right. I definitely there was another I was thinking of, but maybe it's something I saved rather than posted. Are we going to watch Pierce Morgan? If so, is that the next thing we're doing?
We could, yes.
Yeah, okay, let's do that. But before we do that, I want to see if there is any news because that is the priority. Yes, there is news. So a few minutes ago, there were, oh wow, there's a long list of places in mostly the center of Israel where there have been, there are sirens. So people there are right now in the bunkers, hopefully. Ooh, people in the chat will like this one. And I'm sure so will AOC. I know AOC will because I heard her say it yesterday. The head of the Iranian parliament said that Trump still doesn't understand the magnitude of the disaster that he has brought upon himself and American soldiers. I'm translating this from Hebrew, and it was translated for somewhere else, so bear that in mind. The fate of Iran will be determined only by the Iranian people, not by the Epstein gang. Funny, yeah. Scum can be funny too from time to time. Oh, I know what else I want to show. Let's have some good stuff in between the bad stuff, and Pierce is pretty bad. I sent you some stuff from Lebanon. Let's go through the images, and I think there's a video there which I haven't watched. This is from the Hia quarter in Beirut, which, a reminder, yesterday got an evacuation order for four neighborhoods within that that quarter of Beirut. It's unprecedented. That whole place is Hezbollah. There was panic yesterday. Why there was an evacuation order, I do know, but I find it unfortunate, but I find this, better than what Israel was doing before with Lebanon, which is very little. So let's look at the images.
So this whole website is written in Minecraft Ancient Table, but I assume that's what you meant. This one?
Yes. Let's watch whatever this video is. It says it's a multi-story building that was.
واضح في صف بنايات هل عم لك يعني في صف بنايات نزل 2 أو 3 بكل هالقوة وكمية التفجير والدمار اللي وقعت، ولكن طبعا أقل من
الاغتيالات الكبيرة. أقل من قصة السيد حسن
أقل من الاغتيالات
وهاشم صفي الدين طبعا.
Yes, but maybe pause the other one. That's. Wait. What is this? This is Iran, I'm assuming. Yes. That is a ballistic missile launcher that will launch no more ballistic missiles. But this is after it launched ballistic missiles, but that's how it goes. Okay, I think we're watching it in a loop.
Yep.
Oh no, it's long, but it is in a loop.
I think it's a loop, yeah.
Yeah, let's watch let's look at the can you enlarge the pictures? That's not what I meant, but I'll take it. Okay, yeah. Big explosions. There is that place is smoking. Next.
Is this like a ghost city, or is this? Well, no, I guess it just looks kind of bad from distance, but
No, that's just how they build. And
a
presumably
lot of
there's been
solar
a lot of
panels.
bombing going on there.
At least they go for carbon zero.
Yeah, I'm sure it's perfectly. Wait, was there a video at the end there?
Nope, these are all images. Nice. Oh no, all images.
All right. I'm waiting for you to tell me something that isn't Piers Morgan, but apparently that's not happening. So let's take a look.
I mean, I could find something.
No, I think the Piers Morgan. People tune into his stuff because it's like the main place where you can see known figures that are pro-Israel and known figures that are anti-Israel talk to each other. It is always very, very skewed by Piers and his people towards the Palestinians. Especially when it's about when it's about Iran, it's a bit more difficult for him. But when it's about Gaza, it was difficult for him at the beginning. You saw that he was like, you have to condemn October 7th, you have to condemn Hamas. He became sort of a joke in the anti-Israel people because he demanded condemnations for Hamas, but he kept condemning the everything Israel did, things like Hamas hiding terrorists and munitions in a ambulance and Israel bombing it. He's talking about Israel bombing the ambulance. He's not talking about the fact that it's just a car that is being used to transport things and people that kill, that will no longer kill. Yes, that car will also no longer be used as an ambulance, but I'd say that is a worthy trade. Piers would say it is not. Yeah, Starhopper says political Jerry Springer, absolutely. But the problem is it has the pretense, I think, to an extent that it is not.
When I listen to the jihadi American women version of The View.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but it's a panel where Anna Kasparian is on, and there's 3 different women also.
How long is it?
The whole clip is 5 minutes.
We promised the people Piers. But okay, you know what? Let's start because I don't think we'll make
and
it.
I also have Blinken.
What?
I have Blinken.
No, thanks. Maybe later. Yeah, play the Anna one. We'll pause it, and then we'll go to.
Who used to work for the Iran-backed newspaper Al Akbar
in
Isn't he
Beirut and
also
contributed
Jewish?
to Al
He
Jazeera.
is, yeah. I mean,
why is it
so-
every time we track down a lie, we end up finding people connected to Qatar or Iran
There's no proof
behind
this
it?
ever happened.
So
None.
Wait, how does that debunk the
So, yeah,
fact
so he
that...
just read it. Where's your proof that $150 million was offered from Bibi Netanyahu?
No, I'm referring...
Where is
Wait,
the proof?
please do not get any...
No, because I didn't want to cover this, and you guys insisted. And I
Because
told
that's
you,
what the
you cover this
marketplace is
shit,
talking
I'm going to
about.
rip you apart. Where is the proof?
We're not
that
saying that
Bibi
it happened.
Netanyahu
We're really
offered
not
Charlie
saying that it happened.
$150 million.
Jillian,
Okay, so we're not. Okay, so
what we're
conversely,
reporting on is
now
people
there
in
is
the
a-
marketplace, what they're saying. This is a discussion that's happening literally everywhere. We would be remiss if we didn't cover
It's
it
a
to
week
debunk it.
old, this conversation.
It's still,
Over
I mean,
a
it's
week.
still pretty
That
prevalent.
is a week old.
It's still going on, Jillian.
Okay, well, nevertheless, where is the proof that actually
Jillian,
happened?
I just said, according to this guy's reporting, he was offered $150 million.
Okay,
that was
wasn't it
also
also
corroborated by
Candace?
Candace.
It was corroborated by Candace, and not only that, by Nick.
And also
okay,
Mac
because
Gates,
that's listen. I like Candace. She has people from his own team have said he has not seen her in years.
And yet last year they were on tour together. Last year they were on tour together.
All right. Okay, thank you very much for that. Very insightful. Again, like this is so whoever came up with the idea is as misogynistic as the whoever came up with the view. What is the point of that show? From what we just saw, I mean, first of all, we get accused of only having men on shows, which is A, not true, B, not a policy, but the idea of having a show where that is the point, like you don't have, and it's not even about, I don't know, stuff that is relevant just to women, which can be a thing. It's
Tell us, what is the stuff that is only relevant to women?
there's women. So as I always say, gender, unlike race, actually matters in some context in life, right? There are contexts in which it matters if you're a man or a woman. So that could be, that there are such YouTube channels and stuff.
Yeah, and what do they discuss?
I don't know, hair, makeup, boys. I don't watch them. But I love how Daniel's trying to get stuff out of me and things like I'm.
Well, you did it. You said it.
Yeah, that's true. I don't put on makeup. Is that offensive? Women in the chat, if I've offended you, please tell me. That doesn't mean I'm going to apologize, but I would like to know, and I would like an explanation of why you were offended by the idea that hair and makeup stuff might be specifically of interest to women, and because Daniel thinks it is. As you can see, Daniel, the amount of hair products I use is not much. Yeah, okay. Women in the chat are giving more things. Daniel, you see, this is a generational gap here that we have, because just the insinuation that there are things that might be specific to women and things that might be specific to men is like default offensive. But anyway, yes, I don't think there should be a show that is commentary on just world events where I don't see the reason why you would limit it by gender. If there is a reason for that, by the way, that people see that I don't, let me know that in the chat as well. But Daniel, I've had enough of that clip. No offense to anybody who thinks, we should listen to it because it is gender specific. I will see Piers Morgan, which is just, shit show specific. If you can contribute to making it a shit show, it doesn't matter, gender, race. Let's take a look at that.
By the way, just to say, I think men should be much more interested in actually looking decent and, using, stop using 3-in-1. It's disgusting. Use shampoo and shower gel and conditioner. Actually try to look decent. I think
There's a 3-in-1. First of all, yeah, I'm with you on that, and I do use conditioner separately from. It might not look like it, but I agree with you. There's men's grooming channels as well. I'm sure my beard will not feature there, but that's because I'm ahead of my time. Okay, let's watch Piers.
And turn this into
Zero.
riots for the sake for the sake of making this violent.
Zero.
And you know
For 47 years, these people have been rising in the streets to protest against their regime.
Didn't we see this?
So yeah, we'll catch up. We'll watch.
Oh, we're going from here into the. Okay, fine.
Just for context.
And you take all agency away from them. You take all agency away from them and say, oh, it's not them, it's Mossad. This is
let me finish my
disgusting.
sentence, but everybody knows that you don't have any. So let me just say, you need to be quiet. This is not your show, and let other people finish their sentences. What happened is that every time this happens, by the way, Emily is so out of touch. She's got her friends who are, you know, supporters of the former brutal dictator of Iran, and she thinks that this is having her finger on the pulse of the Iranian people. Every time what happens is there's a swell of Iranians who have a problem with their own government, who are protesting it.
He's not alive.
And every time Israel bombs Iran, what happens is that these people shrink, and what you end up seeing is massive protests in support of the government, while people who are critics of the government say, we want no association with the Israeli assault on Iran. That's not what they want to be associated with. My social media feed is filled with people who do not like the Iranian government, but say, this is not the time to speak out because we definitely will not be in support of a foreign country that, by the way, is committing crimes throughout the entire region, coming into Iran and bombing civilians. That is not something that they're going to stand behind just because they don't like the Iranian theocracy.
Okay, I really am interested in what whoever is going to be answering him is going to be saying. But yeah, again, what he's defending is the current regime. They always add some sort of token. Yeah, I don't like everything they do, but right now I don't want to criticize them. Right now, you know, right now they just slaughtered tens of thousands of their own people, but it looks like right now they might be also killing Jews. So we shouldn't criticize them when they're doing a good thing, killing Jews. And you know, I don't know, you know, how big a deal it is, but they killed some people of their own. And of course, he's talking about the Shah, and he's mentioning brutal dictator. You are shilling for brutal dictators, you piece of shit. And then you're talking about a brutal dictator from half a century ago that whose son is not has made it clear he does not want to be a dictator. So yeah, Moody, I also don't know what 3-in-1 is, but I assume it's on the same aisle as Pepsi Max, Pepsi, Diet Pepsi, whatever.
Oh, you've never seen 3-in-1?
I've seen like 2-in-1. I've seen shampoo and conditioner. I've not seen 3-in-1.
Yeah, maybe Slavic women. Well, I mean, there's probably differences between the what is it, the metrosexuals in London and like Eastern Slavic men.
All right. Any comments on what we just saw, or should we go to the next clip? I mean, or continue the.
Well, you know, I should always say that you know, it's on par for Omar Badar to tell a woman to be quiet. But you know, just a reminder, we in the West cannot do that anymore, unfortunately. Unfortunately, when it comes to, he said there are massive protests in Iran in support of the government. He said that, right? Like, I'm not crazy. What is this? Like, I've heard of like protests for support of the government.
It's not protest. That's not what a protest means. But there are rallies, and I don't know how many of I'm sure there are people who attend them out of true love of the regime, and I don't know if everybody who attends them does so out of true love of the regime. I know not everybody who attends slaughtering tens of thousands of Iranian protests here in the UK and in the US does it from love of the regime. But yeah, somebody in the chat says, please stop the war, and then has the logo of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament. I will be talking about the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament later. They are massive supporters of the war, but we here are 100% with you. We should stop the war, and this is now what's happening. The half-a-century war that the Iranian regime launched in 1979 is now apparently looks like coming to an end if the US and Israel continue their campaign to end the war, which is something we absolutely support. Daniel.
So I mean, I've seen like demonstration for support of the government in the past, but usually like 50 people show up, and it like doesn't matter what country it is. It's like in general, it's not like support of politicians is usually not something that gets people going to like go to the streets. And yeah, you know, the same blood libel, like Israel is coming to Iran to bomb civilians. They just like, I mean, that is anti-Semitism, like straight up. Like the IDF is just bored, I guess, or the reservists are bored. So every now and then they just have to go out and bomb a bunch of civilians because, you know, apparently there's not much to do in Israel, so people get bored.
Back to Piers.
I guess. Once I can pull it up. There we go.
Let me ask Matt.
So civilians aren't being bombed, but okay.
Let me ask Matt Tardio. Matt, how long is this going to play out? Everyone keeps asking me in the civilian world, what do you know? How long is it? I have no idea. You're a military guy. You've seen what's gone on this week. Give me a likely timeline for this.
Yeah. So realistically, how it's going to play out, it's sad that senator doesn't even know our own Constitution. Article 2, Section 2 of the Constitution actually allows the President of the United States to conduct limited operations. Same thing with the War Powers Resolution of 1973. Within there, we get limited strike capabilities up to 60 days without anything else, you know, that's going to be dragging us in a little bit deeper. And he's got to be able to bring that before Congress. How this is going to play out in the future is going to vastly depend on what's taking place on the ground over there. Over inside of Western Iran, we see strikes over in Kurdish regions, vastly targeting IRGC forces. We also see reports of airstrikes that are taking place along the Iraq-Iran border. Additionally, over inside of Iraq last night, we saw targeted strikes against Iranian-backed militias, Shiite militia organizations that were and have been targeting U.S. troops, which is something else I wanted to bring up to that senator, which is we lost 3 U.S. service members on January 28th, 2024. Sergeant William Rivers, Specialist Kennedy Sanders, and Specialist Brianna Moffett over in the tri-border regions inside of Jordan. They were targeted by an IRGC-backed force. Our troops have been under attack. So how long this is going to take is until the regime ends up giving in. And I believe our president and commander-in-chief of the United States military actually came out and stated that the other day, that your time for negotiating is up because they're not negotiating. So it's just going to be whenever they give in.
Okay, I'm about to speak to Professor Mohammed Marandi, who's in Tehran. I've spoken many times in the last few years. I'd be fascinated to see what he has to say. Before I go to him, I just want to give you, Aaron, just a very quick chance to summarize, you know, what if you were the Iranian regime right now, what would you do?
Well, first of all, if we're talking about Iran, what the people want, the history, we have to have some basic facts straight. The U.S. has been at war with the people of Iran for decades. Go back to the coup of 1953. We overthrew their government because they wanted to control their own oil. Fast forward to the 80s after the Iranian regime comes in because they overthrow the Shah, who we supported along with Israel. The U.S. turns to supporting Saddam Hussein, one of the worst criminals in recent memory, as he kills hundreds of thousands of people in Iran, including with chemical weapons, which the U.S. assisted. Then the U.S. turns to trying to overthrow Iran via crippling sanctions, not aimed at the government, but at the people, to make lives miserable so that the society can't function and life is intolerable. Now, Matt made a number of points. I can't get to all of them, but the JCPOA, the whole premise of that, the reason that collapsed is because the U.S. pulled out, because the premise was the U.S. offers sanctions relief.
We've got
Iran.
Aaron, I'm sorry to jump in, but we're going to lose the line, Professor Marandi. So I just wanted to focus specifically, very quickly. Just
okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, you get online with the person in Iran, which, you know, I wonder if you can speak freely from Iran. What that means about who you are.
Didn't we cover Mohammed Marandi before? His face
maybe I don't remember everybody we covered, but there's so Pierce's question, just because the answer had nothing to do with it. If you were the Iranian regime, what would you do? This is not a difficult question to answer, but there is only one answer that doesn't make you a horrible human being, and that is, I would never be the Iranian regime. I would, you know, what kind of decent human being would be that? You don't suddenly find yourself in a position where you've been oppressing and murdering for 50 years, and then somebody's fighting back, and I'm like, what do I do now? No, you just don't do it to begin with. You don't become that. And of course, the response starts with America has been waging war on Iran. Well, Iran started the war by taking hostages, by storming the embassy This is uh, everything these people do is revisionist, not just revisionist history, but it's also revisionist present. It's really amazing, and they get away with it on shows like Piers Morgan.
Yeah, again, I don't know what like America has been at war with Iranian people. I mean, in some way, but no, absolutely not in the way he's thinking of. Again, I don't want to go into history. Well, since we do, I would recommend checking out Operation Ajax video from Kirk Wilcox, who did, and it's pretty long. I think it's like hour long or like definitely deep. So he goes into it much more further. Kirk was, of course, on this on one of these live streams during the start of the war. So I would recommend his video for more information about this. But don't go yet. Don't go there yet. Stay here, and once we are out, then you can go to Kirk Wilcox.
Yeah, and Kirk
You can
hopefully
go
will join us again. I texted him a few days ago. I don't know if he might join today. He wasn't able to in the last few days, but yeah. Let's go back to the video.
Well, now they go to Mohammed Mirandi. Do you want to cover his stuff?
Let's see for a bit what he says, just so we see who he is and how he can speak freely from Iran. And then if you can, after that, scroll forward. And yes, Diana, I agree. We actually, I said this a few days ago, right? This is the best Ramadan ever. I do not remember ever
How long
enjoying.
is it? Are we still there?
It's a very long, yeah. It's like a month. Yeah, I don't remember ever enjoying it this much.
Putting it up. So thank you all very much to my panel. I am joined now by Professor Mohammed Mirandi of the Tehran University. Professor Mirandi, welcome back to Uncensored. What is your reaction to what has happened in your country?
Well, just like 9 months ago, when the Iranians were negotiating with the Trump regime, the United States was secretly collaborating with the Netanyahu regime to carry out a blitzkrieg attack. And Witkoff, who was negotiating with the Iranians, initially said that enrichment is acceptable, and but he was lying, obviously. And he said that on Fox News. And then we ultimately saw, after round 5 of negotiations and before round 6, the murderous war, the illegal war, which apparently, since now the West has imposed the law of the jungle across the world, is okay, according to your leaders and pundits.
Okay,
And
you can, yeah, okay, we got the gist of it. Yes, that is how somebody who is in Tehran can use their name, their face, appear outside of Iran in the media, and has internet access, which, other Iranians do not. Piers, there is really, really nothing really lower than you as a human. It's absolutely despicable. Daniel, and then please scroll. I don't need the rest of the Iranian regime propaganda. We have access to it, in other forms.
So that's it from the panel. So if we want to do panel mode, we'll have to go back, actually, not forward. Yeah, I mean, again, what is there to say? He says Iranians were negotiating. Yeah, how does he have internet? I mean, that's a good question. He says like illegal war. Now it's okay. Wait, sorry, isn't Iran like helping Russia fight in Ukraine? What is that, legal war? Like, give me a break. Like, and again, I mean, I don't understand what is like Piers Morgan like trying to achieve here. I mean, views. I guess because like this is not giving us anything. I mean, you are talking to like, again, you're talking to propagandists. This is like the Putin interview. This is like any interview with like any like foreign dictator or a dictator apologist. Like there is no I don't see any positive coming out of this. This is pointless. Like, you're talking about somebody who is definitely gonna be dishonest. So yeah, I don't really see like any benefit here.
Okay, before we go to the beginning of that panel, let's get some news updates. So yeah, the alarms that the sirens that we reported on in the center of Israel. There was a small number of missiles fired from Iran. They were intercepted. Again, this is diminishing quickly. Unless there is something that they're waiting with, which what it will be, I don't know. And the pro-Iranian militia says we attacked a U.S. base in Baghdad. That is, well, we don't have any other. It's actually no, we do have security forces, Iraqi security forces, saying there was an attack on a base in the airport. Yeah, so we don't have any reports on anybody injured or killed, and we don't have any reports of that from. Well, it didn't happen because the missiles were shot down. So, yeah, back to some other of the headlines. Just to repeat, the IDF is talking about additional weeks of bombings. That is what they're preparing for. There were 8 Israeli soldiers who were injured today. 5 of them seriously injured from a what's it called? A rocket from Lebanon. One of them is the son of Israel's finance minister Bezalel Smotrich, who was injured, has a light injury, and no confirmation yet on whether Ali Khizaji, the senior advisor to Khamenei, was killed in the attempt on his life, and we don't have any update on who the target was. A very senior figure in the Iranian regime, in the bunker of Khamenei, but just the images. Daniel, did we show any of those images? Let me know if we have any of those images, because if the way it looks, it's the kind of bombing that you do where you really want to make sure the guy cannot possibly leave alive. It was reminiscent of the Nasrallah killing. So I don't know. Again, is it somebody whose name would recognize? Is it the president? The president is still alive. And it's time that changed. Is it the son? It's a family bunker, no? So,
What
yeah,
images?
something happened. What?
What images?
Do we have images from the bunker, Khamenei's bunker that was bombed this morning? But it's not urgent for you to find it now. We can start.
From inside, or you mean like satellite images? Or like...
If his son was taking a selfie, right? Well, yeah, I'll take that. But if not, then something from above.
I think this one, yeah. I've had it this whole time, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, can you read this? What does it say?
Yeah, it is the underground bunker, attack on the underground bunker of Khamenei. Look at that. That is like right in the center, and that is a massive, it doesn't mean, the size of the explosion isn't directly correlated to the seniority of the figure targeted, but it's also not completely unrelated. So, yeah, looks good, and hope it felt good for whoever's met their 72 virgins, and I hope that person was, of course, there. Okay. I think that was it for news updates, but of course that is the priority, so let's just make sure nothing else has come up. Okay, there is a headline saying, saying that phase 2 has started. Somebody in the IDF has said, and some of the top secret sites in Iran have been targeted. What those are? Oh, okay. Heavy military industry was that was targeted as part of yesterday's move to the next phase of the war. Okay. All right. Let's play Piers.
Also attempted to carry out assassinations in Washington, D.C. It is not contained to the territory of Iran. And that precisely is the problem. Every action that Israel has taken has been in defense to the aggression and the attempt to eradicate the state of Israel, but also the entire West. And so this idea, this fantastical notion that everything they've done is somehow just in response to whatever the West has done or whatever the United States has done, it's delusional. It's absolute nonsense.
Okay, let me bring in Omar Badr. I mean, Omar, you posted
stunning.
this. Well, I just want to read to you something you posted, Omar. You said when it was 4 Americans have been reported dead. You said 4 Americans whose families have been devastated just because Trump wants to help Netanyahu play emperor of his region. Hundreds of Iranian families have also been destroyed for the same reason. Thousands more to come. Unforgivable. I would say, before I let you respond, that in relation to what Aaron said, we still don't know for sure what happened with the girls' school. And I think until we know for sure, then we should at least preface it by saying we don't know yet for sure, because there are counter arguments about how that may have happened. But Omar, your response to what Emily said there.
Sure. I mean, I'll address a couple of things. On that note, I think that's absolutely important, just to put things in perspective, of the fact that at this point, 6 Americans have been killed, and they did not die honorable deaths defending their own nation or homeland. Their lives were wasted by Donald Trump because he is fighting this war of choice, this illegal act of aggression, in order to help his buddy Netanyahu, who is, by the way, a wanted war criminal, wanted by the International Criminal Court, to help him play emperor of the Middle East. That's what American lives are being wasted for. And frankly, when it comes to the school as well, all available evidence right now points to the fact that this was a strike either by the United States or Israel. There's been multiple investigations, including by Al Jazeera, on it that I think is worth checking out. So we're dealing with a reality where right now, more than 1,000 Iranians have been killed, their lives completely destroyed, where you have these girls in that school will never grow up to become teenagers, and their parents will never see them again. And for what? In order for Netanyahu to play emperor of the Middle East. That is what we're fighting for. And there are endless lives that are going to be taken in the near future, not just in Iran, but in neighboring Arab countries and in Israel and American troops. This war is a moral abomination, and there's no way to defend it. And I just have to comment on the chutzpah that Emily just displayed, talking about Iran as an expansionist country at a time when Israel is illegally occupying the Palestinian territories, the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem, illegally occupying a massive part of Syria that has expanded since the Syrian government has fallen, even though the new government is bending over backwards telling Israel that they're going to protect them and do whatever they want, and occupying parts of South Lebanon, refusing to end them. Israel is literally physically expanding on the ground in contravention to international law, and they are the dominant, most significant terrorist regime in the entire region.
Okay.
And just on that note, I want to address Matt.
Okay. On that note, let's pause for a second. Yeah. So the guy, I keep hearing, oh, you think the Sunnis and the Shiites, whatever, work together or anything like that. They hate each other more than they hate the Jews. No part of Islam hates anybody more than they hate the Jews, okay? And they will work together, but they will certainly, their defenders in the West will tell you, look, I'm not just a fan of, Iranian terrorists. I'm a fan of, Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda in Syria has done nothing but bend over backwards for Israel. No, they've been slaughtering communities there. They would love to kill Israelis. They just don't have the opportunity because Israel is now on the a little bit on the offensive after October 7th, when it found out what happens if it doesn't take Arabs seriously and take Muslims seriously when they say we love death more than you love life, and we're gonna annihilate you. Thank you, PC, for the super chat. PC says, Razi, must we listen to this donkey talking nonsense? No, but I want to listen to a little bit of it. At some point, I want to see something a bit more positive. But yeah, let's listen to a bit more, and then Daniel, I will go through the news and you can actually, should I go through the news or should I well, we'll figure it out. Let's watch some more of this.
Oh, I can't comment.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
By the way, why does Emily have like 4 books on Margaret Thatcher? I saw that in the background, like it's 4 different books. I mean, there's like liking somebody and then there's, but I don't mean anything. Well, because she only had like 10 books in total and 4 of them were on Margaret Thatcher. I just found it interesting. Again, not a criticism necessarily.
Well, I mean, look at I can see why people miss Margaret Thatcher.
Sure, about 4 books, miss. Okay, that was actually one of my points. Look at Omar Badar's like original statement, right? That Piers Morgan read. What about the American families? What about the Iranian families? That's it? No Israeli families? Nobody in Israel suffers? Or is that the suffering we don't have to care about? Because what? Jews are responsible for this? Israelis have died in this war. Israelis have died from Iranian strikes, from Houthi strikes, from Hezbollah, from Hamas, from Palestinians. But I guess that's, we don't care about that. I mean, he says like girls won't grow up to be teenagers. Yeah, grow up to be teenagers so they can be oppressed by RGC or killed by RGC or put into prison or raped or whatever the RGC decides to do with them. Like, come on, this is disgusting. And again, he said like the American soldiers wasted their lives, that this was like died for nothing. They died from actually defending America from an actual threat from Iran. Anybody who fought Iran or fought the Palestinians died from actually protecting, from trying to protect the West. And Omar Badr is taking away from that. And that's, again, disgusting. But again, he doesn't actually care for American families. He doesn't care for American values. He doesn't care. And again, that's not because he's Arab or because he's brown. It's because he's disgusting POS or whatever, BOS, who doesn't actually care for American values, doesn't actually care for, and it's a choice that he made, doesn't care about honesty when it comes to fighting for what made America great.
Let's play some more.
That's moral confusion here, is that he seems to be under the impression that an Israeli regime that is engaged in illegal occupation, has a system of apartheid, engaged in genocide in Gaza, is allowed to have illegal weapons, including nuclear weapons. But how dare Iran on the other side have conventional weapons because he views them as a threat? International law doesn't mean anything unless it applies to everybody equally. Rules don't mean anything unless they apply to everyone. And if you judge by that double standard of saying people that we like get to do whatever they want, commit whatever crimes they want, and have whatever weapons they want, but people that we don't like don't get to, then that is just an elementary moral hypocrisy, and it is not a roadmap for stability. You play in a world in which might makes right and you can do whatever you want. That is a recipe for eternal conflict and eternal death. It is simply not morally coherent to want to live in that kind of world.
So I appreciate
you
bringing
I'll get the rest of the panel's response to.
Wait, did you say okay, or was it?
No, I didn't say anything. But
yeah,
if you want to comment, we can pause.
I mean,
look, by the way, I will comment for the California politician we saw earlier. That's how it's done. You have boxes to tick. Genocide, apartheid, all those things. If you don't do that, the Hassan Pikers of the world will come after you, will call you out on it. Yeah, and I don't know what genocide means. Doesn't really fly with these people.
Deborah says she knows Morgan is a Brit. She set her bookcase accordingly. I have a suspicion Piers Morgan might not be the biggest fan of Margaret Thatcher. I mean, maybe he is. I don't know, but
I don't think Piers Morgan has any actual strong view about anything except how do I get more views, regardless of what the content that I create is doing to the world. So this Omar guy very well knows what the content he's creating is doing to the world. there's a reason he's specifically saying, you know, these soldiers died for nothing. Like, there's nothing more hurtful to say. You know, if anybody of the families of these soldiers is watching, there's nothing more hurtful for them to hear. There's nothing Americans who have loved ones in the region as part of this war. There's nothing worse that they can hear, and there's nothing worse that just generally the American people can hear. You know, whether or not they know anybody right now, everybody knows somebody who was you know, in the armed forces and put their lives at risk. And this is this is what these people are doing. And we talk about this like every day. We see they are panicking big time because their side, the anti-American side, is losing, and it's losing so spectacularly. Like in we never would have imagined that, you know, 6 days in, Iran can't fire missiles at Israel. Like, it fires a few, they get shot out of the sky. In part, obviously, mostly because of Israeli intelligence, and Israeli and mostly American firepower, but also in large part because the Iranians are actually that stupid and they are firing it everywhere, and in part, like, they're wasting their missiles on countries that would have been happy to see Iran wipe Israel off the map, and now find themselves having maybe to be involved, even if symbolically, in the war, and have to fight back against Iran. So these people are really, really, you know, this guy is terrified. What is the world gonna look like after this thing is gone? And I think they're also terrified about the wider implications. If somebody, I don't think they should be terrified about this or worried at all. But if somebody says, okay, maybe, you know, this worked with this Islamic terrorist country, we can easily do something, even if not militarily, with Qatar. We can say no more. Like that, that would be great. Without military action, no more. No more pouring your money into our country. No more of any of that crap. Because we're not going to see that, these people shouldn't really panic to the extent that they are. It's sad for them that their regime is no longer going to be able to slaughter its own citizens. It's sad that the one great opportunity for death to Israel to actually become a reality is being removed. But their real battle, uh, they are winning. That is the war where they are the enemy within. The war to destroy Western civilization from within. These people are winning. They're winning because they are on the left and they are on the right, and they have a consensus, and they have a consensus about the common enemy, the Jews. And yeah, there is not the pushback in the culture that would give any optimism to anybody who is a long-term thinker that this is going to turn out well. So, Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, he does I don't know if you call it the bromides or the sort of standard. Well, Israel is a Israeli regime. It's a illegal occupation. It's apartheid. It's genocide. Again, none of it is substantiated. Everything there is either dishonest or trying to package things together. Again, they never say if they mean Judea Samaria is apartheid or all of Israel is apartheid. They always combine and mix those two to imply different things. So again, there's nothing honest about this. And then it goes on international law that, you know, it's one set of rules for them and one set of rules for us. Well, again, like Iran is the one actually violating international law by developing nuclear weapons. Right, doesn't care, doesn't matter. Or is it okay for Iran to violate international law because supposedly Israel is? Like, there is no consistency, there is no honesty again in this argument. And international law, again, is pointless. I don't care for it. Yes, Western countries can do something that these dictatorships cannot, because we are legitimate countries and they are not. That's not a double standard, that's a standard.
Okay, Daniel, let's play one more clip, and then I will take that break and get a coffee, because I'm realizing, as you reminded me a few days ago, that Half-Life is 7 hours. So I think this is pretty much my last chance. So let's, without it affecting my sleep. So let's watch.
Coherence and
hang on,
consistency.
hang on.
Omar,
Sorry,
where was your
I'm going
outrage?
to come back. Wait a minute, Emily. I'm going to come back to the panel for your response to that, because I want to take a short break now to be joined by one of the most strident critics of the argument that the US faced an imminent threat. Senator Mark Warner is a Virginia Democrat and a Senate Intelligence Committee member. Senator Warner, thank you very much indeed for joining me on Uncensored. Congress is due to vote on a war powers resolution to curb President Trump's use of force in Iran. It would call for an end to military operations in Iran within 30 days, unless Congress provides authorization for use of military force or a declaration of war. So let me just first ask you, how will you vote on that?
I will vote yes. This is a war of choice. I am one of the strongest supporters of Israel in the Congress. But I think when we put American troops in harm's way, it should be based upon imminent threats to America. There was no imminent threat. I was, a matter of fact, down in the part of my state, Virginia Beach and Hampton Roads, where the vast majority of the sailors who are deployed on the Ford, who are in combat right now, and hearing from their family and loved ones saying, why are they there? What is our goal? The administration has said initially this was about nuclear weapons, although the administration claimed those were obliterated 6 months ago. Then it was about ballistic missiles. Then it was about, recently they even said, the Iranian Navy. And then the president has called for regime change. And again, I shed no tears over the death of the senior Iranian leadership. Awful. That is an awful regime, 47 years of tyranny. But I worry, particularly on the last one, if the president is calling for regime change, and if the Iranian people respond, and if there's 100,000 Iranians protesting on the streets of Tehran, and the IRGC then goes out and murders 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, what is America and our few remaining allies' obligation then? So I think if the president wants to make a war choice, and Iran are bad actors, and if he wants to say we want to start a war with Iran, he needs to come to the Congress and the American public and make a case. So far, we've had 3 or 4 different cases made, and I think most of the explanations have fallen short.
I agree about the mixed messaging. It should also be said that 2 Democratic...
Okay, I don't know what, like 3 or 4, there's like a list of kind of goals in the war. I don't know if there's, if the mixed messaging is as true as people say. The lack of congressional approval is as true as people say, and as it has always been since World War II. Well, we've talked about this argument. I don't think it's valid. This guy says, I am one of the biggest supporters of Israel. The fact that you put it that way shows that you are not a supporter of Israel. Like the very mention of this, you are accepting the premise of the anti-Semites that the reason Trump did this, the reason Trump is involved, is he thinks America has no interest in this, but should do it for Israel. That's the line that you are pushing. So you are not a supporter of Israel. You are adding fuel to the anti-Semitic fire that is burning stronger than it ever has in the U.S. And now you can take credit and be proud next time you see an attack on Jews.
Yeah, and again, if you were supportive of this war, nothing is stopping any congressman to introduce a bill or to introduce a motion to actually grant the president the authorization of force. Like, you can do it. You don't have to wait for president to say Congress shall declare war. You can declare war, and president will have to do so. Will have to follow it. So again, nothing's stopping you to do it if you are truly supportive. And also, what is this weird like war of choice idea? Every war is a war of choice. Like, America hasn't been fighting a war with Iran. It has been choosing not to fight it for 47 years. Now it's like finally fighting. I don't know. I think they mean to imply war of choice as if it's like a offensive war, or I guess like preventable war, or whatever that would mean. But no, absolutely, like yeah, every war is a war of choice. And finally, American administration is willing to choose to actually fight this war. Somebody says Ukraine is not a war of choice; they were attacked. Yeah, but they could like surrender, or rather, you could Republicans could use the same thing against like Ukrainians. Like it's a war of choice, and that's the argument they were using, right? That we are like forcing them to continue fighting this war, or at least I've seen some on the sort of more like right wing. So. And he says that's just playing with words. But yeah, that's what the war of choice is. It's like playing word game to imply something.
And Ian, America was attacked, okay, repeatedly. From the moment this regime came to power, and should have dealt with it then, and should have dealt again, every single president from Carter to today should have done this. They all should have done this, and it would have been easier. And we discussed this yesterday when we showed that clip that Dave Rubin was sharing about Obama. You know, had this been done by Obama, who should have done it, rather than giving them the money to build all these ballistic missiles, buy these missiles, then this war would not be as difficult to fight as it is. And still, it is not as difficult as many thought. But again, this has been the mistake of every single president in the past half century, including Trump in his first term, and I'd say including Trump up until now. It could have been done earlier. Absolutely, Trump in last June did the exact opposite of what should have been done. But yeah, it's high time that this happened.
Yep.
We can play a bit more. I know I said I'm going to take a break, but I paused it in the middle, and I want to talk about it a little bit more, and then I'll go get a coffee.
Presidents in history, modern history, have bypassed congressional prior approval for shorter or limited missions. Bill Clinton in Kosovo in 1999, Barack Obama in Libya in 2011. They argued these didn't constitute hostilities under the Act's definition. But, you know, to most laymen, they would look at this and say, well, it's hypocrisy by the Democrats. When it's your presidents doing the same thing, then everyone signs up to it. When it's Donald Trump, suddenly it's a terrible thing that has to be stopped. What do you say to that?
What I'd say to that is, Pierce, normally in the case both in Libya and Syria, if my memory holds, it was in reaction to incidents that were taking place. And our hand was forced. Matter of fact, if the president had decided to strike in early January, where literally millions of Iranians were on the streets urging regime change, I might have agreed or disagreed, but there was at least a logical point in time. And
sorry, wait, was he saying Syria, and what else? Was it Kosovo? What else was he saying? Oh, we
Libya.
had to act. What?
I guess Libya. I mean that was the things that Pierce brought up. By the way, this makes no sense. Like, what, in January it would be okay because there were people on the streets? I don't think that makes any sense.
Yeah, he did say imminent threat to the U.S. So none of these things that he's talking about are imminent threats to the U.S. And certainly,
I mean, you could say Syria.
Protesters being slaughtered in Iran in January would have been an imminent threat to the U.S. I don't understand it. You know, like.
And again, if the standard is so open, then there was an imminent threat. If Israel would attack Iran, Iran would attack American bases in the Middle East. That's an imminent threat here. QED, if we want to go by that standard. Like, that's, I don't think he's really, I don't know if he didn't prepare really, or that seems like a super weird answer that I don't think is really like making his point.
He prepared the appropriate amount for the audience of the show. Okay, let's watch some more.
At that point, and this story needs to get out there more, was one, because our military presence was not there because We had our key aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, off the coast of Venezuela on another of his military adventures. And our European partners in particular were obviously consumed by the president's, I think, kind of crazy folly to try to take on Greenland. So our ability to bring our Europeans who have ties with Iran into the conflict were limited. So he didn't act then. We've then seen a build out. There was no surprise on any of this. He's been building up forces for months. So if this is a war of choice, and the president has the ability to make the case, he should come to Congress, make the case that this is in America's interest to try to take out the Iranian leadership, not have this dictated, frankly, by the Israeli government's timeline.
Okay, all right, thank you. We heard that already from the biggest supporter of Israel, as he told us he is. Yeah, he is, again, saying that Israel is dictating to the U.S. You are using every anti-Semitic trope that people use in order to get people out there on the streets or or going to synagogues to throw Molotov cocktails or shooting people at embassy events. This is the end game when you talk like that. That's what the goal is. He's complaining about military buildup. What would have happened had Trump attacked when there was no military buildup and the U.S. couldn't really sustain anything for more than a couple of days, and Iran would have been emboldened? Like, what, Okay, let me quickly here. Where was this? Moody said, asked here after James Valiant comment. He asked, "Is that the real James Valiant? If so, I've read your book and think it's a compelling argument. Yes, that is the real James Valiant, and thank you on his. I think I can thank you on his behalf for that compliment, but he is also thanking you in the chat. Okay, Daniel, I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. I'll be back soon. And then I will go on my rant about the CND. Stay tuned for that. I have, I went on that rant before, but I will go on this rant in the context of their participation in tomorrow's protest, and I'm doing this, with keeping in mind Daniel clipping this out, and I definitely need coffee so I can actually form at least one coherent sentence out of that whole clip. Daniel, I'll see you in a bit.
Can I do Blinken?
Oh, what did he say? Can you give me the Cliffs Notes so I know if I want to be on it?
He basically said that on the face of it, American administration had to have been pro-Israeli, but in the background they were pushing Israel to humanitarian aid and reducing casualties. I pretty much said the whole clip.
Yes, you go ahead and do that, and I will try to listen as much as I can. I might have to make a phone call, but yeah, because I probably would have stuff to say about it. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, first let me check if there's any news, and outside of a few more attacks, the the Hezbollah HQ that was attacked by IDF has also been used by Revolutionary Guards. And I guess more rockets. But not much else. So let's take a look at where do I have it? Let's take a look at Blinken, the former Secretary of State, right? Not crazy, right? He was, yes, Secretary of State. Okay, for a second. All right, let's take a look.
Hamas was looking for any gaps between us and Israel's other supporters. And as soon as they saw something emerge, they would step back. So in public, it was critical that we preserve as much solidarity as possible, even as in private. We were hammering them every single day on humanitarian assistance for Palestinian people, on civilian casualties. Hamas was looking for any gaps between.
So again, I mean, this puts the Biden administration even in the worst light. Like, I understand, you know, that they wanted to present united front when it comes to combating Hamas or negotiating with Hamas. But even that, right, negotiating with Hamas, like, this is the reason why I want to show united front with Israel, to negotiate with Hamas, and then privately pushing Israel into providing humanitarian aid to its enemies, and, you know, preventing civilian casualties, whatever that means in this instance. I mean, again, you know, in some cases I was like less critical of the Biden administration, but like, this is terrible thing to see. The fact that alliance with Israel is viewed as like, you only like try to show it, you only like try to have it on paper, and then you push it into terrible things. It's terrible. Biden administration wasn't fully behind Israel, where it should have been, for the benefit of not just Israel but America. The Palestinians are no fans of America as well. Hamas is no fan of America as well. Americans were taken and were killed on October 7th, were taken hostage and were killed on October 7th. And the response from America is somewhat of a support while also supporting its enemies. That's not the way you fight war. You fight the war in the way, and let's hope it stays like that, in the way Trump is fighting war right now in Iran. Demanding unconditional surrender, going as strongly as possible, taking out Ayatollah Khomeini in the first day of the war, taking most of the leadership in the first day of the war, and not giving in for anything. You know, there's no talking about humanitarian aid into Iran, and I hope that never will be. Hopefully, we can continue fighting this properly. We can continue fighting this until this is over. Somebody says, I think Blinken is lying still. I mean, at this point, he doesn't necessarily have a reason to lie. And also, I don't know what the lie would be here, really. I think this pretty much makes sense, falls in place with everything we've seen, where it's like, we saw this like relatively open or at least outward support of Israel, but in the background, we had a lot of things when the Biden administration leaked the Israeli plans for Iran. Israel didn't even tell Biden administration about the pager operation. When it comes to Rafah, right? Biden administration didn't want Israel to go into Rafah. How do you end the war without occupying all of it? And even until now, right? Israel has never actually occupied all of Gaza. Right now, Hamas is controlling 50%, 50% of land in Gaza. Is supposed to disarm, but I don't think it will. So hopefully Israel will go back into Gaza, especially with now the background of Iran, will go into Gaza, will occupy all of it, and will make sure that there will be no terrorism coming out of Gaza again. I think that's the only reality that makes sense. That's the only future that would actually prove peaceful to Israel, and eventually, I think, for Palestinians as well, or rather for Arabs in Gaza as well. Because when we stop referring to these people as Palestinians, that's when the war will be over. That's when the war with Palestinians will be over, because they give up on the ideology of Palestinianism. Let's see if we have anything else. Oh boy, UN chief calls for end to Middle East war that could spiral out of control. Well, if he says it, let's see if we can find specifically what he said. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Yeah, I think it is this one. All the unlawful attacks in the Middle East and and beyond are causing tremendous suffering and harm to civilians throughout the region and pose a grave risk to the global economy, particularly to the most vulnerable people. The situation could spiral beyond anyone's control. It is time to stop fighting and get to serious diplomatic negotiations. The stakes could not be higher. I agree, the stakes could not be higher. That's precisely why this war has to continue. And again, this is like disgusting. He doesn't like at this point. I would rather he call out Israel for being evil, because this like all the unlawful attacks. So which ones? The ones from Israel or the ones from Iran, or just some from Iran, or just some from Israel, or some from America, or all of them all together? Like this is a non-statement. This doesn't mean anything. Like supposedly, or I think somebody is responsible for this, right? Like somebody is responsible for this war. Or did it just happen? Is it just weather? Did we just, in the morning news, somebody announced that there's gonna be a war, and now we have to, go together and stop this? No, it's Iran who's a threat here. It's Israel and America who decided to, pick this war of choice and finally fight it to end the threat that the Iranian regime has posed to Israel, to America, and to pretty much anything Western in the region. And yeah, obviously, like ever, Secretary General of the UN, Antonio Guterres, is not helping, would be the least or the smallest statement to make, but is actively making the situation worse. Somebody's saying even Gavin Newsom is changing his tune, said he may suspend money and weapons to Israel if he is elected president of the United States, not president of the United States of Israel. I don't think he said the last thing, but I've seen him definitely going more the anti-Israel route, which is very unfortunate, especially if we are going to see the Gavin Newsom versus J.D. Vance potential election, because it looks like both of them are going to be very anti-Israel. Although maybe if Gavin Newsom becomes so much more anti-Israel, maybe that will convince J.D. Vance to adopt the pro-Israeli stance, to abandon some of his wars ideas. Or maybe that would mean Republicans would actually pick somebody pro-Israeli instead of J.D. Vance, somebody who would actually stand up to Gavin Newsom. I mean, when it comes to Gavin Newsom, I'll easily take Marco Rubio. I'll easily take Nikki Haley. I'll, let's say Vivek Ramaswamy runs again. I'll take him over Gavin Newsom. There's many Republicans I would gladly take over Newsom, especially if he really does go the more anti-Israeli route, which he seems to be trying to set up. Although, again, we are still far away from the next election, so we'll have to wait and see what it actually becomes, and how much. Somebody says Ramaswamy is doing governor of Ohio. Sure, but even that, right? I don't know when the election is. He could step down there. Although, yeah. I guess especially if he does win that, probably it's not gonna be that excited to actually leave that, especially since he didn't have that big of a chances in the last one as well. So you might be right on that. But again, pretty much almost anybody outside of J.D. Vance on the Republican side are gonna be, at the very least, not bad. So I think we're not looking forward to that much of a like really bad elections. So we have another comment from the White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt. She said the operation in Iran can be completed within 4 to 6 weeks. US military has enough armaments to meet operational needs in Iran. We are on track to achieve air superiority and control over Iran's airspace. And we are examining several people who could lead Iran. So I'm wondering what this means. Operation completed within 4 to 6 weeks. 4 to 6 weeks to what? Like the end of the Iranian regime, or a complete replacement of it, or even some ground operation, or what exactly? So, but yeah, I guess you have that 4 to 6 weeks. But we don't really know what that would mean. Okay, what else do we have? People are saying Marco might get it. Yes, Vance is terrible. Yeah, I think he's so far most likely, but I don't think JD Vance is somebody, especially if you take, sometimes you have the somewhat of an incumbent advantage if you pick the vice president, but when it comes to JD Vance, I mean, to me, he seems invisible in this administration. We don't really see him appear that much with Trump. We don't really see him getting that much spotlight, especially as a vice president. He doesn't seem to have really defined responsibility. He doesn't seem to really have defined job. So yeah, I don't see it that good for JD Vance right now. Like if I was betting on Polymarket, I would definitely bet against JD Vance right now. We would definitely short that one. At the very least right now, because I think right now on Polymarket he is at like 30%, which I think is way too high. I would put him at like 10% at most, honestly. At this point, it might go higher, but at this point, I think it's like 10%. Linda says Gruesome is evil. I mean, yeah, I cannot imagine actually going through living under Governor Newsom, especially during the COVID era. Well, and for that, people can actually check out the Irreplaceable Spark Conference 1. If you are an Inner Circle YouTube member, you can check out the talks from the first one, which also included Linda Corder, who talked about her troubles with her art studio during the COVID, where they were forced to shut it down. So I recommend checking that one out. Okay, let's see if we have anything new. Okay, there was a shooting in Tamra, 2 residents wounded, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the war. There is some criminal background. Somebody's asking, why is there only white wall behind me? Why not some art, etc.? Because I'm very indecisive. I do want to put something there, but I don't know what. I was thinking, because I have a flag there. So I was thinking about also getting a flag behind me, but since that's a brick, I haven't figured out the best way to actually hoist up a flag there. Because any idea I had didn't look as good as I was thinking, and I also want it to be replaceable. So I wanna come up with some stand where I can also replace the flags at any point, because I do have one right now, but I wanted to get several, and I just haven't figured out. I also do have some plates, some like metal posters that I want to put up there, but I also don't have a hanger for that, so I'll need to get some of those. But if you have any recommendations, because like everything is actually on this side, so because I don't look there, so any of my like art stuff is actually in front of me. So like I have a poster there, I have my like shelves there with stuff, and of course I have my flag and my cape up there. So people are still talking about Jesus in the comments, and I think the history. I think this goes back to the conversation James was involved in or started. And it looks like
Tamra in Israel, right?
What?
That's the Tamra you're referring to. You said there was a shooting in Tamra.
What did I? Yeah.
People don't know what Tamra is, by the way.
Oh.
It's a place in Israel. It's an Arab village, right, or town. And yeah, that's presumably shooting because there's, as we've discussed, a lot of violence in Arab culture and society everywhere, and in Israel as well. Like I said, I think in Israel it's far less bad because these places are still part of Israel. So there's some law enforcement, but it's kind of difficult to enforce the law if the local culture rejects it. Okay, couple of things I wanted to quickly say before I go to my CND thing. By the way, when I do the CND thing, don't share the poster right away. You'll know. I'll ask you to share it because yeah, people, you will hear some stuff that you've already heard me say, but you'll hear some stuff you haven't heard me say, and this is planned as a clip that I will ask everybody to share if it comes out well, because I'm gonna do it on the fly, but it's the idea is already there. Okay. Something I have, this association kind of came to me and might be a bit far-fetched, but I don't think it is. When I hear Gavin Newsom putting out there this whole, I'm gonna test, no, he didn't say I'm gonna test. I'm gonna reconsider, the relationship with Israel, the funding, and all that. He is testing the waters, very much. He's doing, I guess, the political version of what Anna Kasparian is doing. Should we call it intellectual version, content version, let's say, commentary version of when she, talks kind of more about Jews, and Cenk still uses words like Zionist. I wonder, and something else this reminded me of. In 2008, Obama was running for president for the first time, and in the Democratic primaries, there were debates, and there were loads of debates. If you don't follow American politics closely, you may miss this, especially if you're not in America. But there's really, it's not like 2 or 3 debates like there is between the final presidential nominees. There are many of them, and they go on the various channels, and they go on all the channels. All the main channels will host the debate. Fox News is the main channel. It's the most watched news channel, I believe, to this day, but certainly was back then by a country mile. And so the Democrats had a debate there because, you probably want to appeal also to people who might not completely agree with you on everything, and you think it's a good idea. All these politicians talk about bipartisanship, reaching across the aisle, and so on. So them having a debate on Fox is as obvious a thing as the Republicans having a debate on MSNBC, which I think happens to this day and happened with the most recent one. Then Barack Obama decided, I'm not going to do the Fox News debate because Fox News, is right wing, and whatever it was, his explanation was for that, which I thought was just astonishing. Like, you are running to be the president of the United States. This is the guy who 4 years earlier, by the way, became famous, became like a national figure as a senator, I think, or Senate candidate, maybe even, speaking in the Democratic convention and saying, there is not a white America or a black America. There is the United States of America. And like there was a few other of those nice little catchphrases that really, that was the highlight of the speech, and that's what everybody kept playing. But then there was a people who watch Fox News America, and we don't want to talk to those people. And that worked. That worked. I don't think the Democrats have had a Fox News debate since. People in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, although when I'm solo, I can't read the chat as much. But yeah. Uh, so a long-winded story, way to say that I think Gavin Newsom might be the one trying this out, and we're gonna see what happens with him. He is the sort of heir apparent, although again, I see polls that Kamala is leading, Kamala Harris. How that is possible, I don't know, but I remind people, Bernie looked at times like he might win. The Democratic Party is a well-oiled machine. They make sure the person, generally speaking, they make sure the person most likely to win is the nominee. And I think the fact that they didn't do that this last time around and kind of screwed up big time is an indication of that. By the way, uh, it's also an indication of how they know the well-oiled machine. The fact that they allowed, they allowed Biden to be there all the time because they expected, or that whole time until we all saw who he was, or the condition that he was in, because they expected it to work for them. So I don't think I really be surprised if it's Kamala Harris who's the nominee. I of course would not be surprised if it's Newsom, and so he's the one testing this out as policy. It's a dangerous step in a very bad direction. I'm not sure I agree with Daniel that this might mean that the Republicans choose something better. It could. It could mean that the Republicans sort of double down and say, no, you want proper Jew hatred, or they're not going to put it in those terms, but you want to see, standing up to Israel's influence in the U.S. Look at me, JD Vance. I'm going to stand up to Israel's influence. It's going to be a hard sell because he is the vice president. He is part of the current administration, that on paper second biggest part of that administration, that has the best policy on Israel that any administration has had, certainly in my lifetime. Again, say on Israel. So yeah, that's this is what I'm worried about with this, and like I said, I'll repeat this: the Iran war. If they keep pushing as they are, it will be won. And it will be won decisively. But the war against the enemy within is being lost, and it's being lost without a fight. So yeah, pay close attention and be very afraid. Sorry for the pessimism. Okay. Coffee is cold, but it did the trick. Let me quickly see if we have a news update before I go into my rant about the CND, kind of expanded rant from the one you may have caught a couple of days ago, but a much, much needed rant. Okay, there is there were sirens across Israel in the last few minutes. In many places throughout the country, there are no reports so far from the again, David Adom, the Red Star of David. No reports of any injuries. And yeah, we'll see. We'll know soon if any of these have landed, because the previous one we reported, these are two in relative to the past couple of days, relatively short span of time, but there were so few of them, and they were easily shot down. And I don't know, and I'll check later when Daniel is back, and I can spend more time on the phone checking things. What the situation has been today with Iran shooting at other places, because I don't know, haven't seen much about that, but it's possible that it's happening, and I'm just not looking in the right places. Okay, so tomorrow in London, there will be a protest, a so-called Stop the War protest, a protest against the military action taken by the US and Israel in Iran, the military action in response to what Iran has been in the past half century, the threat that it has been, the threat that has been materialized multiple times, but mostly the nuclear threat. And that is the main reason why military action has been talked about in the context of Iran and is being taken, because they are openly stating they want to be a nuclear weapons power, and they want to use those weapons to kill Jews and Americans, preferably, but mostly Jews. So who's involved in this protest? A few organizations, but one of them is the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament. You may have heard of them, you may have not heard of them. You definitely know their logo because they've managed to bring the framing of them not to the world, basically, not just as anti-war, but as actual, not just as anti-nuclear weapons and anti-war, but also as actual such advocates of peace that there is no difference between their logo and peace. So you might be surprised that the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament is not cheering this this military action. This is military action taken with the express goal of preventing a country that wants nukes and wants to use nukes, unlike the countries that have them. This is in order to prevent them from doing that. So from getting those weapons and from using them. So how does the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament possibly frame their opposition to this war? Because, you know, what are they going to say? And we have a poster that tells us exactly what they're going to say. This is the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament poster for their protest. Actually, this is this is yesterday. There is one tomorrow as well, but this is some event they had yesterday. And look at that headline: "No war on Iran, no to nuclear hypocrisy." So imagine you're an organization that claims to fight for a nuclear weapons-free world, and you are making an issue for you, like making your organization's main issue right now, a war that is being fought to prevent nuclear weapons from a country that will use them. What argument do they have? The argument of hypocrisy, which is, I haven't attended this event or seen it. I'm gonna take a wild guess. We have nukes. Why can't they? Now remember, the CND is not against nuclear weapons. It is not against war. It is against the West ever fighting back, let alone winning a war. And it is against the West having nuclear weapons. What it has campaigned for in its entire existence has been unilateral nuclear disarmament of Western countries. It's active in Britain. It is not active in Russia. It is not active in Pakistan. It is not active in North Korea. It is not active in China. It has zero interest in protesting in Iran against Iran having nukes. It is protesting in Britain against America and Israel, stopping Iran from having nukes. So the CND is a lesson. It's a lesson to all of us to not let people like that, whatever overly emotional, overly accusatory tone they have, do not let them take the moral high ground and do not let them frame the conversation the way they want to frame it. Because if you are talking now, if you deign to have a conversation with somebody from the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, you should not be allowing them to determine that the conversation is going to be about American aggression or imperialism or whatever weasel words they use to escape the fact that they are out there on the streets demanding that we stop trying to prevent an Islamic theocracy that has death to America and death to Israel in its official slogan from obtaining the weapons that would enable them to materialize that threat. And of course, a regime that also slaughtered tens of thousands of its own people in a couple of days in recent months. They are going to go out on the street and protest, knowing there is no chance of any of them getting shot by anybody representing the U.S., the UK government. And they are going to be protesting for the regime that is slaughtering their own people when they protest. These people, by the way, are absolutely what they accuse others of in the case of hypocrisy, but that's not the main point. The main point is not their hypocrisy. The main point is the evil of their ideas. It's not the contradiction between their ideas and their actions. It's who they are that is fundamentally evil, and we should challenge them on not just facts, not just the lies that they tell about the wars that they claim to oppose, but about morality, because their views on that are absolutely abhorrent, and they are the enemy within that will defeat the West, even if the West defeats its actual enemies out there in the world. Daniel, I don't know if you're rejoining or if you are still on a break, which you are more than entitled to. But I see that you are rejoining. Any objections or yeah?
Well, I was only half paying attention since I was on a break, so let's say
Do
no
you have any
objections.
objections to the half that you were paying attention to?
Well, when I say half paying attention, I have almost no idea what you said, because again, if you pick up only half the letters, it's kind of hard to. I was checking out different things.
All right. Well, yeah. It was off the cuff. I probably would fix some things, but we are still gonna cut that and clip it. And yeah, I want these people called out. And since I want them called out, and we have this platform, we will use it to call them out whenever and as much as we can. Somebody in the chat says fifth column. Absolutely, yeah. These people are a fifth column. They are always advocating for our enemies in every way possible, no matter who that enemy is, and always, they're always against anybody who seems like an ally. So the only time you'd hear these people who self-identify as anti-war, but objectively can only be identified as pro-war, whenever you hear them speak about dictatorships in opposition to those dictatorships, is anybody who can remotely be looked at as an ally. Like, for example, Saudi Arabia, which I repeat, I do not think should be considered an ally at all. And I think that alliance should end as soon as possible, let's say after the war, maybe. But yeah, those are the dictatorships that bother them, and what bothers them isn't the oppression that the Saudis are suffering under the Saudi royal family. What bothers them is the allegiance or the alliance with the United States of America. That's why they're out there defending, on the front lines, essentially, of the intellectual battle, defending every dictatorship on the planet that isn't on the side of the West.
Okay, what do we want to do now?
Okay, I'm not even gonna check the news because it was a few minutes ago that actually I will check the news, but I will find something for us to watch first. We have been online for about 4 hours, and I think at the very start of that I promised a Rania Kalik.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. By the way, people in the chat, we can't, I definitely can't read all of the chat. I can't even read, 30% of it, but other than approving any comment that is held, even without reading it. But yeah, if we promise something and then completely forget about it, it's not on purpose. And if you are actually interested in seeing it rather than happy that we forgot it, then let us know in the chat. Robin says, I can't even read either. It's okay, Razi. Yeah, that's you, me, Gavin Newsom. And what Daniel says is not an entire race of people according to Gavin Newsom, but okay, whatever.
Oh, no, of course it wasn't. Again, and it's your assumption that why would he be talking about like that only black people have like low SAT scores?
Well, no, it was something that I wasn't super interested in, but came up in a few, reports and was reported in a certain way. So if anything, if you are right on this, then yeah, it says something about framing and the like. But by the way, it's yeah, if it's not directed at a race of people, uh, he's talking to just generally an audience. That's not bad. Well, I don't know if it's not bad. It's
I
bad.
mean,
It's still bad.
in a sense, it is better, but it's still kind of like a weird thing to. I mean, it's sort of like I mean, what is the purpose of that statement? It's like I'm just like you guys, right? Like that's basically the point. So I don't think there's necessarily.
Somebody in the chat says German far right is now pro mullahs. AFD joined the mullahs supporters. I was surprised. Yeah, I again don't know what right and left really mean, but I wouldn't be. I don't know if I'm that surprised. It could be, one of those we're anti-war bullshit, but yeah, Reichel is joining us, which means that the promised video will have to wait a little bit because I do want to get some updates from Israel, and Yal will not enjoy that video, but it's Friday night, so we have to put him through his paces. I don't know if you know Rania Kalik, but you will get to know her and presumably not want to get to know her any better. Any updates from the ground? I know you just had a siren like in the last, 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah. So I have disabled my default alert because it was like annoying sound.
You can disable it?
Yes, but I installed an alternative, so I'll have something on my phone. And now like there is like two kind of alarms. There's like the sirens, and sometimes there's like advanced warning in advance. So I've changed the advanced warning. I don't know if the Zoom sound filtration will let you hear it. Let's see. Here, original sound. So it sounds, for me, it sounds like this now. So now this is my alert. It's more nice. It's nicer than aggressive horns on you.
Okay, that was a joke, though, right?
No, this is legit. This is my alert.
This is actually what you're gonna hear. That wasn't like a joke with a long.
This is what I've heard, and this is what I've heard. I'm like, okay, I need to get ready to get to shelter. Yeah, IRL.
Daniel,
you gotta have some mood. I was just talking to my friend today, and he says his son is 9 years old, and he loves when there are like he knows what it means, but it's still like he's happy about having sirens because he gets to go down to the building bomb shelter and meet all of his friends and have fun with his friends at the bomb shelter. So,
Daniel, I just need you to explain to me if this is some young people humor that I'm too much of a boomer to understand.
I don't know how old
or
the ER
it
is,
really
but
that thing like takes over your phone. How do you
wait,
disable it?
Isn't ER a millennial?
I was born in 95.
So yeah,
I don't know what generation I am.
To me.
I think 95 is the oldest Gen Z technically you can be. So, but still, I'm a 2002.
Yeah. So
I'm the post
than
9/11 Gen Z, and it's much different.
All right, we don't have confirmation. I guess we'll never know unless Eyal actually gets an alert, but we don't hear them. We've had a few that Michael got, and we don't hear them. They don't come through Zoom.
They sometimes do.
So do you want me to turn off the Zoom noise filtering so you can hear whether there is I have alerts coming?
Yes,
I mean-
but no offense. I trust you to tell the truth, but I will verify in the news.
No,
because
it
I'm
is
not joking.
I wasn't joking. It's legit.
All right. Any other updates other than the alert system change?
So basically, I'm just watching the news just like you guys. I had a regular day today, as much as it can be here. Not much of alarms. I had like one in the morning and another one or two in the afternoon and evening, which is nice. It's nice to visit the shelter the least amount of times. I'm getting my throat is getting all nasty from this dust in the shelter. I'm very happy about Israel.
Do you have any
attacking the
COVID
bunker.
masks left?
I don't want. No, thank you. I'm very happy about us attacking the bunkers in Iran. Hopefully, we got some high-ranking mullahs over there. I'm happy about Israel going deep into Lebanon. Hopefully, we'll finally get rid of Hezbollah. It's also good that we have given them evacuation orders, so the Hezbollah fans has to either go and live in a tent on the beach or go to like Sunni neighborhood where the Sunni people just beat them up and mad at them for dragging them to war for Shia reasons and not for Sunni reasons. Yeah, I don't know what's up. What can I relate to and give my
Well,
view
there's
on.
a couple of things that you talked about that I want to ask you about. So, yeah, the bunker. The way it's being reported is very senior official in the regime. Now, my personal Razi test is this a name I've heard before? Is it going to be a name we've heard before? Like, is it going to be a name I recognize, not heard before? Because I probably have read names and stories.
The people you recognize are dead.
No, the president, Pezeshkian, we haven't heard from him.
So I
Larijani
don't know.
is still alive.
It's probably more like military high ups and stuff like that. There is this one guy, Joffrey, whatever.
Joffrey? He's
yeah.
dead. I saw it. It was episode. Sorry for the spoiler, people who haven't seen. Oh
Yeah, so
man,
there is
I just ruined one of the
there-
greatest moments in Game of Thrones for people. My apologies. We live stream all day, and
So there is an Iranian Joffrey we really want to kill. Hopefully he was there. But we have no confirmation whatsoever, so I guess we'll have to wait and find out. By the way, I don't know if you streamed it, but according to testimonial from one of the wives or whatever of Khamenei, she got to see the body like separated. Like she got to see the head and the covered, and then she got the hands another day. So Khamenei really bursted into pieces, which is a good thing.
Can we have around the world? There's places where you can see like bits of the Berlin Wall. Like there's a bathroom in one of those cheap hotels in Vegas in downtown where they have like in the men's room they have just bits of the Berlin Wall. Can we have bits of Khamenei in different places, or is that a bit too gruesome?
I honestly don't care. The reason I'm happy about that is because those who are alive and hate Israel and want to destroy it and want to kill Jews have the knowledge that this is what happens to people that actually do anything for that cause. So that's good for their motivation.
By the way, did she say how she felt when she saw?
She's sad. She's upset. She's unhappy. But that's what you get. That's what you get for having this ideology, for committing to such thing, for marrying, tyrants. So.
By the way, in the list of names that we would recognize but haven't been killed yet is also the son of Khamenei, and you would think, he might have access to Daddy's bunker. So we can hope. Right now it is Khamenei's bunker's cat. So
What do they think? The idea of is like lightning, it like doesn't strike the same place twice or something?
No, they thought it's deep underground, like enough for the the bombs not to penetrate. The thing is, like, B-52s are flying on the sky of Iran. B-52 is a bomber for the 1950s. It is absolutely has zero stealth capabilities, and the fact that such a gigantic bomber for the 50s flies on the skies of Iran just show how much Israel and the United States have crippled their air defense. There's like nothing they can do. We completely rule their sky, and we can just take a huge bomber and fill it with bombs, and basically just we can carpet bomb their underground shelters and just drop a bomb after bomb after bomb to get to whatever depth and whatever concrete they have.
At this point, we can fly an A380 and drop bombs out of it. Yeah, it doesn't look like they will shoot anything down, which is very nice. Okay, another thing I wanted to ask you about is Lebanon. In part because of I saw somebody who I don't know, but on a WhatsApp group that both of us are on, saying something like, "We can't hold on to South Lebanon." What is your take on that?
We can hold on to South Lebanon. We have the moral right to do it. We have the capabilities.
I think it was more a capabilities thing. I don't think that person was arguing.
So no, but the thing is, Israel by itself is capable of a lot of things. Militarily speaking, it's like it can do so many things. The thing is that Israel restricts itself under false sacrificial morality. Like we can get all of Lebanon if we want. The thing is that it will cause a lot of casualties to the Lebanese people that we don't want. But in the case of southern Lebanon, those casualties are justified. Like, they have been using southern Lebanon in an attempt to destroy Israel. They have forces ready in southern Lebanon to invade Israel like Hamas did on October 7th. Hezbollah is a murderous terror regime, and basically the government of Lebanon, whether it's out of fear, out of incompetence, out of a desired wish for the demise of Israel, for whatever reason, basically gave Hezbollah moral sanction and allowed them to exist as a militia and to act from Lebanon. So basically Hezbollah is acting in a sense on the behalf of the Lebanese government as a Lebanese agent. So like whatever casualties there will be for Israel to defend itself, it's justified for Lebanon. The thing is, Israel wants Lebanon as an ally. Israel wants to have good relations with the Lebanese. And Israel is tied into this morality of self-sacrifice and to all of those, de-escalation and everything. So they're being very careful. I'm glad to see that there is a trend out of this with Iran. I was glad to see Trump tweet today about demanding unconditional surrender from Iran. And I've seen reports before that Trump basically claims that the Iranian regime is trying to negotiate, and Trump is like, no, the time for negotiation is over. I've sent Daniel a short clip. I don't know if you broadcast it, about a scene from, don't remember what movie it was. I think Tropic Thunder.
I did, and I asked him to stop in the middle because I'm like, what the hell is going on here? But yeah.
Yeah. So I'm very happy about the situation.
Linda asked me to stop saying Newsom and say gruesome. First of all, gruesome can refer to many, many people. Also, if hearing Newsom makes you uncomfortable, good. Remember, this guy, is about to potentially become president, and remember his name and keep up the good fight. By the way, Linda Cordair, more than anyone I know, has actually stood up to Newsom's horrible policies during lockdowns with her husband Quen Cordair and Quen Cordair Fine Art, where they opened despite it being illegal, and they're like, okay, we've had enough. So for more on that, you should watch Linda's talk from the Irreplaceable Spark conference last year. You can watch that if you become a member, an Inner Circle member of the channel, or upgrade your membership to Inner Circle. You will also get access to All the other talks at that conference. I still want to talk a bit more about Lebanon before we go to Rania Khalek, who I think is also of Lebanese origin, or maybe even grew up in Lebanon. But so Israel did hold on to chunks of South Lebanon for 18 years until Ehud Barak made the brilliant military move of leaving unilaterally with basically without anything in place to ensure that Hezbollah doesn't immediately, as Israel retreats, take over that territory, which of course they did, gained him the name, much deserved name, Ehud Barak, which is Hebrew for ran away, because that is exactly what he did. One of the many, many bad things. Incredible. I said this, I think, yesterday. Incredible how much damage he managed to fit into a year and 8 months of being prime minister, and he's still around talking. Really, you should not be talking after what you've done to the country. But will this be different? In what way will it be different? And before you answer that, I also want to touch on the thing that we hear from anti-Israel people, and only from anti-Israel people, which is Greater Israel. Now, I don't even know what the exact map of Greater Israel is, and I don't care. I don't. Israeli politicians don't talk about it. Nobody who has any chance of getting elected into parliament, let alone having real power, says this is something that Israel should do. Let's occupy Jordan. Let's occupy well into Iraq. That's not a conversation in Israel. It's a conversation in anti-Semitic circles. And today I was hearing somewhere, I can't remember if this was before we went live or during the show, of, look, Israel is now occupying parts of Syria, parts of Lebanon, and this is not an occupation in the sense of, if you talk about what Israel did in, the Golan Heights or Judea and Samaria or Gaza at the time, which is, have Jewish settlements, which I very much support having in Gaza again. Nobody's talking about that, right? There's not going to be, even if Israel looks like it has to hold on to these territories, additional territories that they took over in Syria, whatever they have to take in Lebanon. There's no talk of let's settle it and make it a part of Israel and at some point annex it. There's security because these people want to kill us. We want like a bit more of a buffer between Jews that people can kill and the people who want to kill them.
Well, first of all, let's look at the facts. Israel took over the Sinai Peninsula, which is basically 2 times bigger than the rest of Israel. And Israel gave it up for peace, like fake peace, whatever, with Egypt. If the theory of Greater Israel is true, Israel would have never give up an inch. Israel gave up Gaza, I think more than 4 times. Israel got Gaza, Israel encircled Gaza in 48 and gave it up for the Egyptians because basically the war in the United States did not allow Israel to invade Egypt, even though Egypt tried to destroy Israel. So they just said, whatever, we're not going to get into this diplomatic fight, and just gave it up. Israel gave up Gaza in 57. Once again, they got the whole Sinai and Gaza and defending itself from Egypt, and then they gave it up due to international pressure. Then Israel gave up Gaza in the 80s. Once again, they had to occupy it in 67 because Egypt was once again trying to destroy Israel, and they gave it up in the 80s for peace. And then Israel gave up parts of Gaza they didn't give up. They didn't give up Gaza in the 80s. They gave up Sinai, but the Egyptian says, no, you keep Gaza. We don't want it. And then they gave it up in the 90s in the Oslo Accords. They gave up parts of it and let the Palestinian Authority run it. And then they gave it up again in 2005. Israel also gave up parts of Judea and Samaria and gave it to the Palestinian Authority. And Israel left the defensive part of Lebanon that it had, once again, unilaterally, and got terror. So if this theory was true, and if Israel had some sort of secret ambition to take over parts of the Middle East, it would never have give up said territory. Especially since look at what we got from it. We got massacred from those territories we gave up. So once again, there is no justification for that. Now, the people who criticize Israel for supposedly wanting greater Israel, those people have no problem with a concept I call Greater Palestine. They have no problem chanting from the river to the sea. They have no problem with Hamas invading Israel. So this just shows, and like they wouldn't mind the Middle East. Basically, they wouldn't mind Hamas taking over the Middle East, right? When they say, "Oh, Israel taking over the Middle East," it's a threat. You know, a Western state respecting right has somewhat free markets. You know, people are living free. People are like, you know, doing science, and they have high tech, you know, companies and technology and everything. They don't have a problem with that. Like those people hating Greater Israel, like, oh no, that's bad. We want the Middle East to be ruled by barbarians. We want the Middle East to be ruled by Hamas and by Assad and by Julani and by the mullahs and by Islamic kingdoms. So it's just like this argument is really bad in all points. Like, even if Israel would have been expanding in the Middle East, it just means more people would have more rights. More people would be freer to live. You know, and I said it in previous stream. There are like Bedouin community, okay? So let's say there's a Bedouin community in Jordan, there's a Bedouin community in Egypt or whatever. But so let's say there is a Bedouin tribe, and there is a woman being raped and beaten up in that tribe. If she goes to the police in any of those surrounding states, she will be persecuted, or she will be returned to her tribe to be murdered. And only in Israel, where such things happen, she can go to the police, and the police will protect her and issue a warrant against the people in the tribe and persecute them for raping her and beating her up. And this is what those anti-America, anti-Israel, anti-Western world are afraid of. They're afraid of people in the Middle East being free. They're afraid of a situation where women in the Middle East can go to the police when they're being raped, and the police will actually defend them. And like, it reminds me of Britain. It's even in Britain, you know, with the Pakistani rape gangs, women go to the police and they're getting laughed at, even minors. So I guess those people want the Middle East to be more like Britain and less like Israel. I don't know. This is, it's really bad. It's really bad, the whole situation, what's going on.
Bonnie said just a couple of minutes ago, this from Eyal should be a short, and then said, plus his new phone alert. And Bonnie, I usually am keen to take your advice, but in your previous comment, your reply to somebody, you posted the logo of the CND. So yeah, we are on a break now. Anyway, I'm joking, but yeah, CND. That by the way, that's not going to be a short because I went on forever, but it is going to be a clip as well. And yeah, we are going to also try to do shorts. We haven't done shorts for a long time. So yeah, by the way, the person who a few days ago with some, you know, anti-Semitic and homophobic or anti-gay comment managed to combine both of them into a comment, that one comment of the day is now talking about skin cancer. Like, what's going on with you people? You were at least semi-witty, even though you're an anti-Semitic piece of shit. Yeah, give us some of that. The Comment of the Day award hasn't been awarded for a couple of days. Remember, it needs to be good, it needs to be funny, and the criteria is Razi feels like you deserve the Comment of the Day award. So, guys don't deserve peace. I'm sorry. You're not funny anymore. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to filibuster, but I'm afraid at some point you will have to be introduced to Rania Kalik. The people demand it. So Daniel, behind the scenes, let's start watching it and see how much we can stomach. Yeah.
But of course, you are there in Lebanon, and I'm sure people are seeing the images, terrible Israeli destruction in Lebanon, and seemingly continue moving forward. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to, give folks a lay of the land.
Well, Eugene, today is day 4 of the massive escalation against Lebanon. It's day 6 of the U.S.-Israeli launch of the war on Iran. But because Iran is like basically the big story and what's happening in the region, Lebanon's gotten a lot less attention. But today, I think things have deteriorated quite rapidly here. But today deteriorated even more. Everyone edge after this afternoon. The Israelis, the Israeli Arabic language spokespeople issued a directive demanding people leave the southern suburbs of Beirut, known as Dahi, home to hundreds of thousands of people. Basically, they call it an evacuation order, but these are displacement orders. They said hundreds of people must leave to save their own lives. They want to empty the entire southern suburbs of Beirut out. And of course, this caused massive chaos, massive traffic. This also comes after demanding the evacuation of Lebanon's entire south of the Litani River days earlier. This new displacement order of, again, hundreds of thousands of people who live in the suburbs of Beirut, majority Shia. Israel sees it as, Hezbollah's base of support. You constantly hear this area of Beirut referred to as a Hezbollah stronghold. This is where Israel typically centers its bombing campaign in the capital around. This is unprecedented, even for the Israelis. Israel is trying to empty out huge portions of the country like never before. Most of the global media is understandably consumed with the war on Iran, so this isn't really getting the attention it deserves, but it's, again, unprecedented. It's also notable that the Israelis are telling the Lebanese in their tweets about demanding that they evacuate. They were telling these Lebanese people that they're displacing from these Shia neighborhoods to take roads to areas of the country, which would inevitably land them in Christian or Sunni areas, which also leads into.
All right, let's pause. She's saying a lot of stuff. Some of it I'm really enjoying. We've been saying in the last couple of days, both with the evacuation order, which is for what was it, like 4 neighborhoods. It is unprecedented, and if the strikes are unprecedented, which it looks like they might be, yeah, that's music to my ears. But and her tears are also music to my ears. But she mentioned Israel says it's a Hezbollah stronghold. What is it actually? Is it just hundreds of thousands of women and children and journalists?
It is a Hezbollah stronghold. I've sent you and Daniel on WhatsApp a short video. If you want, you can show it. But it's basically a video showing evidence for houses in Lebanon that, like, inside the house, they are hiding missiles to shoot at Israel. Like, it's a civilian house, people live there, and like in the back, like in the garage, there is like a huge, like Looney Tunes style missile launcher. So like, if you don't want to have your you can show it again. If you don't want your neighborhood to be evacuated, so don't give such thing an approval. Let's say I go around the street and I see my neighbor has a missile and in his backyard. I'll probably call the police. I wonder why. I wonder why those Shia Lebanese at the Dakhia and in the villages, when they see it, did not call the police or the Lebanese government. Well, it has several reasons. Because the Lebanese military and government and police are cooperating with Hezbollah. They're somewhat held hostage by Hezbollah. And it's because they are on, and the primary reason, even if Lebanon was hunting down those missiles, like this is like people who are like mostly Shiite and supporters of Hezbollah that give moral sanction to such things. Like, yeah, let's go. Let's have missiles in our backyards to shoot at Israel. Well, this is partly the consequences of such culture. If you allow missiles in your neighbor's backyard or host missiles in your house, like this is not even the worst case for them, but one of the results is being evacuated from your terrorist neighborhoods. You don't want to be act as terrorists, don't be a terrorist and don't support terrorists. Israeli actions are completely justified. She can cry all day and all night, I don't give a damn. And she's basically, I will condemn her, she's evil for supporting Hezbollah and their attempts to killing people for dumb, mystical reasons, and because they believe the secret disappearing imam will return after they murder everybody in the world and their sister. So this is the result of having such a view and to acting based on such a view.
Somebody in the chat says, hot Indian girl. First of all, not hot, not Indian, and you assuming her gender is basically transphobic and, you know, kind of genocidal. Oh, Daniel says maybe he meant me. Okay, that is, I am part Indian, of Indian descent, so I guess that would be valid, in which case, thank you, but my pronouns are he, him. Yeah, I think
I just had a joke.
What? Can we laugh at it as well?
No, you know why the Israeli Apache attack helicopter pilot can bomb Lebanon?
Why?
Because he identifies as an Apache attack helicopter.
Nice. Also, yeah, so we'll show the video you sent before we go back to Rania. But also, Daniel, I don't know if you probably don't have this easily accessible, but we did show something else that if you can find, let's show again. Back when we were covering when Israel started fighting back in Lebanon in September 2024, there were videos, at least one that I remember, of somebody from Hezbollah coming into a village. I can't remember if it's Druze, Christian, wanting to shoot from there, and people like beating the crap out of him and saying, get the fuck out of here, you know, because he's shooting from there so that Israel shoots back at them, and then Hezbollah can say Israel is killing civilians, and they're like, we're not going to be those civilians, go shoot from somewhere else. So yeah, Daniel, let's watch the video y'all sent. If you have the other video, we can watch that too, and then we will go back to Rania. Was it in one of them? Was it a rocket like being shot from the place? Like they bombed the place and the rocket was shot into another building, or is that?
Yeah. So basically, they stored a missile in their house. So whenever Hezbollah orders them, like people from Hezbollah will come and aim it at whatever, and the missile was just sitting there ready to be launched. And then when Israel bombed this place, the missile inside the house went off and hit their neighbors. And dear neighbors, that's what you get for allowing that. So,
Daniel, do you have the video of Hezbollah wanting to shoot from a village and being kicked out by force?
Maybe I'm going through my.
in the meanwhile,
Okay.
I'll say that Lebanon, if you have it, let me know. In the meanwhile, I say Lebanon has only like in the last few days started like to muscle up against Hezbollah, and it's only because they see Iran is falling down and they're afraid of Israel. Earlier, like last year and previously, like the Lebanese government basically protected Hezbollah and Iranian assets, as I said before, either because they were afraid of them or because they were like happy that they are trying to destroy Israel.
Yeah, and Daniel, if you don't know for sure that you have that video, we can watch some more of Rania until she pisses us off enough that we have to pause, talk about her, and then we can watch that video. It's still going to be relevant. But please play one of them.
Christian or Sunni areas, which also leads into Israel trying to create sectarian civil chaos in this country, which is another aspect of this that I'll get to. But all that's to say, Israel issuing a master directive for hundreds of thousands of people to evacuate an entire part of the city that's so densely populated suggests that they are going to massively carpet bomb the entire area. So people were basically fleeing for their lives all afternoon and evening with really nowhere to go. You had people in other parts of Beirut really scared about what this would mean for the city in general, you know, opening their windows in case there's massive blasts so that their windows don't break. Just a really scared, panicked situation in the city. It seems as though Israel is applying its Gaza doctrine to Tehran, to South Lebanon, now to the southern suburbs of Beirut. They're totally unleashed with no red lines, this genocidal fascist state with the full backing of the U.S. military in the region right now. It really is, Eugene, a terrifying and shameful moment for humanity. I mean, as the last 2.5 years. Ben, and you also had Israeli Minister Bezalel Smotrich making a statement, I believe from the north, from Israel's north, saying that Beirut's Dahiyeh district will soon look like Khan Yunis in Gaza. So basically promising to turn it into Gaza. So that's just the most recent development in Lebanon, and everybody's on edge, you know, eyes glued to the live feeds on Lebanese news channels of various parts of the country, but waiting to see what Israel's going to do in Dahiyeh, waiting to see what they're going to do road that it's next to the airport itself. The country is so on edge, and that's, you know, on top of the last several days of massive Israeli bombing. The Lebanese health ministry said just today that the death toll from these renewed Israeli attacks has risen to 77, and then 525 wounded. Before this recent displacement order in Dahiyeh, there was already 84,000 people displaced across the country. Because again, like I said, the Israelis had issued these displacement orders for over 100 villages in the south. Over 100 villages in the
All
south.
right,
saying,
okay,
"Leave your village."
that last point, so everything is music to my ears. Really, go back and look at how she talked when Israel was being bombed by Iran and in June. Listen to what she said. Like, she was enjoying it. She wants to see that kind of stuff. I don't know if I remember what she may have said after October 7th, but I'm sure we can find it, and I'm sure it is at the very least features excuses, if not full-on support for what was done. So it's beautiful to hear her talk about how the last 2.5 years have been so horrible. Yes, you deserve it. And hundreds of villages. Let me just stick with that point for a second. Hundreds of villages in South Lebanon. Sounds like a lot. Well, South Lebanon and Hezbollah, like that is what the whole south of Lebanon is. These villages are Hezbollah. Everybody there is Hezbollah or Hezbollah approved. You know, I'm sure they have kids, and those kids are not morally responsible, but kids in war are always there, you know, and the responsibility of their parents. And if they're on the side which started the war, that really, really sucks for them because their parents probably deserve to die, and they don't, but might.
What's her name?
Rania Kalik.
Rania thinks that you can eat the cake and have it too if you ignore the fact that you've ate the cake. She thinks you can fuck around without finding out. She thinks causality is up to her choice, as if she can do whatever atrocities or support whatever evil, and then when the results come, she can be like, "Oh no, this is like she evades all the context." You fuck around, you're gonna find out. You want to dedicate your life to killing everyone? Death is going to arrive at you faster than you expect. So, like, what do you want? What do you expect? Why didn't you go around in like 10 years ago or whatever in Lebanon and tell people, listen, you shouldn't go with Hezbollah because they're gonna bring doom all over the place. Instead, you've waited for shit to blow up, and then you went on and blamed Israel, which is defending itself. Like, what were you thinking? And by the way, I have news. The Iranians are now, according to some news outlets, admit that Ali Hijazi, one of the most executive Iranian leadership, whatever, is dead. He was probably killed today.
He is the senior advisor to Khamenei. He is not the person who was targeted in the bunker. So he was killed in an attempt on.
He was one of, I guess.
No. From what I understand, he was targeted separately earlier, so the bunker is a separate attack. So, yeah, let's hope we'll have another name coming.
Also,
soon.
Azerbaijan and Iran relationship are cooling down. Azerbaijan is deporting, evacuating their diplomats from Iran and shutting down the embassy, and raising the military alert. So. Good news.
Yeah, bombing a country might make them want to cool down the relationship. So well done, Iran. Absolutely love the fact that they're targeting everybody. In Azerbaijan, I less want to see bad things happen there. When Iran is targeting Qatar, I kind of want the interceptors to fail or just run out. But yeah, okay.
All those people, all those Muslims and Jew haters and terrorists, they think they can FA without the FO coming. That's what's going on.
Do we have the video, Daniel, from that village in Lebanon, or should we watch more of Rania? Because I'm surprised at how much I'm enjoying her content.
No.
Okay, then let's watch more Rania.
And I'll get to what the actual goal is for that. But I just want to say, just to give people background, been kind of distracted by the other big news out of the region. This all started on Monday morning. And, it didn't really start on Monday morning, but this recent escalation started Monday morning when Hezbollah fired a handful of rockets into the northern Israeli area.
Wait, what? Wait.
And they said in their statement that they were...
Can you rewind that just for a few seconds? I'm like, I listened and I think I heard what I heard, but I was reading the chat. Can you just a little bit hear her explanation again, and then keep playing?
Out of the region. This all started on Monday morning. And, it didn't really start on Monday morning, but this recent escalation started Monday morning when Hezbollah fired a handful of rockets into the northern Israeli area. And they said in their statement that they released soon after that it was to avenge the death of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. And it was in response to the endless ceasefire violations, over 15,000 since November 2024. Israel has violated the ceasefire daily. They had killed by that point, since that ceasefire, over 350 Lebanese and injured many. Hezbollah had not one in those 15 months. And so they framed this as a response to that. And it was a handful of rockets, none of which actually caused any damage. Most of them were intercepted. And then, Israel right after that unleashed hell.
Okay, let's pause here. Let's pause here. That
Come
is,
on, guys. It was just a handful. Oh, it was just a handful.
you are taking this differently from how I'm taking it. That is so unusual for one of these people to say, and we've heard her before, like to say this recent escalation started when Hezbollah fired rockets. Did she hear herself? She is telling the truth. Like this recent thing started with Hezbollah. Now then she says didn't cause any damage and insinuating that it doesn't matter that they fired rockets because what if there was damage, if those rockets killed 50 people, let's say, would she say, okay, now Israel should go in guns a-blazing, or okay, now Israel should surrender, or now Israel finally feels what it's like? But yeah, she is understanding that it is them, and then she's doing the proportionality thing of Israel unleashed hell over just a couple of rockets, which is exactly what you should unleash when a single anything is being fired at you.
I just want to say, in a sense, I don't know how to put it. Like, it's not as if Israel has a primary moral responsibility for the situation. Of course not. But Israel, in a sense, is somewhat responsible for that statement. Israel has created a president that, we intercept the missiles, so it's okay. It reminds me, last year or in 2024, when Iran shot a ballistic barrage against Israel, and then Israel and the United States have managed to intercept most of the missiles. So Biden say, take the win. Like, as if somebody shoots you and you wear a vest and the bullet hits the vest, so it's just like a punch in your stomach and not like you drop dead. So according to the defeatists, those self-sacrificial maniacs, you basically A-okay, and you should go on with your lives and never defend yourself and prevent or punish or do justice with those who attacked you. This is once again, I call it the grooming gangs mentality. I don't know why this comes up to me, but it's this self-sacrificial mentality. And the thing is, they got used to it. Our enemies got used to it. People got used, we shoot a barrage of missiles and they'll intercept it and everything's all right. By the way, I think one of the most interesting events was the missile barrage from Hezbollah against Israel that killed a bunch of Druze in northern Israel. And I think after that barrage, there was like the beeper attacks, and we got Hezbollah, and we got Nasrallah, and everything. And I think the fact that Hezbollah accidentally killed a bunch of Druze children put them in some sort of a shock and gave Israel some courage, as if we were waiting for innocents to die so we can actually defend ourselves. And this again brings me back to a very important lesson I learned from Harry Binswanger, who is a genius. And he explains how a threat of force is basically equal to a use of force. If somebody threatens you, it's as if the threat has happened. And it's even more explicit if somebody shoots a missile at you and is not managing to kill 10, 20, 100, 1,000 people, you should treat it as if he did. Like, it doesn't matter, it was just a small barrage and we intercepted it. In what right do they shoot missiles at Israel? Nobody has a right to shoot at your children. I don't have a right to take a gun and go to my neighbor's house and shoot his children. And if I try to do it, I should rightly so be persecuted and thrown in jail for the rest of my life.
Yeah, missing does not make you innocent. If you try to shoot a still and you hit a wall.
No, and like it's not only missing. Like, Israel managed to prevent the barrage didn't do anything, whatever, and even if they didn't shoot anything, and Israel has the right to go and take over whatever land necessary and do whatever bombing necessary. To take down Hezbollah. This is an organization that's sworn to destroy Israel and kill the Jews and destroy the West or whatever. This organization got to go. And if people in Lebanon are not fighting it, to death, because this is their house, this is their problem, this is their sovereignty, this is done under their name. If they are not fighting against Hezbollah, they're gonna pay the price of Israel fighting Hezbollah, whatever price it will be. This is primarily their moral responsibility. Or they say, listen, we're not a sovereign nation, we're anarchy. And then it's war anyways. Like, what's going on? Like, you either are a country that is responsible to whatever missiles coming out of its territory, or you're a failed anarchy, failed state, or whatever, and you have no rights whatsoever. Lebanon is responsible for whatever missile Hezbollah shoots at Israel.
Absolutely. I see there's a conversation in the chat that I can't follow all of, but Linda calling out trolls in the chat, asking why they don't use their real name. By the way, there's valid reasons for people not using their real name. Like, people can lose their jobs expressing a perfectly legitimate opinion. That is the culture we live in. But it is interesting that trolls 100% of the time do not use their real names, or a picture of what we can assume is them. And Linda says, I stand behind everything I say, and I'm not afraid. Being brave is part of being an American and an objectivist. And yeah, Linda has been brave, as mentioned earlier, in ways beyond commenting in... is that on my... No, that's on your end. Beyond commenting here in the chat. And I can't speak for Plant Cordair Fine Art, but I'm guessing they're okay with losing any pro-terrorist business that may have come their way if they pretended not to take a stand on things. So, yeah. Okay, let's... and we are also, proudly putting our names out there, and if you have an issue with us, you know who you have an issue with, and, trolls in the chat.
Guys, as promised, you just heard the alert, and I have to go to shelter. As you can see, at least I get a smile on my face when I have to go to the bomb shelter. See you soon.
See you soon. Yeah, stay safe. That is amazing. Unless this is still a joke, in which case I applaud him, by the way, for the joke. And if not, I of course hope he is safe. Yeah, okay. No, Yal makes great points, then Razi ignores for troll comments. No, Yal makes great points, and those points stand. I don't understand what you're saying. And I was praising Linda's point, if you missed that. But anyway, okay, you don't need I'm okay without your approval. Daniel, do you want to show us some more of Rania? And we will do a news update soon, since there are sirens.
Up in the middle of the night at 3 a.m. to the sound of Israel bombing Dahiyeh on that early Monday morning. Most of the rest of the city heard those bombings as well. They were incredibly intense. And then it just got worse and worse after that. It was like a repeat of September 2024, but somehow even worse because everybody's already been displaced not too long ago. Some people had just finished rebuilding their houses to only have them bombed again. There are displaced people all over the city.
Okay, pause for a second, because while I will definitely be accused for... Can you bring up the screen with it paused again? Because there was a fundraiser thing there, and I'm trying to figure out, is that... I do want to address the point, but is that total raised? Can you tell if it's total raised, like in this video right now?
No, I think it means this campaign, I think. I mean, this video has 16,000 views, so.
Well, okay, but if one person gave 2,000, then the other 228 makes sense.
Yeah,
But
and what
anyway,
if 2 and 2 plus 2 isn't 4?
What? How does that?
Yeah.
What?
I think it's a ridiculous assumption.
Oh, it's not an assumption. It's a question. I'm just wondering if it was raised in one go so that I can say to people, let's raise more money than that, which of course we're not going to do on this episode. But yeah, those people are well funded. You know, we keep hearing that we're funded by billionaires, but as I keep telling everybody, the check was lost in the mail. If we do have any billionaire members, we're not getting billions. Okay, billionaires can uh, give money that isn't billions, which of course we would love to have if they choose to support our work. But remember, there's if fundraising was our top priority, we would have to maybe change to a different ideology, and it's much easier to raise funds when you want to break stuff as part of your charity. Okay, yeah, the point that she was making, I love that. Oh, we woke up at 3 a.m. to bombings and shit. And yeah, Israelis are waking up all the time to your bombings that you support. And yeah, now it is a really as Eyal put so eloquently, they don't like the finding out part. Well, this is the finding out part. You can find out 24/7. Like it's not limited to business hours. You can find out at 3 a.m. and it actually is better for you to find out at 3 a.m. because the more uncomfortable you are, the less likely you are to keep doing this again and again until there are no more Jews left to kill. So the complaints about the discomfort of the Lebanese, again, music to my ears. Justice heard from the point of view of the people who are getting what they deserve. Let's hear some more.
It looks like it looked in November 2024 when it was just, full of displaced people with nowhere to go, with a drone overhead. But this time around, there's, far less appetite for war. And on top of that, I just want to go back to the issue of Israel wanting to stoke civil chaos. Again, there are tens of thousands of people displaced. That number is going to rise from the 84,000 number that I already mentioned because of these recent displacement orders. And, the reason, if anybody noticed earlier in the broadcast, I kept looking down. It's because I'm watching my phone to see updates from the Israeli spokespeople. It's so dystopian, Eugene. We literally have these people on notification so we can see where they're going to bomb next when they give their displacement orders.
Okay, that is a very good point. What Rania finds dystopian is that the IDF tells her, get out before we bomb if you are living next door to a terrorist, next door as an apartment building next door, probably not next door as an private home next door. Yeah, it would be uncomfortable. This is who doesn't get alerts from the other side. Hezbollah does not tell Israeli civilians when they're about to bomb their homes. Hezbollah did not alert the school kids in Majd al-Shams, the 12 kids that they murdered in 2024. They didn't tell them it's coming. It may have been just the football field destroyed, which is still not okay and absolutely a cause of war and perfect legitimate reason for Israel to go in, which they already had before that from all the bombings and the threats. But yeah, again, Rania speaks like this to a Western audience because she knows Jews are in mainstream thinking being held to a standard that nobody else is ever held to. And that's why she can actually say, look, we started this, Hezbollah started this on Monday, but they were unsuccessful. They didn't manage to kill anybody. So why is Israel now fighting back and telling us where to go so we are safe and only the terrorists are killed? What a despicable human being through and through. And again, fully deserves every bit of suffering she gets. I hope this doesn't end anytime soon for her, and I really hope I don't think Eyal shares my view on this, but we can talk when he comes back. But I want to see the country devastated because this is another thing. I wrote this down. She says we have she compared to 2024. She says the people in Lebanon have far less appetite for war than they did in 24. Well, they have too much appetite, and I know that I can assess that quantitatively. They have what is too much appetite for war. How do I know that? Because they're starting a war. That's how. You don't start a war if you don't want a war. And you don't let people start a war in your name if you don't want a war. So Lebanon started the war. They're getting the war they want. And Rania is telling us, no, Israel should just take it and accept it. Thank you, Roland, for the super chat. Roland says this super chat is worth over 8 million Iranian rial. Who says you guys aren't funded by billionaires? Thank you very much. And yes, well, whatever Iran's future currency is, hopefully it will, recover. And yeah, tickets to the Irreplaceable Spark Conference 3, which is tentatively scheduled for October 2027 in Tehran, will hopefully be also affordable to locals and not just to the many of us who, while I say this half jokingly about Spark 2027, and I would be very surprised if that's possible that soon, we do very much hope to go travel to that beautiful country one day, and when it is a free, civilized country. Robin says, Razi fired a missile just to avoid disagreement. Yes, well, both to avoid disagreement and because I wanted to check if that alert thing that Yal said is true. Let's play some more.
Their displacement orders. That is how we are living in Lebanon right now. And they do it mostly overnight, so it's very difficult to sleep. But all that's to say, these tens of thousands of people that are displaced, and there will be more as Israel widens its scope and issues more evacuation orders, including more recently in the Bekaa. And Israel's also bombed safe places. Like a couple days ago, they bombed Hazmi, which is in the suburbs of Beirut. It's a Christian area that's considered safe. A hotel there, never explained why or what looking for, and they injured severely the receptionist there, just kind of making everybody feel like nowhere is safe. This is intended to make everybody feel unsafe and to fuel unrest because, like I said, the Lebanese are very tired. They have no appetite for another war. And I also have to say that has led to a great deal of anger at Hezbollah for entering into this war. Hezbollah was already domestically weakened, and many had blamed them for the losses that were experienced in 2024 and the big escalation then. And so many in Lebanon see this latest Israeli escalation. They're blaming Hezbollah for it. And especially from the more sectarian right-wing voices in this country, they are really going to town to incite hatred, not just against Hezbollah, but against the constituency they represent, against all the Shia of Lebanon, against the very people that through no fault of their own, through Israel's fault, are being displaced right now. So again, I go back to little appetite, not just for war, but in a polarized sectarian country like Lebanon, where there's so much incitement to hatred, there's also now little appetite to even help the displaced. So people literally have fewer places to go than they had back in September, October, November 2024.
Let's pause quickly. So is internal? Well, she actually, yes. I was going to ask a question, but then I remember I wrote down her answer to this, the preemptive answer to this question a few minutes earlier, when she said Israel is trying to create sectarian civil violence. So yeah, for her, if internal violence in Lebanon is not the same as internal violence in every Arab country, and there is internal violence in pretty much every Arab country, or between Arab countries and other Arab countries, or Arab countries and other Muslim countries, or non-Arab Muslim countries and other non-Arab Muslim countries. But because in Lebanon some of the fire is being directed at the Jews, it is all the Jews' fault. It was pretty interesting to hear her talk about Hezbollah and put some of the blame on them. But she and she's she doesn't sound like a fan, although I'm sure she's a fan of any successes they have in war. But she said Hezbollah was already domestically weakened. I don't know if she's going to elaborate, but I am curious, Rania, how was Hezbollah domestically weakened? Has anything happened maybe externally that may have helped it? Nate asks, Razi, Iran filled the vacuum created by Iraq's downfall. Who will fill the vacuum of Iran's downfall? So I've actually spoken about this in recent days, and I have a big concern that the answer to that question is Turkey. And that's something that when I think about the day after the regime falls, and I again love the fact that Pete Hegseth said, we're not going to do nation. He specifically called out and mocked the idea of nation building, and it should be mocked and it should be completely rejected, even if there are going to be scenes that are going to be heartbreaking. It is not something that the U.S. or Israel or any country that was threatened by the current regime needs to take care of just because we had to remove that regime for our own national security. What for our own national security we do have to do is make sure that Turkey does not get involved, doesn't have any influence. By the way, it could be Turkey, it could be the influence that Iran has in Iraq coming back to Iran. So a lot of bad stuff can happen there. And it's not, I go back to this debate we had yesterday. If you haven't seen it, then make sure you catch. There's a separate video of it on the channel. It was Nikos, Jim Brown on one side, me and Michael Kaufman on the other. And the question we were debating is it going to be as easy as all of us hope and some of us think? And I said, essentially, it can be if we continue the way we have been going so far, and that is still the case. And again, I take it on a minute-by-minute basis because I never know when they're going to say, okay, we agreed with the regime that this person is going to be leader is acceptable to both of us. I don't know if it's coming. I'm scared that it might be. I hope Trump is just bluffing. But yeah, this is back to what could happen afterwards. If it is Turkey in any way, we are gonna really pay a heavy price, and we need to generally remember that after Iran is gone, the Middle East is not a peaceful place all of a sudden. It has Egypt, which I think is a threat. It has Saudi Arabia, which could be a threat. The fact that we have, our bastard in charge, and he really is not our bastard in any way. He's just an evil bastard. It, it does not mean that that's who's going to be in charge next, the day after. So, yeah, remember the threats, but above all these, even Saudi Arabia's potential to become an enemy, proper enemy, and Egypt, Turkey is at the top of the list. And yeah, Nate says Turkey already has a lot of influence in Syria. Yes, it does, and I like that the way Israel has handled that. To an extent, Israel can't take over the place and fix it and shouldn't do that if it could. But what it can do is to make sure that the capabilities of anybody there to attack Israel are diminished to virtually gone. And it has done that, and it is kind of paying attention and keeps doing that. So that's the best that Israel can do. And in Iran, that can be done as well, although I would like to see a bit more in Iran than in Syria in terms of preventing. Iran is also like Syria is, has been a failed state and a state of civil war since, for a very long time. It's Iran can actually become decent quickly with the right people in charge and with something that guarantees stability. And so yeah, the West again shouldn't nation build, but should secure the borders to the extent that their hard work, America and Israel's hard work, isn't something that evil countries and evil people benefit from. Let's watch more.
Situation, but that is the material reality of Lebanon right now. And the Israelis are trying
to take advantage of that. They know that bombing quote unquote safe areas will be blamed on Hezbollah and on Shia specifically, and therefore risk sectarian infighting. And again, I go back to in the displacement orders they issued for Dahi earlier, they literally gave instructions for where to go. And they basically told people to go to like a road that would take them either to Christian areas or a road that would take them to Sunni areas. They want to see civil chaos in this country. And, you know, I also want to go back to the displacement orders in the South, because Israel has also invaded the South. But I would also say that it's not entirely correct to call what Israel's doing simply an invasion, because an invasion would suggest an eventual departure. The Israelis plan on a permanent occupation of the villages they enter in South Lebanon. That's what the Israeli military spokespeople mean when they say things like, and I'm quoting one of them, framing it as a tactical step to create an additional layer of security for the residents of northern Israel.
Right. Okay. So
stay
yeah, it's, you know, Owen Jones, when he tells you what the Jews think and what their intentions are and so on, doesn't even make it. She's you know, better than Owen Jones. Not really a high bar, but she is actually telling you that they're saying one thing and actually they mean something completely different. Again, the idea that Israel wants to hold on to any part of Lebanon is not something that is found in anything any Israeli ever says. They could have just held on to it in 2000. They could have you know, recaptured it in 2006. They could have, well, they did some stuff in 2024, but yeah, what Israel wants is for people who want to kill Jews to stop being able to kill Jews, at least in Israel, where it is the job of the Israeli government to protect them. Lebanon has proved time and time again that if the border is where the border currently is, Israelis will die. When? We don't know. Whenever Hezbollah decides. So yeah, moving the border up north is, you know, right now is, you know, a necessary kind of thing. How long it should remain there is determined by, once Hezbollah is removed, the Lebanese government that and to what extent. What they haven't done until now, which is actually make sure there's no killing of Jews from their part. If they change course and decide we're the government, and what happens, anybody attacked from our territory is our responsibility, and we are going to fight them so that, you know, their targets don't have to fight us, because right now their targets have to fight us. That is the situation in Lebanon, and yeah, we will, you know, we'll continue to observe it. And I don't think I think that clip, you know, unlike a lot of what these people say, especially in the context of the current war, that won't age well a week, 2 weeks from now. This might age fine for her audience for a couple of years, because it could be years. I think, if I were to guess, that it absolutely should be and will be years, because again, the experiment of Lebanese sovereignty of South Lebanon has failed time and time again. Okay, we tried it, it failed, it results in dead Israelis. It should not be tried again until Lebanon is a different country from what it is today. Let's play more of the clip.
Hold the territory they take. So the displacement notices they're issuing are meant to empty South Lebanon of Lebanese for what they hope will be forever. This is all about stealing land for greater Israel. And sadly, so far, the Lebanese government response has been much like it's been for the past 15 months, but now on steroids. Now, for the last 15 months, the Lebanese government has done almost nothing. They have done nothing to try to protect the people who've been subjected to constant Israeli bombings and raids in the south. In fact, instead, they've had the U.S. gun to their head, and they have basically tasked the Lebanese army with disarming Hezbollah south of the Litani River. So basically taking away the ability of the people of the south to defend themselves against Israeli aggression. And after One day, the Lebanese government ordered Hezbollah to disarm and labeled Hezbollah's military actions as illegal and any further actions as illegal, and its military wing as illegal. They basically banned it. And to show how isolated domestically Hezbollah has become, even their ally on Monday, Nabi Berri of the ML movement, essentially backed the government's measures, demonstrating, I think, a new level of isolation for this group in this country domestically. And a part of that had to do with the fact that, he was the one who was acting as an interlocutor between, Hezbollah and the government in many ways, like promising, they're giving assurances basically to the government that Hezbollah had promised they wouldn't get involved in this war, in this U.S. war with Iran. And since then, the Lebanese government has also basically ordered the army to retreat from the south. I mean, and again, this has happened. It's a very difficult balance because the army does not have the capability to even fight the Israelis. They don't have the weapons for it. And on top of that, the donor countries to the army are all countries that wouldn't allow that anyway. So it's, to be in the Lebanese army is a tough position to be in. But basically, they've also got the army policing people from going back to the south if they try, especially if they have weapons. And so they've actually arrested a number of people who were going towards the south with weapons, Lebanese people, I mean. And even more recently, today, the Lebanese government banned the IRGC in Lebanon and said so that's like a new, basically trying to please the Americans and Israelis as like a desperate measure to get them to stop what they're doing, because this is a nightmare for everyone in Lebanon.
Okay.
Again,
I need Daniel to get Rania to stop what she's doing, which is talking. Is there anybody she's not against? Well, yeah, the IRGC. I think we heard that there at the end. But yeah, she doesn't like the Lebanese government. She doesn't like Hezbollah. She obviously hates Israel more than anybody combined, more than all the rest combined. She's complaining about it, the Lebanese army not having the ability to fight Israel. But why? There is a Lebanese army that is fighting Israel. Okay, that is an army of Lebanon. Because it is in Lebanon, it is accepted, endorsed de facto by the Lebanese government, and yeah, that is who is representing Lebanon in the war that Lebanon chose to be a part of. So, yeah, her annoyance with the Lebanese army not going to war with Israel, and explanation that they can't, is what it is. Davey Boy says she's a great friend of Katie Halper. Maybe that's something we should actually. You know what, Daniel? If I am going to be solo for however long this stream continues, or much of it, I'll want to go back to Rania right now, but I will ask you to see if what's her face, the blonde. Well, she changes her hair color, but the one who's in love with me and banned me on Twitter. Do you know who I'm talking about? The one who worked for the Russian, for RT, and yeah. Anyway, if you remember her name, or if anybody in the chat knows who I'm trying to refer to, I'll appreciate if you let me know, and we will play some of her. Yeah, Abby Martin. Thank you, Starhopper. All right, let's play some more.
It's not a justification for the behavior of the Lebanese government at all, but they do have guns to their heads. And, the Hezbollah has given reasons for why they did this, entered this war. They insist that they had no choice to use what they saw as a strategic opportunity to hit back at the Israelis for 15 months of ceasefire violations that they sat on their hands for and didn't answer until now. And then, also in their statement, they did say it was to avenge the death of Ali Khamenei, which was kind of bad for the optics in this country because, by the people who hate them, Hezbollah is framed as being an extension of Iran. So the fact that they said that in the statement just kind of gave more fuel to that fire. But regardless, very few people, Eugene, expected them to enter this war, given that they've been militarily and domestically weakened in this country since the big war that we had in 2024.
Okay,
and there
let's pause
some serious questions.
Quickly, it is, I don't really know sometimes where to go with these people, but Again, she repeats the Hezbollah being weakened after the war. Yeah, it was weakened because it started a war, but nobody expected Hezbollah to go into this war. Many of us did. Rania, you should watch some of our content because we were saying, before, I think we said this before Saturday, Israel's been active in Lebanon in the week before, getting ready for Hezbollah's involvement and taking them down. Now, she also says people who, or whatever it was she says, or, on the wrong side of things, not her words, but I don't remember what her words were, like to frame Hezbollah as an extension of the Iranian regime. Does Hezbollah itself even pretend not to be an extension of the Iranian regime? It's an Iranian army. It's an Iranian proxy army. There's no pretense otherwise. And this is also why the war in 2024, which really, really weakened Hezbollah, got them to the point, as she says, without giving credit where it's due, really brought them to the point where they had no formidable army like they had before, got to the point that Assad fell because of it. So, yeah, we see this. I'm again going back to Owen Jones because Owen Jones is like the Northern Star, or I don't know how to what analogy to use here of the dishonesty. At least in my mind, if you look at the dishonesty of these people, I'm thinking about the last clip we saw of him a few days ago when he said Israel deliberately targeted a girls' school. We don't know it was Israel. We know for a fact from everything that Israel and the U.S. do that it couldn't have possibly been deliberate. And we also know what Owen Jones doesn't mention, which is it was right next to the weapons, that school on purpose. So I see him as kind of that, and she's not there, but she is doing the kind of mental gymnastics for the audience that I think uh, I wonder how her audience takes it. Okay, let's watch a bit more of her. Before you play, do you have anything from Abby Martin ready to go? Okay, great. Why is she shouting at me without even talking? Let's have her talk.
As to why they decided to intervene now and to what end. And that includes even, those questions are coming out even among some of their supporters. And, Hezbollah has also said that they entered this war not just because of the ceasefire violations, but also they say that Israel was planning a preemptive attack on Lebanon. So they were preempting Israel's preemption. That's also caused a lot of debate. And, I want to say the Lebanese absolutely have a right to armed resistance against Israel. Any people do against a settler colonial entity. The Lebanese government, like I said, with a U.S. gun to their head, has done nothing to protect its people. Since November 2024, only Hezbollah has abided by that ceasefire. Israel's bombed Lebanon near every single day for the last 15 months. And, I just keep reiterating that because it's very, very important to remember. But that said, Israel right now is many could argue at its strongest with the full force of the U.S. military stationed in this region.
Let's pause this. Yeah. Hezbollah, let's just be clear, has not abided by the ceasefire. Israel has bombed Hezbollah when it does not abide by the ceasefire. Hezbollah was supposed to disarm. Okay, that's the ceasefire. That's part of the ceasefire. It's not just don't shoot missiles and rockets. It's disarm. It's don't cross south until beyond a certain point, which they did. So the whole time Hezbollah is violating the ceasefire. But for Rania, again, I'm sure Hamas doing what they did on October 7th was mostly peaceful protest, and she has issue with the Israeli response. So the dishonesty may not be Owen Jones level, but in a sense, I don't know if we're holding her to we should hold her to a higher standard. In which case, that should be pointed out. She said something right at the end. Daniel, can you rewind like 5 seconds and play that?
But that said, Israel right now is many could argue at its strongest with the
Yeah,
full
okay,
force
okay, I remember. Yeah. So she says Israel is at its strongest because of with the U.S. and everything. Of course, the U.S. has a massive role in it, but let's uh, absolutely remember that Israel is at its strongest. I think that it's ever been in its history, and it's the safest in terms of existential threats that it's ever been in its history because October 7th flipped the switch in Israel, and they realized that the idea of peace, in the sense of we ask people who say they want to murder us, we first of all, we don't believe them. We don't believe that they want to murder all of us. That's the first step towards peace. We assume our partners in peace are liars. What they really want is for Israel to abide by UN Security Council resolutions 242 and 338. That's the only thing they want in life. And yeah, that has been the policy. We meet them halfway, or as close to where they are as possible with those UN resolutions, and and um, and then they will be peaceful. That has been attempted. That has not succeeded, unless the goal was more terrorism, more murdered Israelis, and ultimately October 7th. That strategy has failed. Israel flipped the switch on October 7th, realized it needs to fix the Middle East to the extent it can. The parts of the Middle East that are death to Israel and nothing else matters in life, that needs to be removed as a threat. That is the switch that has been flipped. And as I keep saying, the intensity of the fighting is Israel going from first gear to second gear. Americans who drive automatic cars, and Israelis as well. And by the way, I also have not driven stick since my driving test. But yeah, you might not know what that is. Or I think you probably do. But yeah, we're not going as fast and full force as we can, and we absolutely should. So I'd love to see the day. And in Iran, we are going a bit further than that. But yeah, I'd love to see the day that Rania really sees a full-on Israel fighting back, and the rhetoric will have already been all used up. What new words are they going to come up with? Where Israel is already worse than the Nazis for these people, for their rhetoric. Do they actually think the Nazis are bad is a different story, but yeah, well, let's wait and see the future of where Rania Khalek goes and these people go when, if and when Israel steps it up and steps up the intensity, as by the way we're hearing is going to happen in Iran in the coming days. I want to quickly check for the news before we go back. Oh, before that, there were a couple of comments. Bonnie asked, does she ever let him talk? I mean, she's the guest, and he didn't sound that interesting, and well, he just asked questions, so which they all do. Robin said, when I couldn't remember Abby Martin's name, the one who is in love with you, isn't that everyone? No, it's just Abby Martin and the male trolls in the chat. That is so far in as far as I can tell. But if I'm missing anybody, we'll see. Maybe Rania is the next Abby Martin in that sense, in the unrequited love sense. Okay, let's play some more.
Military stationed in this region. And the Israelis did spend all of last week before the Iran war was launched, threatening to destroy Lebanon, including its civilian infrastructure, if Hezbollah were to get involved in this war. So many are saying, you knew what the cost of would be, and now that's what we see happening. And it's just a complete disaster. It's very scary. We're only in day 4. And because of the impunity given to Israel since the Gaza genocide, I mean, you could argue since before that, but since the Gaza genocide especially, there's very few forces in the world who will even raise their voice against what's happening here. And again, I go back to the fact that it's really getting drowned out by the news on Iran. So here we are once again, displacement orders, the leveling of buildings, and having to navigate this insane situation where you don't know where is safe because even the safe places get bombed. And this is significantly more dangerous than what we saw in 2024 because of the intensity of polarization in this country and all of what I explained about the way that people have blamed Hezbollah, blamed the Shia community. And if Israel's displacing half the country, where are they going to go? They're going to go to areas full of people who have very negative views of them. And that is just a recipe for conflict. And
yeah. Okay. By the way, the people being displaced again are people living in South Lebanon for all these years under Hezbollah. People living in the Dakhia quarter in specific neighborhoods under Hezbollah. Where are they going to go? As far as I'm concerned, they can go fuck themselves. These are people who I have zero sympathy for. And you are saying that it's going to be bad for them because they're going to have to go into communities that don't like them because you know your culture is so primitive that and so tribal that people can't kind of deal with each other, you know, you know, in Israel, people. I was talking to somebody earlier today, somebody in Israel who told me, you know, they were going for a walk, and there was a siren, and they walked into a shelter, and you know they were welcomed. So it's yeah, tribalism is not good for you, and starting wars is also not good for you. And then the results might be such that you may think it was not a good idea, but that hasn't happened yet with Rania Khalek. So the IDF hopefully will step it up and help uh, explain it. She mentioned it's Lebanon is drowned out by the news on Iran. Yeah, uh, I think that's great, which is why I thought Israel should do that even preemptively. But okay, it took a couple of rockets. Fine. And yeah, Israel promised that. Israel said, "Look, stay out of this. If you don't stay out of this, we are going to unleash hell." They said we're gonna unleash hell on you. They said it's gonna be not like anything you've ever seen before, and now they're seeing it. And also, this is the thing: Israel has not just you know so much of the hard rhetoric, you know, rhetorical talk against Israel's enemies has been a joke for the past few decades, and even at the beginning after October 7th. And it has kind of systematically been upgraded, Israel's response, to the point where the rhetoric is being backed up. The enemies are realizing that Israel is fighting back, and they have an opportunity to either choose the Rania Khalek way and the Hezbollah way, even if she speaks out against this specific action, uh, and see Israel as an enemy and keep fighting. And they should, if they love death more than we love life, as they say. If they want to live well, first of all, they should stop being tribalists and you know allow people, if they're you know decent people, into their villages, and if they're not decent people, which the people of South Lebanon and the Khia quarter for the most part are not, then yeah, that's not sectarian violence. That's I don't want to be associated with terrorism. Violence if they don't let people in. Let us watch. Actually, did we get a news update? Oh, Qatar said Iran has fired 10 drones to Qatar today. 9 of them shot down. Aren't drones relatively easy to shut down, to shoot down? But anyway. Oh, the IDF is admitting that the Israeli Navy fired into Gaza and accidentally hit a UN oil truck. Oh, how unfortunate for that UN oil truck. I'm sure that oil would also, much like October 7th, be used for mostly peaceful purposes. Ooh, wow. So the sirens we heard earlier looks like it was one missile and it was shot down, and there's no report of anybody injured. There was a report earlier of a drone in the north flying from Hezbollah. I don't see any update on that, which is also good news. Yeah, I don't see any. Well, Israel, one of I think Israel's third biggest airline, has flown back the first 310 people from Dubai. Okay, earlier we talked about Fly Dubai being involved in that, and I'm guessing other. Oh, this was a secretive operation where they were flown on 2 flights and landed in Aqaba in Jordan, in the very south of Jordan, right next to Eilat, in the very south of Israel. Okay, and the Fly Dubai flights will only start next week. All right, I think this is the gist of it, and I don't know if there's much more in that story to look into, but I'm sure there's much more. Well, I don't know if much more. I think we're close to exhausting the Rania Khalek story. And by the way, Daniel, between her and Abby Martin, if you can find me something something good, like positive, even if it's a funny thing on or places being bombed, I'd appreciate it. But let's play Rania Khalek for now.
Or like a traffic dispute between two people on different political and sectarian sides could result in, a big battle where lots of people end up dead. And that's where everyone's minds go in this kind of situation.
Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the comprehensive nature of what you've been able to bring to the forefront, and we are very happy to be able to have those perspectives, which I think are very unique anywhere on your dial, to use an old TV term. And I don't really have that much to add. I thought that was very comprehensive. All I'll say is, to not sound like a broken drum, you got to believe people when they tell you something in the first place. And Marco Rubio already said it: new colonial crusade, genocide, land grabs, occupations, mass murder, divisions of people, the establishment of puppet governments, and the Greater Israel Project is super crucial to this new colonial.
Only the guy walks for the rest of it. Sorry,
What?
talks.
Okay, no, but that was amazing. Bonnie asked earlier why doesn't she let him talk? I think we just found out. Marco Rubio already said, genocide and colonialism and all that stuff. Do you have video of that? Do you have a quote of that? Of course, the answer is no. The answer is no, because he's completely lying, and that's what these people do, which is why the preface of believe people when they tell you something, and then saying that Marco Rubio said a bunch of things that he absolutely didn't say. Par for the course for these people. All right, Daniel, do you have something positive? Or if you don't have something positive right now, because I asked right before this video ended, you can start playing Abby Martin and find something positive. And yeah, funny as well, because that is positive. And later on, when you can, find also something funny, because yeah, I enjoy funny stuff.
מיד מבצע. ביצעתי. מטרה נפלה. המטרה נפלה. להמשיך לתקיפה. 2.
Beautiful. Target down, just a little nuisance on the way. And now I'm back to doing my thing and, dropping the bombs wherever they're needed in Iran, and then maybe dropping some more on Lebanon on the way back. Yes, wherever they are, getting them is that is how Israel survives. So well done. Abschmidt asks, are we still targeting the new Ayatollah? I hope so. Again, I haven't seen an update, and I looked a few minutes ago. I haven't seen an update on who was the target in the bunker of Khamenei. But it did say it was a very senior Iranian official. I don't know if they use very senior, like, just for me as the audience. I hope you don't use the phrase very senior if it's not either the new Ayatollah or the still somehow 1 week into this war still president. It's still alive president Pezeshkian. So, but yeah, the sooner we find out, the nicer it is for us. But there is no urgency. Okay. Abby Martin? Actually, I didn't even ask if you have an Abby. Okay, I guess you do.
And that's really what you're seeing. So you're seeing a kind of indiscriminate bombing, as you noted, because that's part of the Israeli and part of the American strategy. It's to inflict violence on civilians, specifically children, to get a military actor to capitulate.
Abby, let's toss it to you. How would you read the media's response to this war?
Well, it just reminds me, as Adam was talking, the Ron Susskind quote from the New York Times being told by Karl Rove, we create our own reality, and you guys are just left to report on what we do. That's the way the world works. And it really has been laid bare with this kind of naked, belligerent, aggressive colonialism. I mean, let's not forget that Iran holds the third largest oil reserves in the world. So we're talking about literally just 2 months after the flagrant kidnapping, the brazen black bagging of a sovereign leader overseeing the largest oil reserves in the world, with little controversy from the world stage. Like I remember all the European leaders who are the doormats for U.S. imperialism came out and they're just like, well, we didn't like the way, let's not talk about legality now. Like Maduro needed to go. And we're seeing the exact same rhetoric. We're seeing the exact same acquiescence, kowtowing to this insanity.
Let's pause just for a second. When Maduro was kidnapped, go watch the episode we did right after that. We were going to do an episode on Iran and wondering if that's about to happen. There are definite issues and questions to be asked with it in terms about it. In terms of the influence of Maduro not being in power and the current president of Venezuela being terrified of Trump and doing whatever he says, that is not a negative. That has changed things for the better. Unless you're an Abby, actually listening to Abby Martin shows you that it changed things for the better. Because again, this is somebody who was, an RT presenter. She was on Russia Today. She has her own thing, as anti-American as you can get, and really, she is super intelligent. She is not like Rania Khalek, who I think is maybe somewhat intelligent. She's not like many of these people who are not intelligent. She knows what she's talking about, and she knows what she's doing. You see that she knows what she's doing in terms of propaganda. But her panic, seeing the panic on her face and hearing it in the words that come out of her mouth, is for anybody who's not clear, that this is the right thing and we should keep going. Pay attention closely to how the worst humans on the planet are really, how they're reacting now compared to anything they've done before. Like even their whole genocide, blah, 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 all the propaganda about Gaza. It wasn't filled with panic. It was filled with, it was obviously an intention of riling people up, getting people to globalize the Intifada. It was a war cry, and they were winning that war on the on the international stage, so to speak, and domestically in every country where they were active doing that. Yeah, this is good to see. It's good news that these people, because especially in war, we have limited information. They have limited information, but sometimes not the same information. And if they're panicking, we can know that things are going very well. Let's watch some more. Wait, before you click play, somebody says Razi works for the somebody says Razi works for the Zionist Times. And then where was this? Oh, there was a funny comment there that I guess was a troll comment, but I can't find it now. Damn it. All right. Never mind. Let's play.
Because they're just complicit. I mean, they are appendages to this system, and they have been vying for this for decades. One of the biggest, I think, misconstrued understandings of the situation is that Israel has forced America's hand into this, somehow absolving the great Satan. Look, this is the ritual sacrifice to the oil dragon. This is what America does. This is all for oil. It always has been. And they do not care about the human casualties or the environmental toll of anything that they do. So this is just pure savagery and barbarism. But like Adam's articulating, this does not happen in a vacuum. The media has laid the groundwork for all of this. I mean, they're doing the exact same playbook, just like they did in Gaza. Obfuscating who's perpetrating the atrocities. I mean, 150 children. I mean, on the first day, one of the worst atrocities that the U.S. has directly committed since Vietnam. And the way the media is reporting on it, buried, right? The lead's buried in paragraph 7. The headline is just like, yep, this happened. It was really bad. Well, who the hell did it?
I don't think it's page 7. Anywhere, it's not buried, but it is not the main story. It's tragic that Iran managed to get these girls killed so that people like you can use it in your anti-American treasonous propaganda, but that is not the story. The story is a wider story of war where unfortunately people die, sometimes innocent people, children are always innocent. This is a tragedy of war, not the main story these days. The main story is the reason we're here and the fact that we're here and what's being done now. But yeah, look, so I guess Abby Martin, in a sense, is kind of unique here in that in her blaming of America, both for this school, she kind of, I don't think she's claiming that she knows who did it, but she would blame, America or Israel. But she's blaming America for the war. So for her, it's not clearly the Jews made us do it. It's we want oil, and should want oil. It's American oil. It's it's perfectly legitimate for America to want that oil. But again, it is a country that has death to America in its slogan. It's a country that officially calls America the Great Satan. I mean, imagine what kind of deranged mind would do that, Abby. Can you imagine how deranged somebody would have to be to look at the world and see the birthplace of political freedom, calling that the Great Satan? You really have to be, absolute scum and a dangerous human being to think that way. Let's play some more.
Who did it? And then you see again the confusion, and it was a misdirected missile. Well, that's what they said, and everyone is just again trying to confuse and obfuscate who the perpetrator is of the atrocities. And then of course, the European doormats go out there and they're just like, "How dare you? How dare you respond to an attempt to completely destroy your country, taking out of your supreme leader all of these politicians?" Ahmadinejad, it would be like bombing Bush at his ranch. now. I mean, this is absolutely insane, the way that this has been normalized and accepted by the world. So, you know, when you give someone an inch, they won't stop. And this is what happens when you
the point about bombing and targeting Ahmadinejad would be like targeting Bush in his ranch now because he's no longer in power. So what's the relevance? First of all, actually, forget about the first of all. I'm going to get to the gist of it right away. This is something that I think the free countries of the world are and their leaders after World War II are responsible for. We got to this point where we pretend, and the UN is the image of that pretense that all countries are created equal, should be treated equal. If you're the leader of a country, you are the same no matter who you are and you know how you got there. America is a country established on the idea that individual human being has the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Iran was established on the idea of death to America, death to Israel, oppress women, kill them if they, go out on the street like Abby Martin goes on YouTube. That is not the same. But if it is the same to you, then you are like, the troll in the chat that hasn't shown up in the recent days says, oh, I'm not taking a side. I'm just listening to both sides and pretending they're exactly the same, but then end up promoting the propaganda of one side rather than another. Okay. There was a couple of things I wanted to read here. And Alejandro, by the way, Alejandro, you want to jump on this and join me so that I don't do this? Is I think the longest. Daniel, you remember things. Is this the longest I've ever done a solo? And while you think about the answer, Alejandro says, "Are we back in 2003? Britney is crazy. The left says that everything is about oil. Jeans to the waist are back. Really? I mean, I know the middle part. And I saw that Britney was arrested for drunk driving, right? Didn't click those stories, but Daniel says I've only been solo for 40 minutes. Yeah, those are rookie numbers. You're correct. But if Alejandro wants to jump in, I will accept not breaking the record today. I don't know my personal record because I don't do solos that often, so it might be. Yeah. Somebody said in the chat, Abby also showed a video of Israeli sniper and lied that it was a kid they got. Okay. Oh, fun fact, Starhopper says, fun fact, Abby used Holocaust images and claimed that they were Arab kids by Israel, shot by Israel on her show Empire Files. By the way, guys, if you want to send us that through the link that Daniel will post in our website, the contact form, then please do, and we can play that stuff next time we talk about her, which might be soon, because we will be doing these very long live streams, even if that means me doing solos and Alejandro refusing my second invitation today to be on the show. But yeah, if you want to join later, Alejandro, I expect to be here for a bit because Abby and I have a thing going, and I don't want to be rude. So Daniel, let's play some more of Abby.
Incubate a world order that lets war criminals run free, gallivant around the world, selling books, going on Ellen DeGeneres' show, going to baseball games and being a good old boy. This is what happens when you look forward and not backward. This is what happens with a world that has total impunity for a military empire brutalizing and subjugating the planet. And the media plays right along. It is horrific and disgusting to see another war of aggression in my name and our names be carried out with the just complete and utter complicity and compliance from Western media.
Like you both said, and like it has done with Palestine, the entire U.S.
Wait! I didn't say I didn't want to hear him at all. But
I
yeah,
was going
at some
to
point
ask.
I'll be like, yeah, fast forward to Abby because somebody told me it's cringe that Abby and I have a thing going, but you know, it's none of your business. That's between us. Okay, let's.
US legacy media machine, from the New York Times to Hollywood, has, like, been manufacturing fear of Iran and, manufacturing consent for, eventual war or regime change war in Iran for basically our entire lifetimes. And I wanted to just kind of go deeper on that to not only highlight, some of the specifics that you guys already highlighted, like, the headlines that we see, the perspectives that we get and that we don't get. But like, let's talk about this as sort of like a Western kind of media system that creates this kind of, at worst, a hunger for war, or at best, a total lack of care when war happens.
Okay, I just want to say, I just want to convey my excitement for what's coming. I'm not going to analyze that, but right now, and we'll go right back in. But yeah, I want to see the response of people who were working for the Russian government propaganda channel. Are probably, I don't hear them criticizing the Qatari government propaganda channel or any other government propaganda channel. Western media is manufacturing this war. By the way, Western media is telling us we're losing, we're running out of ammunition. They're telling us the soldiers that are dying for nothing. They're telling us that this is a war for Israel and America shouldn't be in it. They're turning people against America in a time of war. So yeah, interesting to see what's coming. So let's see what's coming.
When they made Argo in 2012, the Ben Affleck movie about them producing a fake film to rescue the hostages or whatever, some sort of, even though it was all Canadians, but they made a fake movie and had a fake director and a fake producer to go rescue hostages during the Iran hostage crisis in the 70s. And it was this fun caper. And then 2 years later, 18 months later, Jon Stewart directs a movie called Rosewater about a reporter, I guess a videographer for Newsweek, who's arrested by the Iranian regime and tortured or whatever. And it's like, you just gave a best picture to a movie about using artists and reporters and journalists as spies. And then 18 months later, you hand-wring about Iran being paranoid about journalists being spies. And it's like, it's just this constant, like,
Daniel, you were right. I don't know who this
is.
guy is. He's boring me. Let's listen. Let's listen to my the woman who, unfortunately, it's never going to happen, Abby. But yeah, it's we'll always have you blocking me on Twitter. Let's play some more.
Power cares about.
Yeah, I mean, I agree that I think right now the US is hitching its wagon to the best political capital that Israel will ever have. They know that they've lost the public consciousness forever. And I think similarly to US empire, they know that this is their best shot to ram through. I mean, it's the chaos presidency. It's every outlier ramming through the most insane fanatical agenda, attaching themselves to Trump. And so all the Iran war freaks and war hawks, look, Israel has congruent interests with the US. The US has congruent interests with Israel. They're not identical, but let's not absolve the decades long campaign to oust the Iranian government. I mean, obviously this goes back to, the ousting of the Shah and everything that happened after that. I mean, to Adam's point, it's amazing to see Barry Weiss's Free Press editorializing, basically saying not only war is peace, literally. That was literally a headline saying this war is the best chance at peace. I mean, we cannot get more cartoonish than that. But also,
wow. I mean, come on, Abby. This is the kind of argument to which the not very nice question, "Are you retarded?" is the correct answer. But Abby is not. She knows that real peace, when peace is not the default, when there's war, peace is achieved through victory. That's how it's achieved. This war has been going on. It was started half a century ago. So yes, war is done for the purpose of peace. It's done when you don't have peace because somebody's trying to kill you all the time, like the Muslims, around Israel have been trying to kill all Jews since Israel was established. And yeah, these wars are for peace. This is how it's that's how it's done. Something correct that Abby said is that this is the best political capital Israel will ever have, and it's losing the public, and she's absolutely right. Her side is losing this war in the long run. As the enemy within, they have gotten incredibly strong and continuously strong for decades, by the way. Yeah, it's looking very, very bad. Okay. My apologies, Razi. Razi, I totally get it now. I thought you were talking about someone else. In what context? Oh, did Daniel post where to send the Abby clips? Daniel, did you post it? And if not, can you post the link to the contact form on the website? Yeah, I'm not going to have another cup of coffee, but maybe I'll have some of this. Okay. Abby, we're not done. Let's get back to it.
At peace. I mean, we cannot get more cartoonish than that, but also literally saying what's going to happen to Iran's nuclear weapons now, as if they had them. I mean, the last attack, Trump was saying they obliterated the nuclear arsenal. So where is it? And also, how are we not talking about the environmental impact of nuclear?
What is I see the letters, but I don't know what they stand for. Daniel, if you can tell me what the name of the platform that she's talking on is, because I'm interesting. Again, she's super intelligent. She's not in love with me for no reason. She knows what she's doing. But who is she? Who does she think the Real News Network sounds sounds real? Sounds Pravda-like. Who is she talking to that thinks that anybody claimed that Iran already has nuclear weapons? What nuclear arsenal? Things would have looked different if there was a nuclear arsenal there. There was never any such claim. It's a claim that they are about to get there, and they, from what we've heard, bragged about it in the negotiations. And again, they've been telling us from 1979 what they would do if they ever got a nuclear bomb. So it's weird. It's not weird for Abby to lie on the fact, and the stuff that was mentioned that I hope we can show next time we talk about Abby. Is again, that is her brand. Her brand is Russian propaganda. That is her former career. Like, she worked for the Russian government. I think she had some issue with them, Daniel, right? She left over something she disagreed with, which is something you can do if you work for a dictatorship, but you're working from home in the U.S. You can't really do that that easily if you're in the dictatorship. Let's hear some more.
Reactors, I mean, all of it is just absolutely mind-blowing and insane. But going back to the root of this, it's almost like everyone's ceded to the inevitability that this was the outcome, right? For decades, all we've been hearing is Iran is the mass architect of the global war on terror. All these other countries were just stepping stones to get to the big prize. This is what we've been hearing in a bipartisan fashion through every administration. Let's not forget what Obama did, even though he was working on the nuclear deal. The Stuxnet virus that put a computer virus in Iran's nuclear reactors, or whatever the hell, the nuclear energy program. I mean, all of it is just so insane. And so again, when you create a world where this is the rhetoric and there's no differentiation between this is the outcome, it's just a singular line all toward this. It's just how are we going to get there? So there's the diplomatic, pretense of human rights and democracy that's always been the veneer of the neoliberal wing of the ruling class. But now everything is removed. Everything's naked and exposed. And that's not even being held on to by the so-called opposition leaders. They're just saying, look,
all right.
We just want Trump to make us.
Much as I love it when you say naked and exposed, she's talking about Obama. Yeah, that's the thing. She's a real ideologue, and so she's talking about Obama in the same way, almost in the same way she's talking about Trump or other Republicans, and yeah, let's. Do you have that clip, Daniel? We showed it yesterday. This is a Dave Rubin clip. We can cut it when Dave Rubin starts talking because he is. I don't particularly like what he has to say. But this is a very good clip done by Rubin. Oh, you don't have it. Okay. Will you have it? In which case we can play a bit more and then get back to it. And in the meantime, Linda asks, "Bring back Newsom." I can't, Abby. Abby and I have a thing going. Linda, you missed the whole thing that happened. A couple of years ago or a year ago. So yeah, I can't. I know Gavin Newsom. By the way, the first time I heard Gavin Newsom's name was when he was mayor of San Francisco. In the context of him, was it cheating on his wife with the wife of his best friend, who is also his campaign manager, or something like that? If I am wrong on the fact, let me know. But I thought, okay, this guy's a real piece of shit, and unsurprisingly, also not a great leader. Yet somehow keeps getting to higher and higher office on his way, unfortunately, maybe to the highest office. Somebody said, maybe Razi will be born in a Muslim family in his next life and have a different viewpoint of the world. It's from Daniel asks. It's from somewhere on Instagram. So if you go on his Instagram, that's where I saw it. Maybe I'll be born in a Muslim and have a different view. I mean, I was born in Israel and raised with the views there. And yeah, if you think I am somehow in line with any of the mainstream, if you think the views that you hear on this channel, if I was in Israel and running for office, if you think I would get more than like 50 votes, then pay closer attention. So yeah, I'm not in the mainstream. Unfortunately, in any country in the world, I would love to see that country, if not come into existence, then cultural change in a country where my views are actually mainstream. And that is what the Ayn Rand Center exists for, by the way. And if you would like to see that, then first thing I would suggest doing, it's completely free. We have 93 likes on this show that has been going on for over 6 hours. And now has 44 people, but has had many more throughout these hours. So if you are now watching the stream and you want me to be the next prime minister of some country, you should click the like button. And I'm going to tell you I'm not going to do it, even if I thought I could win. And of course, you can support our work by becoming a member, getting access to a bunch of stuff, some of which is on hold at the moment during the war, but won't be on hold forever during this war if it does drag out. And yeah, you should consider it. And of course, super chats are always welcome. Daniel, let's watch that Dave Rubin video, because Abby Martin is telling us that Obama was part of this. Like, Obama was anti-Iran, and it's kind of like Trump, except the bombing them part.
Wait, which video was it with Obama?
The Dave Rubin video about Obama explaining the deal.
Okay, yeah.
That if Iran lives up to its commitments, it will gain access to roughly $56 billion of its own money. But the notion that this will be a game changer, with all this money funneled into Iran's pernicious activities, misses the reality of Iran's current situation. Iran's leaders have raised the expectations of their people that sanctions relief will improve their lives.
They've noticed she's not covering her hair, so they grab her. "Leave me alone," she screams as they haul her into the back of a police van.
Even a repressive regime like Iran's cannot completely ignore those expectations. And that's why our best analysts expect the bulk of this revenue to go into spending that improves the economy and benefits the lives of the Iranian people.
What a nothing in a suit. How?
Yeah. Can we find out who Obama's best analysts are? And first of all, never listen to anything they say again, at the very least. If not, at least look further into why they would possibly say something that historically, in every time it's tried, has proven wrong. I mean, Israel did this, with the Oslo Accords. Israel was like, okay, you know why there's some trouble in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza? It's because the Palestinians have no sovereignty and have no sort of mechanism, like political mechanism of their own. So let's bring the people who we've been fighting, because the people who created Palestinianism and started hijacking airplanes and just killing people. Let's bring them. Let's arm them, and they will protect us. And immediately Israel immediately found out, but it kept insisting on living this lie, repeatedly finding out what happens when you do this. And Obama pushed it as well. And I'm not going to say it was a failure, because I don't know what the goal was. Because the goal may have been a stronger Iran, militarily stronger Iran, and that goal was achieved. And it could have been, at the very least, the analysts, and I would say Obama as well, actually being anti-American. And yeah. Chandler asks, why did Dave Rubin describe himself? Yeah, empty nothing in a suit. I didn't like it when I first heard it. First of all, because this is the first reaction you have to the evil that Obama is responsible for, and hearing the explanation, like, no, it's not empty. It's nothing empty about Obama. Obama, again, an intelligent person who did bad things and knew better, or should have known better. Daniel, your question to me, does that mean we're out of Abby?
No.
Okay, I want to watch more of Abby.
Case. This is a big deal, guys. What's your case, Trump? It's like, well, it's a little too late for that, isn't it, guys? We're in full-blown World War III now. So great job, you feckless psychopaths. I mean, the short-sightedness of all this is just absolutely astonishing. So yes, they are going to use the Gaza playbook to every country that does not bow down to the dictates and subjugation of global capital at the barrel of a nuclear armed gun. And all of the cartoonish rhetoric, it's so infantilizing and absurd, but it doesn't even matter. It's a paper tiger. It's so desperate and extreme, they don't care. They didn't need to build up a propaganda campaign. They know that there's no opposition to this in terms of the representation. And they don't care that Americans don't support it, because we live in an oligarchy. There's no democratic control whatsoever.
All right. Well, that's why you support the Iranian regime. You want democratic control. Okay, the Gaza playbook is an interesting one, because again, I always wonder if these people think that, and maybe correctly, maybe they know that their audience doesn't look for news anywhere else and just takes everything from them and at face value, like in the regime that they would probably create if they were in charge. Gaza playbook was bombing buildings, because Hamas was using them to launch rockets, to hide, and whatever other activities they were doing there or planning there. And the Gaza playbook was, we're going to call them up and get them to leave, and that means everybody. Those were civilian buildings, so civilians left in some cases, and terrorists left, presumably in most cases. In Iran, that's not what happened. First of all, where buildings were bombed, nobody was called in advance, and for the most part, at least when leaders were targeted, in some places there was an evacuation order of a industrial area we spoke about yesterday or the day before, but for the most part, this is not the Gaza playbook, and these people kind of want to obviously present the U.S. and Israel in the worst possible light, and Gaza has worked out perfectly for them. Like, people take saying Gaza playbook, the random person on the street will be like, yeah, that's destroying civilians, who don't deserve it, and so on, and are innocent. So it worked there. It's not going to work as easily with Iran. It hasn't been working as easily with Iran. It works so far with specifically your audience, the C&D type people, but it doesn't work with people who ask actual questions, like when they hear you. At best would do, that's an interesting take. Let me see if I can verify how much of it is true, in which case they will get to the point where they see none of it is. Let's watch some more.
So we have to act quickly and we have to organize accordingly. And that comes with mass education, because we can no longer trust any media institution to tell us the truth whatsoever. If the Gaza genocide has not exposed that, then frankly, we're lost.
I mean, I can talk a bit about the democratic response. I mean, I wrote
I'm
about.
sure you can, but you're not interesting. And again, Abby only wants to talk to me, as you know.
Pile here for what they know is a coming global crisis.
It's like old school, just the Berlin Conference. I mean, colonial powers coming and just carving up Africa. I mean, it is just absolutely, again, just so brazen, harkening back to the worst, period of colonialism. And that's exactly what we're seeing. A literal hit list of all the remaining countries that have not bowed down to the dictates of U.S. empire. And it just, to starve out Cuba, to actually apply this horrific genocidal model of siege, sanctions, starvation to tens of millions of people around the world. It's just, it's savagery. And it's really hard to even find words to describe what's going on day to day, because it is so rapid. The atrocities are happening so rapidly and so. And I think that's psychologically part of the impact, right? And the intent is to flatten it out. And so it makes it harder to react because it's so paralyzing and it's such a full frontal assault and multi-pronged assault, both domestically and internationally. But I think what's happening here is just such a hollowed out core of a desperate and dying empire that is seizing up. But when you're a hammer, every problem's a nail. So that's exactly what we're seeing. There's no creativity about how to get us out of this short-sighted collective suicide of what they're doing. But we've been on a path charting toward this inevitability, and we've lived under a system that has incubated these conditions. And so Trump did not, none of this happens in a vacuum. Like, Trump was given this and he's been blessed to do this. And I think what's so fascinating to me is all of the good faith takeaways of Trump's rhetoric during his first term. We lived through this maniac who expanded the empire on every front during the first term of his administration, and somehow he got whitewashed and rehabilitated even by some people in these alternative media spaces as an anti-deep state, anti-war guy. And it's really just horrifying and disgusting that we can take anything these people say at face value. And so here we were tricked again. But I think, to Adam and your point, the American people are so deeply detached from what the ruling class is doing in our names. That's in part why Trump has been so successful, because the opposition, the feckless, fake opposition party, they ceded all the ground to Trump to basically seize that momentum of fake news, legacy media, how we were being lied to. Everyone innately knows that we've been lied to for decades. Our media has acted as extensions of the ruling class, of the imperial war machine. And so that was really smart of Trump to siphon all that energy and then monopolize and tamp down on just opposition with right-wing machinery.
Enough, Abby. Look, we gave it a shot. I don't think this is working out. Yeah. Well, I don't think I don't think she actually added anything there that I need to comment on. I think it's kind of repeating. There was maybe one point where she talks about a dying empire. And she's the one killing it. I wouldn't use the word empire, but if she's talking about the U.S., which she is the one killing it, and she's doing it successfully. Look, when these people criticize the Democrats, and I have to say this to all the people who are like, yeah, the Democrats are communist and so on. The Democrats are moving in a very dangerous and scary direction. It's kind of sometimes difficult to notice because of how much faster, at least part of the Republican Party is moving in a dangerous direction. But the Democrats move in that direction because ideology is what wins out ultimately. The principled people will win out over the unprincipled people who want to find a middle ground, and the middle keeps moving. Keeps moving in this direction in this case. So yeah, she is talking about what it will ultimately be their victory, which is not going to be in this war. It's going to be in the internal war, and that is what is already happening. And when the Democratic Party or more elements of it become actual communists, we will end up missing, Kamala Harris and whoever is of that ilk. And I'm not saying we're going to miss them. We should despise them and call them out, but we should do so with accuracy. Like, point out what they're actually doing. They are not communist does not apply to these people. Believe me, if you lived in a communist country, you would not be right now in our chat, or if you had just survived 4 years of communism. So yeah, let's not talk like them and think like them. Okay. Do we have anything? Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's should we move on to the other video, Daniel, that you suggested? No. You know what? I'm not ready. I'm not ready yet, Abby. Let's give it one more shot. Oh, no, you said what's his face? Don't you have a Mersheimer video? Okay, let's play more Abby and oh. Okay. Then let's play more of Abby.
The media. But when you go down to now what the thesis of the movie is and how that all interlocks, I mean, again, this is a bipartisan consensus of just global capitalism reigning supreme and bowing down to the dictates of big oil. And so for the longest time, of course, you had the neoliberal establishment trying to paint us as the benevolent empire, right? As trying to be the arbiter of human rights and democracy. It is so fake. They can't even use that as a defense anymore. So it's just naked. It's completely naked. They're intertwining with the Trump administration, and they still continue to defend someone on one hand that they call a tyrant, a would-be Hitler. But this is the position that they love. They love not having power. They love campaigning on somehow opposing fascism while granting Trump and greenlighting every single cabinet pick, every single policy position, continuing to vote for his insane military budget. Because when it comes to war, that's fine, even if it hollows out all the material conditions of the working class here and drives us off a cliff. It doesn't matter, because that's the short-sightedness of this profit. It's enforcing a fossil fuel infrastructure, even though it's going to kill the planet and kill us all. And it's absolute lunacy, and it needs to be stopped. And I have no idea. We have to have a block, an alternate block, to somehow push this power structure, which they have prevented us from doing. In the UK, the Greens now have more polling support than like Labor. I mean, we are so far gone here. The rest of the world's ready to go. They're waiting for Americans to wake up, but it may be too late.
Well, and
I'm
just
so glad. By the way,
point.
I'm so glad, Abby, that we gave it another shot, because yeah, you really ticked all the boxes there. We kind of didn't talk about global capitalism. This is my favorite. Global capitalism reigning supreme, bowing down to big oil, and apparently doing both in the same sentence. And yeah, at the end there, she ticked the environmentalist boxes, and of course, the end of the world that is has been upon us for, I think, if you talk about climate change as a whole, man-made influence on the climate, we are going back before the Iranian regime took power. This is when it started. Many of the deadlines, have passed, but okay, we are in a living through a catastrophe somehow. Yeah, fantastic that she managed everything in that sentence. All right, I interrupted you. Sorry, I have a tendency to mansplain, but you know that, Abby. That's what you love about me. Let's play some more.
For those of us who lived through the disastrous U.S. invasion of Iraq and the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, as you guys said, this all feels depressingly familiar. And, Trump campaigned on being the supposed peace president. He and his future cabinet members said that the U.S. wasn't going to be getting mired in more foreign wars like this. The media lapped it up, and now here we are. How the hell do Americans get out of this death spiral? Like, will we ever learn not to fall into the same trap over and over again?
I mean, I think this is if the Gaza genocide and Kamala's and Biden's participation and subsidization, where he's bypassing Congress 100 times to sell weapons directly to Israel. I mean, if that did not reveal very plainly that there is no opposition party, that if you care about the violence externalized by our empire, by our military empire, and how that impacts every living person on the planet, you are not going to get any advocacy from the Democratic Party. That is plain and simple. I'm not saying it's completely pointless to run DSA, PSL, pro-Palestine candidates in local city council and mayoral races and stuff like that. I just think this empty vessel of electoralism on a federal level is sucking all of our energy, depleting our energy when we need to somehow organize outside of this structure of electoralism, because it's completely hollow and bankrupt. And for the longest time, they've hoodwinked everyone. They co-opted all of our struggles, sold it back to us. And so I think right now we're getting back to the basics, the foundational understanding that capitalism is driving this collective insanity and collective suicide. And so synchronizing all this, synthesizing all this is something that I've actually never seen in my life. I'm 41 years old. I've never seen a movement of tens of millions of people around the world, Americans caring about people outside of their country, having Gaza be the kind of key to understanding our collective liberations intrinsically tied to everyone else's. So this is something that, as bleak and horrifying as the world stage is, I find it motivating and a space that's opening, because to our points earlier, the violence is so extreme and the propaganda has become so cartoonishly desperate that they are literally treating us like children. And so it really doesn't take much cognitive levels or critical thinking skills to understand that all of these people are lying to us and none of them have our best interests at heart. The question is, what do we do with that information? The answer and the solution is working outside of the system of death and destruction.
Okay,
and what
so yeah,
capacity that we can, but we have to figure it out.
yeah, she finds it motivating when she sees what's happening, and she should find it motivating considering her views and what she's trying to do. Um, because yeah, the past 2.5 years. Remember, if you want to live in a free country and in a free world and in a prosperous world, what Abby Martin finds motivating, you should find terrifying, because she finds it motivating for the same purpose that she's been fighting for all along, which is the destruction, the downfall. She openly says that the downfall of the U.S. That is her goal. I have to say, she does the branding perfectly. I'm kind of thinking much better than us. She drops the word empire everywhere in her her YouTube channel. Her company is called the Empire Files, right? So she does that very well. We should do it better, which brings me to should I do this last? No, I'll do this now, and then I'll do a news update. There are a couple of updates. I did look while Abby was talking. No, I know, Abby, you don't like it when I look at my phone when you talk, but deal with it. Okay, Ayn Rand being asked in 1980, what should be the U.S. policy in the Iranian crisis? How should we get the hostages back? And this is Ayn Rand's answer. Never to allow the country to get into that situation. It's certainly the fault of our foreign policy, and at present, there is no right course of action. It's too late. If we didn't march with force the first or second day after the hostages were taken, nothing we do after that will be any good, and it will take us years to live it down. Yeah. It's been 47 years, and we are finally fighting back. I wouldn't say living it down, but starting to fix it. And just like what you find, what Abby finds motivating, you should find terrifying. What what Abby finds terrifying, you should find motivating, and this is one of those things. It's a very good thing. Yeah, there's a lot of talk about, is she a communist, a Putinist? I mean, she worked for Putin, and then she decided that's not good idea. For whatever reason, I don't remember if somebody does. Go ahead and let us know. Okay, here are some news updates. Oh, just one coming in that a explosion has been heard in the west of Tehran. Expect more of that. CENTCOM says that the U.S. Army has destroyed or damaged 43 warships or ships in the Iranian Navy since the war started. The USS Gerald Ford has today left the Mediterranean and is going through the Suez Canal to the Red Sea. Okay. Am I the only one who's hopeful here that the Houthis might be dealt with if Gerald Ford is on its way to that area? Let's really hope that is where this is going. Okay, let me see what. Ooh. Okay, let's see. I don't know if Daniel, I'm gonna send you. You know what? This link is problematic, but I'm gonna send it to you. And oh, okay. Also, Alejandro is trying to join. Daniel, if you can let him in, and I'm sending you what Jonathan sent me. And if you can find me the video of that, because what Jonathan sent me is not the video of that. Alejandro, Daniel is gonna look for a video because if you join, you gotta go through a video. But did you watch my whole segment with Abby? I kind of feel like it's a moment between her and me, and I'm not sure I should share it with the world in that manner. But I think she likes it that way. But your thoughts on that segment?
Sorry, Resi, I was having tacos, so I just watched the first 5 minutes of the rant.
Oh, did you was it 5 minutes of the whole segment, or did you get any of her part in it? And yeah, how convinced were you?
Nothing at all. But
Oh
that
man.
was the first. No, by you, very much, but by her,
Oh,
like,
thanks. Oh, but you
you
did.
got me
Okay,
on
so
Hello, like quoting that movie.
all right. Well, in that case, let's see if Daniel, do you have the video? I'm not gonna say who it is of because I want to surprise Alejandro. I know he'll be very glad he joined when he sees it. But while you look for, yeah.
Didn't you already say?
Oh, I did? Well, oh man, this is what happens when you're live all day. And by the way, I started off pretty badly. I don't know if oh yeah, you were here early on, Alejandro. You saw my brain fog morning, early afternoon start. Davy boy, Abby is good at lying with a straight face. Yes, she is, and uh, yeah, don't call it a straight face because it makes her sound privileged. But Alejandro, any thoughts on anything we've heard throughout the day? The war. We haven't seen you for has it been 2, 3 days? So, any thoughts? New thoughts on your part?
Well, I'm still quite excited. Um, but with excitement also comes the becoming. I'm also becoming a bit worried. My greatest fear is Venezuelan repetition of what happened. Uh, because what has happened now is that the Iranian army, government, anything has been completely delegitimized. And what has been answered to their uh, ever repeating death to America has been answered in overwhelming force. And I think that's enough for the regime to fall down. What could be their saving capability? That the US or the US and Israel give them sanction again. So if they bring back down, if they bring someone down and they bring someone else and keep them in power, even though it's less bad, that would be so disastrous. And let's remember that's what happened with Venezuela. They just captured Maduro, which is like a pawn, like a third-rate guy, and kept Delcy Rodriguez, which is horrendous, like twice as bad. Very good friend of your best friend Pedro Sanchez. One of his scandals has to do with her, and they also kept Diosdado Cabello, which is essentially as well like a full Attila bloodthirsty guy. And if you do that with Iran, nothing will be sorted out.
Daniel, I don't know. There's got to be something from today. If not from her, then you know who my other option is. Abby will be jealous, but we got to do it. Yeah. Do you uh, what was I gonna? You know what? I'm gonna ask you something else. Actually, no. Do you think Venezuela's situation now is worse? I think it's horrible that this is the road that Trump chose to go down. Definitely, if you remove the dictator, remove the dictatorship. Um, but in terms of Venezuela as it relates to the U.S. and generally the world now compared to a couple months ago. Do you think it's worse?
It's marginally better. I mean, they released some prisoners. The regime has changed its rhetoric, but I think what they are playing is just for Trump to get out of office or to lose any excitement so that they can return to what they were doing in the past. And as well, they gain the legitimacy that they were lacking. When they convoked two elections in 2024, nobody recognized them. Nobody, like not even their mom, would believe that they were a legitimate government. Now Trump brought them to that. Could could you say that on the net, it's going to be positive? If Cuba comes down, maybe, but they earned something that they couldn't earn on their own, and that's legitimacy, and that's not going to play well at the end.
Thank you, Roman, for the super chat. Roman asks, this is a question for you. Is Venezuela still progressing towards freedom?
No, no, I'm sorry. Not in my view. Um, that could turn in some events which I cannot foresee, but the Maria Corina Machado was was a very good option, but she doesn't have any recognition from the US, and unless that happens, I don't think that Venezuela will move towards freedom.
Okay, Daniel, do you have that short clip that we played earlier that I wanted to play? Okay, so earlier today we played this. This is long enough ago that we can play it again. Alejandro, you commented in the chat that you don't like this MP, so let's remind people of the one thing I know about her that based on that I do like her, which is this speech she gave in Parliament. Wait, and then Alejandro can tell us more about her. But let's see that.
Animo a irse solas y borrachas por Teherán o, por ejemplo, con minifalda a Kabul. Ánimo, vayan allá y llévense a sus amigos gays a ver cuándo les van a colgar de las grúas, porque es así como tratan a la homosexualidad y a las mujeres en esos países tan ensoñados de los que tanto ustedes... Si fuera por ustedes, el régimen ayatolá seguiría armándose nuclearmente toda la vida. Un régimen que en muy pocas semanas mató a 30.000 personas. 30.000 personas asesinadas por ese régimen. Castigando a los homosexuales, condenándolos a la cárcel, a latigazos, colgándolos de grúas, asesinando a mujeres por negarse a llevar el velo, siendo vejadas y violadas en sus propias casas a manos de un régimen que ustedes han amparado todo este tiempo. ¡Animo!
Yeah. First of all, to the people who commented yesterday that AOC is hot, let me refer you to this lady here. Yeah, it's Friday night. Men have a biological clock too. Alejandro.
Well, first of all, this is a context of Spain, and Spain, I think, is the most European country in Western Europe, and that's not a compliment. Um, and you have talked about Sanchez lately. Sanchez is a bloodthirsty vampire, and he will say anything just to stay 1 minute more in power. And what's telling that is that his rhetoric towards Israel and in general towards the left is a popular move within the left, but in some segments of the right as well. And that's the context here. And in that context, yes, Ayuso is like a breath of fresh air that and sometimes she has good rhetoric, but she's been on power for a while in Madrid. And when you compare Madrid to other um, autonomous communities in the country, it's marginally better. She hasn't done anything really substantial. She can be very good at criticizing things or having a good speech. She had one speech on Bad Bunny the other day, and I was like, oh, okay, well, decent speech. But then uh, when it's time for acting, she behaves just like any other Spanish politician in their way. So that's the reason I'm not very fond of her. I have more respect for another politician whose name is escaping my mind. Um, Cayetana, her name is Cayetana, and I think she's slightly better, but I mean Spain is.
Is she like, does she have any chance of actually becoming, prime minister?
Who? Cayetana or Ayuso?
Either one.
Ayuso has very no, they don't have really I mean, I could foresee a scenario where something like that would happen, but still very unlikely.
Okay, I'll get to the super chat in a second, but Roman asks a follow-up. Can't we force Delcy Rodriguez to hold an election? Well, can and will and want to, or not
With
always.
with what precedent? Like the elections happened in 2024, and they were held up by the same people who are still in power today, and they stole it flagrantly. Like Maria Corina Machado went through every single ballot counting center, got the ballots, upload them into internet, showed that like 80% of votes had been towards the non-officialist candidate. Like Maduro had like 2 votes in total, like him and his mom, and that's it. And still, they claim to be victorious. What would be different here? I don't think that could be a feasible option.
Well, what could be different is the U.S. Has actually shown what it might do if it doesn't like what the leader of Venezuela does. I mean,
Well,
a
maybe.
lot has changed. Look, things have changed already because Venezuela's already doing things it wouldn't have done a few months ago.
Some things, and I think the most important, releasing the prisoners and avoiding sending any oil to Cuba. For how long? We'll see.
Thank you, Deeper with Diego, for the super chat. Deeper with Diego says, how do zoo animals taste? I've always wanted to try lions, tigers, and bears, maybe some dolphin steaks. I don't know what this is in reference to, but it could be that at this point at night, I just mentioned
In Venezuela, they ate zoo animals when the famine and what was it at its worst.
Well, I try all of that stuff, but I'd rather do it volitionally rather than starvationally. By the way, I love that somebody here in the chat Daniel, you're not the Daniel in the chat, right? Who remembered what I had for breakfast. That's impressive. And put it in the chat as well. By the way, the only meal I've had today, which means this is not going to go on for too long, because at some point I will starve. But yeah, I do think we should go through a video, because we like that. Oh, okay, Daniel, have you? Oh, you can't. You know what? Okay, Daniel will come back in a bit, so Alejandro and I can talk until Daniel is back. Um, and let's see if there's okay. Uh, any thoughts about Lebanon? Have you been following what's going on? Did you actually get to see any of our conversation about Rania Khalid and her the video that we showed of her? Okay, that was interesting. She's in Lebanon. She's for those people like sound less unreasonable sounding, but of course depends on what she talks about. She's in Lebanon. She's probably really unhappy that she actually told us she's unhappy that she's being woken up at 3 a.m. by bombings. Uh, and to me, that's a great secondary, like the bombings, are targeted at whatever they're targeted. That's the main purpose. A very nice and relevant to the war secondary purpose is Rania Khalid and other people being really made to be uncomfortable, so that they think long and hard next time before they decide that starting wars is a good idea.
I think the main comment on Lebanon is that it has been overall disappointment for me from the Lebanese people. I wouldn't have expected that they would be very willing and eager to see um, that Hezbollah was eradicated. And my impression is that they're a huge drag on politics, that they don't add at all. That the government would be way much leaner, way much more capable of doing things. They've been on a massive, um, uh, they've been having massive problems lately. Aside of that, I think that would be pretty much welcome. And if Israel could get rid of the problem on their own without Lebanon doing anything, I would welcome that. But they are more eager in asking diplomats to get rid of Israel than in asking for anything else. So I think that's very disappointing, um, and a real bad sign of the Lebanese people.
Yeah, and at least as far as France is concerned, they oblige. I mean, Macron's statement, we read it, I think it was yesterday. Unbelievable. I mean, France is on the side of the people, openly on the side of the people who are starting that front in the war. He's talking about what Israel shouldn't do in Lebanon, which is, of course, ridiculous because France should absolutely be ridiculed for ever suggesting anything to Israel. This is especially under Macron, this is the guy who saw the slaughter of civilians in Israel and the kidnappings of civilians and thought, you know what, the people doing the slaughtering and the kidnapping really deserve their own state. And not only recognized it, but campaigned to get other leaders of major countries after the kind of less important countries, get them to recognize that Palestinian state. So this absolute scum calling Netanyahu and saying, "Hey, can you not invade Lebanon?" I really, in my mind, it's always easy to kind of hang up and kind of say
Well,
what you think right before.
it's a French strategy, right? Like, I have a good idea. Let's surrender. I don't know, something like that.
And by the way, so far Israel is not really obliging France. You know, I wonder if France helped motivate Israel maybe to do what's right more than the couple of rockets that were fired from Lebanon. But yeah, I let's hope somebody in Gaza tries something because. Like I said, and like Abby said, I think not Abby or Rania, I'm now confused, but between the two. But one of them said, yeah, oh yeah, it was Rania, who said that what's going on in Lebanon is drowned out by the news on Iran, which is something I talked about on this channel before the war, and said, yes, that's what's going to happen. Like everybody's going to be focusing on Iran, and the opportunity needs to be used not just in Lebanon but in Gaza as well. That is the front on which Israel, maybe alongside the Houthi front, has been doing the absolute worst. It is not really winning. It has, deteriorated Hamas's current capabilities for attacking Israel, but has kept it alive and kept it armed. And yeah, that's not going to end well.
Yeah, that can certainly be a possibility. I cannot say for like maybe there aren't enough troops for that. But if there's space and capabilities, that could certainly be a possibility.
Yeah, I don't know. The troops are stretched thin, even with the recruitment of reserve soldiers. There's now a ground operation in Lebanon that will take a lot of troops. They're still holding ground in Syria. There's still Judea and Samaria is still, this just disaster waiting to happen, but Israel has to have troops there. And Gaza, of course, Israel has troops there. But you know what could be done in Gaza is planes. So we were talking about the story of the planes that are going to Tehran, bombing there, and then coming back and dropping whatever's left on Lebanon. Yeah, they can do the same with Gaza. So there's possibilities that people aren't considering because it's somehow mean to the people who started this war to kill them and try to end it as soon as possible and achieve victory and peace. Abby, yes, this is something that Abby said, which is like something I hear from time to time. War is peace now. Somebody said, this will bring peace. Yes, yes, that is how peace is achieved, and like the Abby Martins of the world know it. So they, it's something I notice and note and repeat on these shows. These people, the way they talk, really shows that they have a very, very low opinion of their audience. And like I've speculated that it is a well-informed and probably correct opinion that this audience will go to Abby Martin, and that will be their source of not just commentary but information. uh you know and it's not going to be, there's not going to be an attempt to verify it.
Well, 99% of politics commentary channels are just talking points for people. That's the way I see it, and that's uh, worse in some cases. Talk about Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, the Young Turks. But I also think it's true with people like Ben Shapiro, and in some ways, I think it's even worse with him because he's smart and he's good at making cases and making irrational positions sound way much rational. And someone like Tucker Carlson won't make the demons in his closet sound like any more than demons in his closet. But the most rational, thoughtful people can do that sound a bit more plausible. And I think that's one of the values of, for instance, here, ARCUK. Like, even though this is a commentary channel, like we don't ask audience to agree with us or just to give them talking points or tell them, okay, we have now the latest argument to say whenever you hear that there is genocide in Gaza. You have to answer them X, Y, and Z. You give your opinion. If people like them, go ahead. If they don't, no.
Well, I completely agree, and I think that really it sounds like a very good reason as we are nearly 7 hours into this stream to consider supporting it and supporting future streams with a super chat. And if you are, or with becoming a member of the Ayn Rand Center UK and also gaining access to a bunch of other things, you can become a member through the website aynrandcenter.co.uk/membership. You can become a YouTube member, different types of memberships with different, although sometimes overlapping perks. Check out there's details rather than what I'm giving in the sales pitch. But of course, if you can't afford a membership or a super chat, you can definitely afford, 100% of our audience can afford to click the like button and to comment, which helps with the algorithm, to share this video, to share what we've been doing. It is nearly 60 hours of commentary in the first week of this war, and it is not, hundreds of people here doing this commentary. I did have a 15-minute break during this stream today, but yeah, it's a few people here talking about this war, and by the way, as I've said in recent days, uh, I always say, like, we're not a news channel. We are a commentary channel. We are very clearly, unapologetically in this war, in case you haven't noticed, pro-Israel, pro-America, and we're absolutely watching this and enjoying this and hoping it continues until the total victory is achieved. But as I also say, the news channels are also commentary channels. Often, not just in the commentary that they provide when they have commentators on, but in the news itself, which they choose to present in a certain way. They choose what it is that they tell you. So I am recommending that people follow us during this war for the news as well. Absolutely. Unlike if you're an Abby Martin fan, I don't think I need to tell you, you should also look at other sources. We're looking at other sources. We have no reporters on the ground. But yeah, yeah, I think you should consider supporting our work and continuing to consume it if you would like to follow this war from a rational perspective. All right, that is enough of a sales pitch. I wanted to throw in Spark as well, but I think that's too much. Daniel, are you back behind the scenes? Because I'm filibustering, waiting for a video, because I know Alejandro needs to leave soon, and I know he really wants to watch Candace, but she's unavailable because she's dealing with ARCUK at the moment. Megan, who is, I don't know what she's doing today. We started with Tucker. I don't know if we want to finish with Tucker. Who else am I not thinking of in this horrible group of people that really deserves the ARCUK treatment?
Chink.
Cenk, yes.
Of
Cenk,
course.
Cenk and or Anna. You said Cenk. Daniel has been, by the way, feeling a bit unwell. I know. What really helps make him better is super chats. But he is well enough that when Cenk is mentioned, he can still vocalize thing.
Okay, Alejandro?
Yeah, I wanted to just, maybe if you allow me, Razi, just to bring up something a bit more positive, so that people can sleep well today. And that it's a paper, it's still a talking paper, a working paper, but quite interesting. Talks about how would Iran be today if the revolution hadn't happened. The paper is called Revolutions as Structural Breaks: The Long-Term Economic and Institutional Consequences of the 1979 Iranian Revolution, by Garupa and Spruk. The paper is super interesting. It essentially creates what they call, it's very bad SEO. They essentially create synthetic Iran. They see other countries which are similar to Iran. They essentially survey how would Iran would have looked like. And just to tell you an idea. If the revolution hadn't happened, the country would be probably very likely within the per capita levels of GDP of Spain. The democracy levels would be quite substantial, not compared today, which is really detrimental levels of democracy, and overall levels of freedom would be way above what they have currently. So if anyone wants to take a look at that, it would be excellent. And the economist Daniel Fernandez made some discussions about the intricacies of that paper. But I think this is relevant to the extent that it brings you the idea of what Iran could be. Wealthy country, relatively free, yes, very likely a mixed economy, but certainly a country that can be a bringer of freedom or relative freedom, a bringer of wealth, and potentially an ally of Israel if we get rid of the Islamist threat.
Yeah, and the sad thing is that's not just if we get rid of the Islamists. I mean, what you're describing is what would have happened had the Shah stayed in power, but getting rid of the Islamists doesn't guarantee that the son of the Shah is coming back, that he's gonna do what he says he's gonna do and be able to do what he says he's gonna do. And yeah, the tragedy of what has been done, other than the countless people who have been killed, is just the incredible possibilities, which it sounds interesting, but again, we don't it's all kind of guesswork, educated guesswork, but yeah, we do know it is unfortunate and very, very sad. Daniel.
You mean you want a video?
Yes, please. Alejandro's already looking at his watch, seeing can I leave already? Wait.
Okay.
Wait. Are you leaving us now?
Okay, I'll watch this thing.
This is from today, Daniel?
Recently-ish.
Wait, is that USS Liberty guy? Or is it just somebody who looks like him?
No.
All right.
That's not.
Sorry, I'm not racist against old white men, just so people understand, but he does look somewhat similar to USS Liberty guy.
He doesn't, but that's okay.
What?
He doesn't, but that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, let me bring Matt. Okay, let me bring.
That's it?
No, I just misclicked.
Politicians. Yeah, let me bring Matt. Okay.
Our politicians.
Yeah, let me bring Matt. Okay, let me bring. Okay, that's.
Okay, instead of rewinding the first second repeatedly, can you also raise the volume, or in addition to it?
I was about to do it, but now I don't want to.
Yeah, but we still need to be able to hear it.
Our politicians.
Yeah, let me bring Matt. Okay, let me bring. Okay,
to say that they are
Cenk,
not
you've had a good say.
when they obviously
That's
are.
right. Yeah, we got
are
it.
sick
We got
of
it.
Israeli
Yeah.
control. They
Honestly,
have driven Trump
Cenk,
into
all right,
every
Cenk,
war. Every
okay,
war.
I get it. And
It's
I get it.
go
Honestly,
ahead,
we're
go ahead,
almost
deny it when it's
all right.
obvious.
But I'm going to come to Matt. I'm going to come to Matt to respond. What I would say,
Okay,
Cenk,
so-
is you are in danger
Yeah.
of getting to the stage where, if there is inclement weather in America, you instinctively blame
because of Israel.
And I do think you've
That's
got to
right.
be slightly careful.
No,
you don't just sound like
that's because
Israel is
what kind of
responsible for everything.
94%
But let me,
do you not
I think we've
understand,
gone
Piers?
beat that enough there.
Oh,
let me
you're
bring
saying
in
like they
Matt.
almost control all of Congress. Yes,
Let
because
me
they
bring some
literally
reality to
donated
the
to
situation.
94% of Congress.
Okay, wait, pause.
Let me-
Pause, Daniel, please. This needs to be in proper speed. These people talk fast anyway. I can't understand what they're saying.
This is normal speed.
That's normal. That's 1x speed.
Yeah, they just talk over each other.
Alejandro, I'm going to ask you what I asked Daniel about what Eyal said earlier about his alarm. Is this some young people's joke that I'm too much of a boomer to understand? And that wasn't normal speed.
It wasn't normal speed. They just yelled too much.
I mean, by the way, Pierce, Pierce, I think loves the yelling. I mean, why somebody mentions in the chat, like, yeah, Cenk is on what once a week? No, I think it seems like an average of more. And a Young Turk is on even more because Anna is on frequently.
Piers Morgan has nothing else to offer. It's a program that it's made out with, I don't know, 50 pounds. That's the only thing that they can provide. Yelling at each other.
Yeah, so that's why you were about to leave, not because you had somewhere to go, but because you saw Piers Morgan in your way.
Yeah.
All right, let's see a bit more and see if they get to any sort of substance that we can provide some commentary on, and then we will check out the news and yeah, go eat another steak. Let's keep watching.
Let me bring
Wake
some
up! Wake up! Wake up, America! Israel wants our apology.
Other people speak.
Everyone, go ahead, lie.
Let me go. Please
Go
don't
ahead.
talk.
Let me go
Cenk,
here.
Cenk,
So,
the other people. I don't want to mute you, Cenk. So let Matt Schlapp respond.
Right. So I do think Israel is in charge of your brain, but the fact is, AIPAC and these other lobbies, it's true. They were very.
Our politicians.
Yeah, let me bring.
Wait, that was just a clip? I thought you were giving us the whole show and we were going to go through all of it and do commentary and then just, around midnight go to bed. That was the plan. No? Yeah, I don't know what that was. Apparently, I accused a person who's on the right side of things of looking like the USS Liberty guy. But yeah, that's not untrue, what they're saying about Cenk. And also, I'm gonna have to mute you. You should have muted him years ago. Like this guy, it doesn't let anybody talk. I mean, if there's a Cenk moment on Piers Morgan that we should rewatch, it's him and his horrible treatment a week and a half ago, just over a week ago. The last normal show we had on the show on the channel was him, shouting at Goldie and Elika.
Did you ever watch Sports Center or any of those ESPN channels that they talk about? They don't have the rights to play anything sometimes, so they just spend ages ranting about things and they fake fights and everything just because they have nothing else to talk about. This is like 30 times that.
Yeah, it's not even Sports Center. There's that show after Sports Center where there's like the timer and they start shouting at each other and then the timer goes off and then they start shouting at each other on a different topic. Yeah, but it's a bit more disturbing when you hear the content of what these people are shouting over rather than, he should have played this guy. No, he should have played that guy. He's injured, or what have you. Okay, there was well, the IDF keeps bombing Lebanon, South Lebanon. The US CENTCOM has said they have bombed or targeted more than 3,000 targets of the Islamic Republic. Yeah, there was an siren in a kibbutz in the north of Israel, but since then the residents have been told that it is safe to leave shelter. That's good. The north of Israel, I don't know, people probably remember that, right after October 7th, Hezbollah entered the war, but in a way that was kind of not full on, but was bombing the north regularly. So Israeli civilians from the Gaza envelope, the area around Gaza, had to go like live elsewhere. Like we're what Rania Khalek was telling us about the people in South Lebanon being displaced. Well, Israelis, well over 100,000 Israelis were displaced from the Gaza envelope and from the north because of the daily bombing. So yeah, the people of Lebanon allowed that and absolutely should be evacuated and are now but unfortunately now the people back to the north are in this bad situation. Yeah, it's gonna end, I think, quicker and one of my fears, Alejandro, is if Trump does decide to pull the plug on the operation in Iran, that is the moment where Israel will have to stop doing things, of course, in Iran, but also in Lebanon. And the job needs to be completed. So I'm hoping they're doing things fast, and it's not easy, to do things fast. But yeah, I'm just now looking at an assessment that 95,000 terrorists are still remaining in the organization. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think what I've been thinking is the best scenario would be the US and Israel continuing to finish the Iranian regime, and that as well can give some possibilities on the north, on Lebanon. But a second best would be the US says, I'm going to pull the plug in 3 days. If you have those 3 days, what you should do is don't look for regime change. Destroy any capabilities that the government has for anything. Destroy oil refineries, destroy oil extraction centers, destroy even the equivalent of the IRS, anything that makes the government of Iran semi working, take them out. And then while they manage to recover themselves, which will take them hopefully decades, you go over and take away Hezbollah. Because without help of Iran, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm sure a lot of damage could be done in 3 days, but remember, Israel has, limits, and these planes need to fly back and forth. But yeah, your scenario of a kind of forced ceasefire, or whatever Trump will call it, is better than sort of my worst case scenario. Because if he does say, okay, we're stopping, but you have 3 days, let's hope that Israel really does everything it can. But let's hope none of that happens and the war continues as it is going, because it is going fantastically. It's going really amazing. It's unbelievable that, as horrible as it is for any loss of life, so few soldiers have died. So few civilians have died anywhere on. We don't know what's going on in Iran, but anywhere in the countries that are targeted by Iran. And again, the Iranian people are so many of them are grateful for what is happening in their country in terms of what the U.S. and Israel are doing. So let's keep doing it. You are doing the right thing, Mr. President and Mr. Prime Minister, on this. You are 100% correct. Keep going, and we will be here to support you and praise you as long as you do the right thing, and not praise you when you do the wrong thing. Alejandro and Daniel, if you want as well. Parting thoughts.
Let's see how it goes. 1 week into that, hopefully, the many more weeks of saying goodbye to the Ayatollahs going forward.
Daniel, any parting thoughts? Daniel is muted. Yeah.
Iran de Landa Est.
Well, I would say Beirut de Landa Est. Iran, the regime, I agree, but yeah, whatever happens, we hope it continues to happen, and we will be here to cover it, to provide commentary on it throughout the day, for many hours, every single day, until the total victory is achieved. Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Yar, who was here earlier. We will be back tomorrow with our coverage. We will see you. And thanks, of course, everybody for watching, and everybody who supported our work and who liked the show. If you haven't, go ahead and do it now. We will see you back here tomorrow.